Hello, everybody. Welcome. This is Neil once again with Portal to Ascension. Welcome back to the 4-day Ultimate Star Being Marathon experience. And so glad to be here with you all. Hope you guys enjoyed yesterday. If you were here for yesterday, go ahead and tune in. Would love to get some interaction here. And go ahead and say hi in the chat room. Hello, everybody. Good to see you all. And if you weren't here yesterday, welcome. And the replay is available on our YouTube channel. The replay is on youtube.com/portal to ascension. For everybody who signed up for this event, you get unlimited replay access. For everybody tuning in on all the other platforms, YouTube and social media and Instagram, this is going to be removed on Tuesday, and you can only get the replay if you sign up on our website, portaltoascension.org, and go on upcoming events and sign up over there. Yesterday was an incredible day. I felt really had a lot of healing involved in that day, and was ultimately really going with the first contact with ourselves, which is a perfect way to start everything out. So I'd love for you guys just to chime in, say hello in the chat. Let's see where you're from. Even if you said where you're from yesterday, let's put all of that into the field and create these little beacons of light all over the planet, envisioning all of us as these antennas of frequency receiving this information, but actually amplifying this awareness into the rest of the cosmos and for everybody on the planet. Welcome, Karen. Welcome, Susie. All right, so the way we're going to flow today, we're going to have Stone Hobbit introduced by Victor in about 15 minutes. But I just wanted to make a couple announcements. First, I want to show the schedule, make a couple announcements, and then we'll go ahead and bring on your hosts for the weekend once again. So I'll share screen here and show you guys what the flow is. And I have posted the schedule in the chat, and I'll go ahead and do that again. So we are now on. So everybody who signed up got a link to this. Day 1 every day is a different access link. Remember that. So day 3 and day 4 is a different access link. If you want to view the panels that we did in preparation for this event the day before, it's on our YouTube, and you can click here for view the free panels. So today we have Stone Hobbit coming up in a bit. We have Sandra Walter, Anastara, and actually Zoe is going to be going on tomorrow instead. So I'm going to switch that around. We have Bridget Renee Holiday, we have Vox, Phil Gruber, and then we're going to close the day with Craig Campobasso. And this is all in Pacific time. So we end at 4:20 Pacific, which is 7:20 Eastern time. And I just want to share with you before we start today out, just in case you're new to Portal to Ascension, this is the halfway mark on our new website. In about next week, we have a whole new brand coming out, and I've just showed you kind of like the mock-ups of the new site yesterday, so you can check that for what it's going to look like then. But this is the current site, and for you who want to sign up and be a part of the webinar room, it would be great for you to join us and be part of the interaction that we have going on here. All you have to do is click upcoming events, and then Ultimate Star Beings is the first one. But we also have some amazing gatherings coming up. And the first one actually is Mary Rodwell, Past Life Human Contact with Non-Human Intelligences. So that is the follow-up to this event. So if you guys are riding the wave of the frequency we're creating here and want to take it even deeper and be a part of an event and support Mary's work as well, this is the next one coming up. That's on January 20th, and which is 7 days from now. And if you liked Elsa Dillon's presentation, Mary is the one that introduced me to her, Elsa, because of her presentation, in which, as I said yesterday, 3/4 of the presentation was about Elsa and her family. And she will also be having information again about the Dillon family in this presentation. And then going even deeper, past life contact with non-human intelligences, right? Have we gone to those planets and had contact there? Have we had contact on this planet as humans with other intelligences? So that will be really consciousness expanding, eye-opening presentation. Then following that, a week later, we have Laura Eisenhower, Astrology of 2024 and Galactic Awakening. Then we have Sarah and Michael White, Arcturian Integration and the Joy Ray on February 4th. We have the Essenes and Ancient Judea Conference, which has been a long time coming. It's kind of been on my list of something I wanted to do for a few years. So I'm really excited to do that one. I'll show you the trailer of that in a moment. And then we have Brad Olson, The Lost History of Our Pre-Diluvian Origins, in February as well. And that's just February, guys. You can see we have 6 pages of upcoming events that go all the way into 2025. So please do go ahead and check it out. And the event pages, like you can see here, Mary Rodwell, And we'll speak more about this when Mary comes on. I think she's presenting on Monday. She's presenting Monday. So we'll speak about that. Laura Eisenhower, what does the astrology of 2024 represent for us? The Arcturians in the house. The Arcturian events actually, so interestingly enough, I guess because I have a deep connection with Arcturus myself, the Arcturians events do the best on Portal to Ascension. Maybe you guys in chat can tell me why you think that is. Like, do you have a connection to Arcturians? And it's just interesting that it's probably the most well-attended events or anything we do Arcturian related. And a little side note, we're doing an all-day Arcturian conference on April 20th, an all-day conference, 8 hours, 6 presenters just on Arcturus, which is going to be really cool. And here we go, Brad Olson, Lost History of Our Pre-Diluvian Origins, and the Essenes and Ancient Judea Conference. So I'm just going to go ahead and now stop my screen share. Let's play the trailer for the Essenes Conference. Did I add it? Yes, I did. And then we're going to go ahead and bring on our MCs for the weekend and get into the show. So let me just check the chats here. Thank you so much. Dana says Arcturus is my home. Shakara says deep connection to Arcturus, connection to Arcturians. So we got a lot of Arcturians here for sure. All right, here we go. So if you want to check that out, please do on portalascension.org. And here we are. Hey, Victor, Tamara, Michelle. Hey, Alan.
Welcome, everybody.
Good to be here. Good to see you guys.
So beautiful to see. So beautiful to see all of these trailers and the website. Neil, you are just on fire and on point.
Thank you.
Yeah, I love that scene. That Essene trailer is beautiful, and the music.
It sounded like a great day.
It's really cool to just be able to do deep dives on things we just mentioned in passing. You know what I mean? And we're becoming, like you say, Alan, like a library of all this awareness.
Right, and it sounded like a great day yesterday.
It was
busy at the conference. What was the highlight for you guys yesterday? Like, was there a moment?
Neil's dragon presentation was one of the highlights for sure.
Yeah, it was good. Really good.
Really good. But it was so deep and so rich and very authentic, heartfelt sharings. And that's why I think, Neil, you mentioned there was a real healing that took place. I could feel it in my body that there was a healing taking place on many different levels.
Well, you shifted my views on some things looking at the dragons because it made me embrace that a little bit more. It was not really, something I really, I'm more thinking about the celestial realm, but it is part of the celestial realm and it is part of our heritage. So you shifted my viewpoint on that.
Wow.
Well, and this is the year. This is the year of the dragon coming up, isn't it? 2024, Chinese year of the dragon.
Yeah. One of my blessings and also one of my curses is being empathic. And watching Coach yesterday and then watching Elsa, I actually started crying. So it was just a beautiful, beauul experience.
For sure. And Victor's poetry was another huge highlight for me. I last night went to sleep thinking, I wonder if Victor would write me a poem that I could give to my husband that reflects what I feel. You know, we're married 31 years and he writes beautiful poetry to me. And I've written some poetry, but your words, I could really wrap my heart around the way that you put words together.
Thank you. One of the things that sort of came to me yesterday, I had shared a poem a few years ago because yesterday was such a healing experience on many levels for so many people. And I wrote a poem called Who Are the Healers? It's very quick. Who are the healers? Those who truly listen and hear, those who comfort and dry the tear, those who nourish the body and mind, those who are always grateful and kind, those who are ready to share a smile, those who will go that extra mile, those who see each other as whole, and those who see each other as soul. Who are the healers? We are the healers.
Oh, he did it again. That's
Again,
incredible.
wow. And Neil, you have that gift as well.
Yeah.
I would love to see the way you rap, and it's fast, so I have to pick up and try to stay up with it. But being able to just read the words would be awesome as well. If you put the words,
I'll do a poem over the next few days with the cadence of Victor.
Okay, that'd be awesome.
Great. That is a shift.
You a combination and to have Victor do a little rapping and and then
I'm so much into rap and so much into being fast rapper. I used to really pride myself in being one of the fastest people I heard rapping. I really just never saw the beauty in being so slow with it all, and now, like, after hearing Victor and the way that you present it, I see the impact you can have from like that kind of cadence.
Because we can feel each word deeply as he has that cadence. We're wrapping our heart around what each word represents.
And words are a form of energy.
Yeah,
they are. When I'm one of my NDEs, and I was hanging out with Jesus over there, he said, "Be mindful of your words because they carry energy, and what you speak forth, you create. So every time you speak a word, make sure that you're mindful of the words that you use." So I think that's really good advice for everybody. And so,
I'm saying the slow sound helps you absorb each word. It's like, instead of gulping a drink of water, you're sipping it slowly and digesting it.
That's beautiful.
Yes. And if you look at some of the better speakers, they'll stop and pause to get, or even performance artists, they'll stop and pause and they'll go, and then it started, and they'll stop. It's because they're trying to get the effect. They're trying to wrap people into the emotion. And so I think that's another thing that we don't do is we don't salivate over our words like a good meal, because I think that's important. And I think that's what we just heard with Victor, what you did. You're good at that. I mean, you're pro broadcast.
It feels like a purposeful pause to be able to emanate and pulse out the vibrations from each person hearing it. And when we do that, like we talked yesterday about, everyone here is creating this divine container of epic love. And together, I know I've said this before, but team, TEAM, together, everyone achieves more. When we align our energies and our frequency in that way, and we pulse that out to the universe, that creates change. And I really believe that we are the change we wish to see in this world. And that's what we're doing. And that's what you're doing, Neil, by bringing us all together in this cohesive container.
Absolutely. I love what people are saying here in the chat. They're really digging all of this. They were saying your word is your wand, digest your words. And so, this is, I love that, the panelists, the people watching, that we are having shifts, just in our, how we view things. Yesterday, I loved what Neil did with the dragons. I really enjoyed, they were different. Like, I felt like that Coach Monarch and Elsa, they were more, just their presence was a transmission.
Yes. Agree 1,000%.
Don't you agree? There was something you couldn't put your finger on. It's not even everything they said. It's that they were, they're so connected to Source, but Source also being like a star family, that that they have so much passion for their star nations, and they don't see separation of other beings. That it felt soulful. Not the others didn't. The others didn't, but they were so vulnerable that it made me want to weep, because they were so there, and not everybody's comfortable speaking, and these people are just doing it, and that you lined up, Neil. And also, I did dream about plasma. I'm obsessed with
Yeah.
plasma because think about it. The Galactic Federation, they showed me how the ship is propelled by bioluminescence with our consciousness and plasma. And mediums use plasma through ectoplasm, and not all mediums can do this, but I can do it. I didn't try, but I have had many pictures of faces on my face, like on a Hawaiian grandmother. But I'm thinking, what can we do with that? Where can we take that? So that's a whole nother superpower.
Yeah.
Actually, Neil, I also want to mention that Sharon from our Egyptian trip recommended your poetry book, Planet Earth.
Yeah.
You want to say something about that, Planet Earth?
Yeah. Actually, I have my second poetry book coming out in a week. And so my first book, here, I have it right here.
Thanks for saying that, Alan. That's great. People need to know about this.
Let me just do a full screen real quick.
How do we get it?
Oh, man.
If you type in Planet Earth, Neil Gore, you should be able to find it.
Okay.
And take off this. Yeah, so basically it's called Planet Earth, Poetry from the Next Dimension. And it is, the first poem is called Astral Travel, and it's about a soul coming from the center of the galaxy as an etheric being never incarnated before. And it makes its journey to Earth to incarnate. And then like the last line of that poem is, I reincarnated November 17th, 1982. So the whole story is about me, right? And then in the end, it's like when I was born. And then all the other poems are different incarnations on Earth, right? From struggle. And then the last one is the ascension of that same soul. So it's a whole journey really from that. And my other book coming out this because I really want to write books, you know? So I started with poetry, and the next one's called Galactic Origins, Poetry from Extraterrestrial Worlds. And it's all ET stuff.
Wow.
But in between the poems are chapters of information and facts about the universe, about UFOs, about ET. So I have like 10 poems on the Anunnaki. So the first 3 pages is the actual story of the Anunnaki, and then it gets into the poetry. So it's like the creative stuff and the linear stuff at the same time, backing up the poets with actual information.
So did you put that together so people can not only, I mean, is it your poetry? It's a form of communication and creativity, but it also expands people's consciousness because you're talking about different past lives.
Yeah, for sure. Well, you know, the reason when I started in poetry, well, it just came to me, but one of the things I realized very quickly is that I'm able to convey entire lectures in a poem, you know. And if you read
Wow.
the first 5 years from 2000, I started my first poem I wrote in 1996 when I was 16. And 2001 is when I started writing conscious poetry. From 2001 to 2005, they're all basically like textbooks, you know, like the universe is my calendar. There is no time, only humanistic creation of the divine. It's like a literally a conversation, or so it's basically speaking about wormholes and black holes, but in the form of poetry, you know.
People are digging this. They're digging you and Victor. I'm looking at the chat. Poetry is blowing up over here, and I love what Gary Watson said here. The creator is singing creation into being, and we are all one of the beautiful, perfect notes being sung.
Beautiful.
Funny story.
And 7 words of frequencies of consciousness.
Yeah. Funny story. In 1966, I thought I was the reincarnation of Edgar Allan Poe. I had this morbid fascination with all the works of Edgar Allan Poe. And I wrote a poem called Injustice. And it's real short, and I'll share it with you right now, and you'll get a kick out of it. The blocks were closed around my neck. The splintered hole burned my neck sore. The blade would come tumbling to my neck, and I would see daylight no more. The king had summoned me to death. He said that I had been disloyal. Soon I would swallow my last breath to end a life of stress and toil. And now the black masked man, he comes to release the blade of destiny. 'Twas not the blade that gave me death. The crime of injustice gave death to me. 1966, 13 years old.
Wow. Holy moly.
13 years old.
I thought I was the
Wow,
reincarnation of Edgar Allan Poe.
But
You were just a
everything's
star
possible.
seed.
I don't doubt that. Could be.
Yeah.
An aspect of yourself for tuning into the Akashic there, for sure.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
I want want to mention something. Yesterday in the chat, people were really engaged and just beautiful souls. I don't know if you all noticed it. And I want to shout out to everyone watching. I mean, they were very active and they're very excited today and very active. And that excites me because they're duplicating what we're talking about, and they're part of this family. And I just think they're like digging all of this. They were like that yesterday. They were very engaged.
Well, if too much, maybe people could put a little poem they wrote in the chat. I mean, not to distract from the lecture, but it's a way of sharing this passion we all seem to have.
I think it feels to me like when people are engaging and sharing, that's where the real weaving takes place, because they're taking what's in their heart and they're putting it in the chat. And then we're holding the frequency of those words within us, but as this unified field of consciousness. I'm lit up. I don't think I'm introing anybody today, but I'm here because
you're introing the whole entire experience.
I just love it. I cleared my whole calendar as much as I could. I mean, things are coming in a little bit, but
you know what's
interesting in the room. I want to get into that in a second. Go ahead, Alan, and then I've got something.
I was just saying, what's interesting about the chat? There's the chat, and then there's the main attraction. It's like a parallel universe is going on outside this universe, outside the bigger universe. So it's a great example of multi-dimensional awareness. Being on the camera, it really is showing us what's possible for our consciousness to be in so many places at once.
Neil, a couple of people said they missed the conference yesterday. They're asking about a replay. Would you share the links?
Yes, youtube.com/portal to ascension. And I'll just say it again that the replays will be gone on Tuesday because of algorithm stuff and copyright stuff on YouTube. So you can only sign up for this event to get the replays, right? Because then it won't be released in full. Everything's going to be released individually back on YouTube. So sign up at portaltoascension.org for the replays and to be a part of the webinar room for the next 3 days. And if you want to watch the replay from now until Tuesday, each replay will be on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/portaltoascension. All right, so we're going to get started in just a second here, but Michelle made a good point that just when we do these events and we put all of our energy into the field, we amplify it because we all like a similar intention, right? Like when, just like the Maharishi effect where all these people meditated together in DC. I might be butchering exactly how it went down, but the crime rate lowered because they all set their intentions, and in numbers, they were able to create a shift, right? Imagine if 75% of the world sat down today, all meditating this second right now, and they all was had an awareness because the TV's probably been telling us since we were kids that the fifth dimension exists, right? It's something like as simple as that was so aware that this is a possibility. We all sat down and decided to create it. This is a holographic projection of our inner subatomic particles. We could shift our reality. And if we all had got together, we can shift the collective beliefs. There's individual belief systems, there's collective belief systems. The collective belief systems are solar systematic. Basically, these are rules that we've all decided to agree upon to live within. For example, there will be traffic, being kind of silly here. And then also, there will be, you can only smell and perceive these amount, right? These are collective belief systems. However, collective belief systems can be shifted in numbers because we all collectively agreed upon it. So we all consciously decided, hey, actually, we don't want to have that frequency range anymore. Actually, we want to live in a peaceful world. We want our waters to be clean. We could all sit down and meditate on that and create that together. So it's really beautiful when we have these experiences because we can do that. So with that being said, I would love for you just right now to put into the field an intention. Let's not do it from a lack mentality intention, right? Like this sucks, so let's make sure it's like this. But what is something that you would want to see for the world / the galaxy / the universe? So what is something that you envision that we can create? And let's put it in, spend just 1 minute so we can get into Stone's presentation. By the way, Stone, your video is not showing up, so I'm not sure if you're in the room or if you aren't. So go ahead and just leave them here, and then we'll read some of them, and let's put them into the field together. So any intentions you may have for the world, the planet, the solar system, and for the universe. New education systems for children. Michelle, do you want to read some of these?
Oh boy, I need glasses to do that probably. Unity in consciousness. Who's typing so fast?
Tamara,
Sorry.
when you type, every time we can hear you on the mic,
Tamara,
so mute
New
yourself
education systems
when
for
you.
children. Yes.
Sorry. Okay.
I don't.
Let's get like 5 or 6 more and just throw them into the field here.
New ways to welcome. It's going fast now. Free energy, free speech, freedom to be a multidimensional being, love for all races on earth and beyond. Would love for a majority of people to be able to grow their consciousness and learn ways to unify and create more love and abundance and peace. Focusing on essence, spread of eco-villages. Where did I see? Being at one with the universe, earth, and sky. Caring for each other as if they were ourself. Peace.
Mm-hmm.
New comments. Growing
Listen.
food that heals everyone and the beloved planet. Abundance in food for us. You want to read some?
There's this is very nice. Robert wrote, raise a vibration and consciousness, everything else will fall into place and it will be attracted. Shakara, celebrating everyone's unique energy, frequency, signature, and collaboratively oneness.
Clean water systems. Yes.
Yeah.
Peace, love, joy, bliss. Creating
bliss
tribes of light. Yes, eco-villages would be awesome. I imagine living that way.
Mm-hmm.
Once we have eternal peace, then we can change the outer world to peace. Everyone go back to the original blueprint. Yeah, exactly. We need to go back to what we agreed to and then undo it. I remember I guess I was like 24 and I went to this metaphysical conference and they were talking about one of the premise was that once we figure out, trace back, not really our past lives, but our consciousness where we decided to play a particular game. And I think you said yesterday, Neil, that you had not Portal of Ascension, but Portal of Descension and Descension, because people wanted to learn, well, what's it like in these lower levels? Mm-hmm. And so we agreed to have experiences. And I think if we took that responsibility, that spiritual maturity, that we kind of did this, no one's doing to us, that we can also undo it and find out where we agreed to that and then renegotiate our contract we have with one another and come up with a better game.
Mm-hmm. One of the things that I shared the other night at the Experiencer meeting, and also that I've been sharing since I attended Interfaith Seminary in the 1990s, was that in virtually every religion, there is a form or iteration of the golden rule. Do unto others as you'd have them do unto you. Yeah. Love thy neighbor as thyself. If everyone put everything else aside and just adopted those two principles, what a world this would be.
Mm.
Yes, absolutely. So basically it's a utopia.
Yeah.
And that's the thing with religion, organized religion, is if you take away all the man-made BS, basically, like, you were left with the same principle rules, right? So much more that connects us than separates us.
And man-made, Neil, you hit it right on the head. Man-made, because if women were in charge from the beginning, this never would have happened.
Well, now, really, why do you say that?
I believe that. I believe in the feminine divine. I believe that the essence of the mother would not allow anything like this for her children to get involved.
Well, it's the wounded. See, that gets in the whole conversation about the wounded feminine, the divine masculine, and like how they can support each other in becoming the best versions of themselves.
I had Flo Karuna on Awakening Code Radio on Tuesday, and he wanted to talk about this new masculine. And one of the things that we talked about was a lot of the people out there are talking about the rise of the feminine, and this is the time for the feminine to rise. But it's not a separate thing. And it feels so important to acknowledge that the feminine and the masculine what we're looking for is harmony between the feminine and the masculine energies, and more of a synchronistic flow, and that it's not about one rising and another one falling. That's just repeating the same patterns. It's about coming together and rising in frequency together.
Right. Well, before we get into stone, since we're on this topic and something I love to talk about, when I first started doing events, when I woke up in 2001 and then all the way to 2008 up till 2011, I was like such an advocate for the divine feminine, because it used to be the number one thing that would come out, Return of the Divine Feminine. It was like the cornerstone of the movement. And so I even did two in 2010 and 11 and 12. I did a Divine Feminine conference, 2-day conferences, right? Boom, just like this, just Divine Feminine. And then I started realizing that all of a sudden that there's the Divine Masculine also has to return, that we live in a wounded masculine reality, and the Divine Masculine needs to return too. So I began doing Divine Masculine conferences as well, and doing like some like sacred sensuality work and tantric work. I'm realizing that it's the Divine Masculine, right, really now needs to heal in order to create a sense of safety for the Divine Feminine to fully be actualized, right? So when I do these workshops, these tantric retreats that I've been to, the first couple of days, it's just men healing. The women don't even start to do their work. And the reason for that is the men need to be at some sort of place of healing work or in it in order to create safety for the women to even feel that they can take the next step to do their own healing work. So it's an incredible dance. Now, the one other thing I want to add to that is I used to think Divine Feminine was specifically a feminine female thing. And realizing those are parts of our brain and hemisphere. For example, would you consider a black hole a man or a woman? No, but it's feminine because it takes in energy. It receives. Would you consider a white hole or a sun masculine? Only because we call it El Sol. But no, but it's masculine because it pushes out energy. It's basically semen and eggs, like all over creation. So it's really an energy of the feminine energies, the receptive energy, the nurturing energy, the creative energy. Well, do men not have that? No, of course they do. So we're born, I'm realizing, as women with default abilities to tap into that feminine frequency, and men default abilities to tap into the other one. And the trick is for the evolution is for us to realize how we can be equally firing on both synaptic connectors at the same time. And the Egyptians are one of the best versions of that.
I'm blessed. I'm blessed to be married to a woman who was a student of the feminine divine. We met through the seminary after we both graduated. And she has written 25 books on the feminine divine. And one of the first things when we started dating was I would take her to museums, to places where the feminine divine was represented. And she's actually working on that now, a book on that. But when we first met, she was talking about the balance between the goddess and the gods in the ancient times and the ancient religions and so on. And she talked about the Egyptian god Thoth, or Thoth, as some people pronounce it, that many people don't know. He had a counterpart called Seshat, who was the feminine goddess of writing, of science, of all of the things that Thoth also expressed. So when I started really getting serious with her, I said to her, am I Thoth enough? And she said, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think that it's really embracing those within us, kind of like on a spiritual journey. We're having an individual spiritual journey, but we're also having a collaborative spiritual journey. So the same thing with the masculine and feminine in balance. So I think it should be safe to talk about these things. I think it's, I think it's important, especially me being a female, when I meet a man, just a man, I like to see that there's a feminine energy in there. I like to see, because it shows balance. I like to see they're vulnerable, whether it's things that's normally typical female. I like to see that vulnerability. And also with women, I don't like to see them when they're too weak. I like for them to have that masculine energy now and then, and anchor themselves and not be like a victim. So I think it's important for us to learn from both the sexes and both the traits and embrace them all within us. And I don't know why this whole world got crazy on all this, but I think it's all good. We need to have them both within us.
This could be a whole conference in itself, right? Like, so, somebody just mentioned something here, so I just want to speak a little on this. Until women wait for men to create safety for them, and men wait for women to care for them. That will never work. And I wanted to speak on that. Being at these events and being around people that are doing the work, almost every one of those women had been hurt from some sort of masculine energy, right? And those are the people that come to do this work. And from their father, from abandonment from their father, from abuse, from sexual molestation, from an abusive husband or something like that. So it's almost like being able to see the other the person, the masculine energy in a place where you now shift your perspective. Because when you get hurt from someone like that, it's sometimes difficult not to blanket statement the whole gender. Like, oh, men are all like this. This is what happens,
Well,
And
the same thing is true of men, Neil. There are men who've been hurt by their mothers. And so it's just people in a sense, But yeah, we tend to generalize it in gender. Women or men are all like this. And we have to rise above this duality. But, we're working on it.
There's a comment from a lady, Karen, here, and she said that she thinks that men are coming around slower to the awakening, but it's accelerating. And I'd like to make a comment on that. I was surprised when I went, and I know that Portal to Ascension was the co-sponsor for the Sedona Ascension retreat, and met a lot of you in person, got hugs. It was great. I felt very comfortable, like I knew everybody forever, which probably have. I was impressed, and so was my husband, who's a normal guy, that they were just regular guys there, and they were digging it. I mean, afterwards, I got an earful. All the things that my husband learned, and all the things that he was excited to see other men there. And I can look 10 years ago at these metaphysical events, and you didn't get just a regular guy there. You might get like a hippie guy, a space guy, or something like that. I mean, what you would metaphysical, a bunch of crystals, but just a regular guy. And that was, to me, a very good sign that it's okay to talk about these things. It's okay to look at this. And and it was a lot of masculine energy there. And I was surprised by that. And it was good.
Wow.
I love that you called it the way that you said, just regular guys.
Yes.
But, I'm laughing because there's right now, it just feels like everyone's being ignited to wherever their soul's evolutionary path is, wherever they're at on that wheel for themselves. But what is normal anymore? It's like, I don't even know how to measure normal anymore, because so much of the world is being ignited to right where they're supposed to be right now. And I think it comes down to our free will. And
oh my God, yes, this is such a good conversation.
Yeah, this is a whole weekend webinar.
Let's pause. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Is
let
Stone
everybody
with
know.
us?
Stone is here. So letting everyone know the schedule is shifting because Zoe cannot be here today. She's going to be here tomorrow. So I'm going to shift the schedule around. So take a look at it in a moment, and you'll see the updates.
Well, is Sandra Walter still coming on at 10?
But we're about 15 minutes behind schedule, so she'll be on a little later.
Okay.
All right. So
great.
all of us MCs will go into the green room. Victor, it's all yours.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure to be here to welcome and introduce Stone Hobbit. Stone Hobbit is a multifaceted individual with a diverse range of experience and skills. Born as an intuitive walk-in hybrid from abductee to contactee, she's embraced various roles such as motivational speaker, author, radio and screen host, and facilitates workshops. Drawing from a wide array of innate knowings, spiritual traditions, practices, and elements of shamanism, Stone shares accumulated insights from personal encounters with extraterrestrial beings, other worldly phenomenon, and spiritual dimensions. Stone has a unique approach to understanding and communicating with the energies that present themselves, assisting others to connect with their higher authentic selves. She's going to share with us her lifelong and ongoing contact and how they communicate, the commonalities they use, the downloads, the missions, and the healings, how they guided her into knowing her soul ancestry and her higher self-awareness, how she was influenced by others to have others' belief systems throughout childhood, and how she went through deprogramming to find herself in the now. She has a couple of books coming out, a trilogy, Hearthfire Adventures, over 120 chapters of encounters, a book called Navigating Self-Transmutation, and An Adventure in Finding One's Higher Self. Her website is stonehobbit.com, and it's my pleasure to welcome to the conference Stone Hobbit. Welcome, Stone. You're muted, Stone.
Thank you.
You're
Oh,
very
don't know.
welcome.
You know, when the forces are at play, they'll do whatever they can to stop you. Anyway, thank you so much, Victor. That was absolutely beautiful. And for everybody that's out there today, thank you for coming along and sharing this part of the adventure with me. It's already been a mission this morning. Everything that could go wrong did right at that last golden hour. But we know this is how they play with us. And, you know, for all the diversities that they give us right from very early stage, that's our growth. That's growth. How are you going to deal with an issue when it comes up? So I'd like to introduce myself. That was beautiful, Victor. That was absolutely beautiful. I started off coming in a month early. I was premature by a month. The other soul entity, frequency, source that was meant to inhabit this vessel decided to opt out at the last moment. In the time that I came in, I was started to be born breech. I had a leg born first in June. And with everything that went wrong, my mother going into cardiac arrest and everything, I was reinserted, turned, and then I was born with a veil. A veil is when the placenta comes down over the face. Now, the only reason I'm aware of this is because 30 years later, well, not actually that, 20 years later, when I gave birth to my first son, whom I lost later on down the track, was the midwife who delivered me on that actual day. So I heard about all the amazement in my arrival here. Throughout the process, I have gone through discovering the magnitudes of involvement, insidious involvement in my journey. I was born into a family where my grandfather was a minister of parliament here in New Zealand, Aotearoa, and I was born into a pedophile family. The family was connected with the Masons and all sorts of brotherhood organisations, including Albany cult pedophile ring, which was later busted. In the year 79, I was shipped off to Australia, where all the nasty stuff that was going on here, I was being raised as a Catholic, but on one of the days during the week, we also did a satanic gathering. So I survived, and I will say survived with honor, ritual abuse, different forms of ritual abuse. And throughout my journey, there have been children my age that I never got to see again, but I knew what their end was in the long run. So I appreciate every little aspect of the journey thus far. When I'm talking about that, the darker side of it, I'm talking about, yes, I was a child that was trafficked. I ended up in what we call farms. I ended up in the first 30 days of my arrival being given away to another family, and that was just the start of the process. This was ongoing. My sibling, who was just turned 1, died the day after I arrived home from the hospital. So you can pretty much see how this pattern was going to go. I've had some absolutely fantastic, amazing journeys throughout my life, but I had to get to that stage where I was able to turn around and say, well, something's not quite right here. This is not the normality. For all the teachings, the programs, indoctrination that I had been put through, there was something that just wasn't quite right about it all. And when I first stepped out and started talking about it, the parties, the agencies, the sister groups, the tentacles that were attached to it showed themselves. And this is how it's always been for me. Throughout all the darker side of it, there were entities that showed up. I'd like to call them entities and beings. Now, looking at where I came from in the early childhood was Catholicism, was a satanic ritualism. And because both were being practiced, I actually got to see those that participated in both areas of it and what it was about. And then when they joined the cult organization, how that energy flow went about. Later on in my adulthood, I would end up meeting people from the same institutions and cult organizations who had gone down their own journeys because of their involvements to it. It was absolutely mind-blowing. And all the way through it, they used as much as they could to shake me, knock me off my pedestal, turn around and say what you experienced wasn't what you think it was that you experienced. One day, I mean, I'd had several breakdowns by the stage. One day I found myself in the wardrobe, covered in blankets and sheets and clothing and stuff, so nobody could find me. And it was then that I heard the voices and all the information started coming clear. And I climbed out of that cupboard as if some major force had hit me in the head. You have managed to get this far. What are you doing? Why are you hiding? Why do you think, there was all these avenues of taking my energy, taking my soul, feeding off me. And it was like, well, if that's how it's meant to be, that's how it's meant to be. But I'm not going to tolerate it anymore. I'm going to turn around and say to all of these authorities, every person in my lifetime, that I'm not going to stand for it anymore. And the first thing I did was put a sign on my door, which was Dr. Armour doesn't work here anymore. And that was powerful because it changed the spell casting for me. It changed the frequency for me. I started getting all of these. It was like I had a portal to all these different dimensions. I had shadow beings coming in. They weren't just coming in. I was also accessing their realms. And everything I went through as a child in seeing these beings and stuff just was like, okay, well, it's now clear. It's all clarified. I've been doing this constantly. And then the orbs came in. I started having connections with this one particular orb. I know this sounds crazy. This is what you've got to look forward to. This one orb came in, and through 6 cameras over 20 years, it still shows up. No one to this day can tell me it is a light flare or a camera flare or a dust particle. I've watched the movements. I've watched it learn our language and be able to communicate with me through both frequency, through colors, and through our alphabet. It showed me that it can turn up anywhere in any time zone on this planet. And the intelligence behind it is just absolutely, I feel so honored to now turn around and say, I'm that freak, I'm that freak of nature that I had all the clairvoyances when I was a kid. And I believe it comes down to all the early interactions, getting here early, being aware that I was a walk-in. I was having 2 existences, 2 parallel lives at the same time. I knew that I was a child in this sector over here with this particular family, their rules, their manners, their upbringings, and so forth, as well as having the connection over here that I was a young man in the war, and I just watched everybody in my platoon just get blown to smithereens. And then here I am in the now, knowing that I've experienced reincarnation. I've seen it. I was it. I lived it. I found tools. I found toys that I played with as a child before I died of pneumonia. Now, in this reality, in my early days, I suffered from pneumonia. The last major acute attack I had of pneumonia, I was hospitalized, and that in itself was a journey. So, you know, I have got several books coming out this year, and they cover over 220 different chapters of my early days when I believed the experiences and encounters I was having was paranormal. Ghosts, mists, angels, demons, that sort of thing. And then it grew. My understanding of what I was interacting with changed. My perception changed. I went from being an abductee, knowing I was in terror, forms of terror, and everybody was telling me it was connected to the childhood background, the pedophilia, the being sold and going through what I did. It was part of it. That's what I was suffering from, CPTSD, and all the other alphabet that goes with it. But as I got through it, it was like, well, I wanted to know what people were saying about me because they weren't telling me, and I knew they weren't telling me. One of the things through this whole process is I fought to hold on to the truth. I fought with hammer and tongs. It's all I had. The knowing what I experienced and what I went through, and watching the programs of lies and how people covered for other people's actions. It wasn't right. The way people treated people, it wasn't correct for me. I went into first aid as a child. I was one of the youngest qualified chefs in Western Australia because I had the opportunity to travel around Australia on a road gang and work in several messes. Each mess had, these are the kitchens, each mess had its own chef, and these chefs all specialized in different areas. So at 14 years of age, I was one of the youngest registered chefs in Western Australia. I came back to New Zealand. I had to. I was running away from the different forms of abuses that were going on over there. I don't know how I made it here, but I did. And then from there, I basically went from the fire to the fry pan. I didn't know the magnitude of the connections of these organizations. My first marriage I went into, I lost my first son to cot death. And now where I'm standing, everything that I went through there, going through those experiences, was nothing different to what I had been birthed into through my mother's generation, what she had gone through, what my father had gone through. There is no excuses for the actions and the roles that they played as they did. I am a very strong believer that I cannot forgive. And a lot of people say, well, you need to forgive to move on. I don't believe that. I know what I've experienced. I will not become complacent in the experiences that I've had. This means I will stay in connection and in tune with all that I have experienced, good, bad, and ugly. All right. I am in the now. I live in the now. And the main force that's kept me here is holding on to my truth frequency, my authentic self-awareness. For a long time, one of my adventures was looking for my higher self because I had a bone to pick with her. How dare they not intervene after everything I've gone through? I prayed, I begged, I believed in God, I believed in Jesus, I believed in forces and energies out there way more than what I'd even been instructed in. But I also got to see different realms. Throughout my journey, I've had different guides come along, and they've taken me on some amazing journeys. I have to say that absolutely, they changed my life. Each one came at the time that they were meant to come. One of the main ones was I had a Native American chief Indian come in, but he wasn't coming in for me. I had to deliver a message to someone else. And I wasn't to know the major details, but what I gave forth to this other person was enough because I held the truth frequency of the message as I delivered it. And through that, I was taken on a shamanic journey through the different creatures. I got to live through and see through the eyes of predator through to prey and back to predator again. I got to feel all the senses from all the animals, from the smallest of mouse to the highest of eagle to the strength of the bear, the speed of the wolf. I got to see that, and I'm in total appreciation for it. Being aware that I've had all of these different forms of encounters from shadow people showing me that what we call shadow people is just a form of dimension. It's just a dimension. When I was pulled through the dimensions. I felt like I got stuck one day and I got pulled through a dimension, and the entity that pulled me through is the only hand I've ever accepted through all the encounters where beings have offered me hands, and this is including Jesus. This is including my son who had passed on. I pulled away at the last minute, but for some reason I felt more comfortable with someone who showed me the energies of the girl from basically The Grudge. That's the best description I can give you. And she pulled me through the 2 dimensions. And then she showed me by looking in a direction, and I followed her direction, that I only had seconds before what we labeled the men in black were on my case. They knew I came in. Some of these dimensions are what we label down here as policed, bodyguard. They're watched, for the portals. There's portals all around us. And in being able to see they were coming for me, I turned to her and she was gone. She had dissipated. She was gone. But in that instinct, I knew what my abilities were. I knew how fast I could escape. And in the motion of taking that first step and seeing the distance I was able to cover, it was, I've been here before. I had a grey entity standing in my doorway. My partner at the time, we were back to back. And as soon as I'd seen this entity, something within my system went into autopilot. You recognize this being. You've been here before. I felt myself falling, and that's the sensation I get when I go into what they call sleep paralysis. Now, all of a sudden, I'm facing my partner. He's talking to me and he's saying, I can't move, but I'm awake. I'm saying, I can't move, but I'm awake and I'm looking at you. How is it we're looking at each other when we are actually back to back? How is it we're talking to each other? Within that notion, I was now looking at the archway where this little being had been standing. And at the time, I thought it was my 3-year-old son, who's now in his 30s. And I knew within recognizing that image, the illusion that was being portrayed, there was something wrong about it. It was incorrect. And as soon as I knew that the image of the real participant, which was a little grey, showed itself, I instantly knew that I was in sleep paralysis and I was telepathic with my partner. That telepathy still holds strong to this day. That never left. And I've proved it multiple times to those that get to know us. In that process, I threw myself out of screaming with every ounce of my strength, internal screaming. I knew what was going on. I knew I'd encountered this being before, and it was obviously not pleasant. So I jumped out of the body and I saw what was going on. I broke the paralysis. My physicality threw itself out of the bed. I ran into the room, and when I managed to get into the room, which didn't have a padlock on, but the force was great, the light energy that was in there was so intense, and I had experienced this in times past. I was not able to see my 3 children within that room. And when I was able to see and identify that this energy was, it engulfed itself and went through me on the floor. My partner came flying into the room, helped me up, and we went in. We got the kids out of the room. We left that house. We left that property quick, fast. There's, because I'm watching the clock on this, I can't go into every single aspect of all the adventures, but I can cover that at other times. And through this process, we know we all physically left that house, all of my kids, my partner at the time. But the next day, we all woke up in our beds. We woke up in our beds. And when we woke up all at the same time, we all questioned, how did we get here? What did we just experience? What did we go through? From then on, every single time an experience occurred, I became, an analysis. I started analyzing every single situation, every conversation, every interaction with all departments of my life, from all agencies I was involved in. I stepped up and I went to the police and I laid charges against what I had experienced in my lifetime. And through that was another whole sector that started to show itself. I stepped out of the shadows and said, I'm not going to tolerate this. And I saw what the indoctrination was within this society, and I couldn't tolerate it. From going through all the different counselors, working in psychology for over 20 years, getting my degrees in psychology just basically because I wanted to know what the labels represented, what the languages were. I ended up working in phlebotomy, which was a blood nurse. I got to see the internals of how these organizations took actual care and conduct of their patients and clients. That took me into becoming a lab technician. And through there, I started asking questions. What is this about? Why am I seeing this? You don't have the qualifications for this. So I got to see the authorities and how the knowledge was guarded, it was protected, so that we couldn't ask these questions. But as soon as I stepped out of these positions, there were these entities that showed up and they showed in force. I'm naming it 216. We're going back 10, 15 years now. The place that I lived in, and this is every single property I've ever lived in, every home, every person I've ever connected with in person has had and seen some experience take place. This is what led me to believe that we were conduits. This is what led me to believe that we had the power and the abilities to be able to transform, transmute our energies, change our environment around us just by our thought patterns. I became so much more than the limited stuck states and belief systems that I was educated in. Through this process, getting to know these beings, one day I woke up and I found my room was alive with lights flashing here and there. My partner could see them, but he's he's run of the mill. Yeah, it's happening. Let's just move on. They're not manifesting. We're not having a communication. We just move on. So he went about his business. But I picked up the camera and I started documenting. And I have a hard drive, a terabyte full of both movements, living entities, helicopters coming around filming. I have orbs going up into these helicopters, coming out of helicopters. One day we're standing in the courtyard and we'd watch this whole practice of the airlines go through. When you start mapping your journeys, and this is what I'm working with at the moment, when you start mapping your journeys, you actually get to see how deep involved you were in these different dimensional realms. And they come into our realm every single day. Every single day we have the 7 C's, and they are the clears. And these different clears clear statuses, our communication ports for us. They coexist with the different forms of frequency. Each frequency is connected to the colors, connected to the rainbow. If you want to work in one particular frequency for a day and up that chakra area, that communication, that brain portal, then that's the color you're going to wear. That's the frequency you're going to listen to. That's the meditations you're going to put yourself into. It's absolute pure magic. You know, when you stay in your authentic truth, you know what's right and wrong. And, you know, I never wanted to be the one talking about love and light. But at the end of the day, I do it in total appreciation. I stay in total appreciation for all the experiences that I've encountered. I don't agree with the darker sides that I was brought into, but one of the major things I'm seeing is a lot of people who have encountered the darker sides are the teachers of the tomorrow children that are coming through now. And this is our roles. We are here to share the knowledge, the knowings, the experiences in its authentic form with those coming in now. What the experiences I've had with the greys, the shadows, the ancient ones, there's so many different beings. I had to fight forces this morning, so I haven't been able to share them with you. But in coming into contact with them, I can see that the ones that are being portrayed now are not necessarily real. They're holograms and images and, you know, provocations of your emotion. When we get into an emotional state, I mean, this is really, really huge. This goes into the biome of our physical, our organic vessel, the memories of this organic vessel. You know, we can go so deep on these different areas. Anyway, I'm going to jump on because I'm not sure how much time I've got. And I did put together a quick presentation, if that could
You
be
have
shown.
about 20 minutes. So I'm going to stand by for your presentation.
Thank you. Oh, here we go. I can slightly see it. Now, these are gathered over the last 20, 30 years. There are light beings. I have light plasma beings that were talked about the other day. They followed us around. They're very intelligent. I don't believe that they're a government base. They've come into my home. They went from a plasma sphere into beings that did no harm to me. They showed me what their capabilities were, being able to morph from a plasma sphere into two light beings. It was my own personal insight, fear, that believed that what I was seeing at the time, because when they got to the skin and came up over the face and showed me a familiar image, I panicked. I flipped out. I panicked. It was a fear. I held my frequency as long as I could to have that interaction. They're always with me. I can always hear them. They're never far away. If I want to see them, I'll just say, show yourself. And within 3 minutes, they show themselves. On from the horizon, an orange plasma sphere will come in, it will show itself, and it'll take off. We've seen, I'm not just the only one. Anybody who came over to my place got to actually see and witness for themselves these plasma beings. Back in the day, I contacted our connections to MUFON here. I'm not going to name names. I gave the information and I was pretty much told that they were Chinese lanterns. Well, these Chinese lanterns show up whenever they want to. And I'm rural. There's no Wi-Fi out here. I've tested my Wi-Fi theory that they were government drones and this sort of thing, and they didn't show. There's no Wi-Fi. They wouldn't show up if there wasn't. Well, these beings showed up. They've morphed in total daylight. They've walked across the paddocks of the farms, and I've managed to feel them go to the window with my computer, my third eye, and take photos and videos of them. To me, these beings are absolutely real. To watch them sparkle in my house and manifest into solid form, play with the curtain and disappear, with witnesses sitting there on my couch, and we've watched shadow beings walked past us out the front door, knowing that there's some form of structure there and they've used it, and to leave a shadow as they've left. Everything that's coming into play at the moment, the blue beam, the MK Ultra, the voices to skull, all of the technologies that they've got, you really must believe in your awareness. You must believe in yourself. What was it that you saw? Analyze it. Are there possibilities? Does it, I'm one of these people who I cannot sit down and watch a movie or a series because I find the cuts in the film. That woman was wearing the necklace over here 1 second, and now it's over here. The collar's changed. The hair's out of place. I'm a profiler. That's what I do. One of the things I do. I class myself as a navigator of transmutations. These are the different dimensions that we go into. I can't actually see the presentation. Are you going to bring it up?
The presentation is up, Stone.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can't see it.
Are you on StreamYard?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, it should be right there. Does everybody else see the presentation?
All right. Well,
you see it right there?
Yes.
Okay. If others can see it, my first slide. Oh, okay. I can see it in the background. Can you go back to the first slide, please? I'll go as fast as I can. So in the top left-hand corner, you have an image of two light beings. This was these plasma sphere that you can see second to bottom orange and next to the letterbox. They came in through the roof of my house and manifested into two beings. They morphed and showed me that they could change. They were shapeshifters, but they showed me no ill will or any harm in any way. It was absolutely amazing. I was given warning, a lot of warning by total strangers that turned up and told me, you've got beings coming from the sun that are going to communicate with you. When you hear that from a total stranger, you think, okay, there's my gate. Please use it. The next photo next to it is an actual photo that I held my camera to the sky and said to my flasher friend, and I call him my flasher friend because I started to communicate with these light flashes from the sky, and this has been going on for over 20 years. The photo that I got was what I believed a grey with pointy ears. I was absolutely ecstatic about it. And over the years of me spending time with this image, and then one day wanting to recreate it in pencil so others could actually see what I saw, I discovered, and this is one of the things I will enhance, is when we take a photo and we see what we see in it, you go back to it later on, I can promise you a smile because you're going to see so much more than what you did yesterday. And that's what happened here. When I looked closer into this, I found I was looking at a being looking out of a portal. He didn't have pointy ears. There were two other beings standing on each side looking out as well. So, moving on. The next picture is of one of the orbs that I get. I get these. These are orb ships. If you look into it, I've put it into negative photos. I've done all sorts of stuff. And these come in, they show themselves as big as a human-sized head. When it came in and it opened up, I watched it open up. I saw the inside. There was another layer inside where you can see is opened, and a being came out of it. It came out in what I used to call hatchlings. There are different types. You've got the ship, and when an entity comes out of it, it can come out in a solid form and travel around in a smaller ship. So what I'm looking at here is like a mothership from a dimensional form. It's come into our energy force. The one next to it is my friendly orb who lives with me and has learnt our language. And this particular occasion, it came and sat next to me onto the couch, and it gave me, my friend took a photograph because he saw it come in through the door and sit next to me, took a photo, and we were absolutely surprised to see it was an exclamation mark. Now, if you could see what else was going on within that lunch date that I was having, you would have also had an exclamation mark of what was going on. So I was thrilled to see that this entity was actually communicating with me. Later on, it was showing me that it could communicate in different colors. I had an event one day and we were sitting outside having a fire, and a friend brought a guest along. I didn't know this guest. And my orb came out to play and went round everybody. I could see it floating around. Nobody else could see it. You have to, you get attuned to the frequencies that come in. You have to allow yourself the form of acknowledgement. When you get that acknowledgement, you're going to be, it's like you're moving this whole layer. Okay, you've said, okay, I acknowledge you. I'm not going to freak out when I see you show yourself clearly. I still freak out now and then. And so when it showed itself, it came and it went around the crowd. It changed colors. It said who was safe, what emotions they were portraying through the colors it was representing. Then it went up over the van and it came back, and it was golden when it went up over the van. And it came in close to one of the members and it went bright red. It stood out. It stood out above anybody that was even in the group that night. And there is a picture further on down it. So these entities came, my friendly came in and started, this was the communication we had. The grey ET has never given me a name. This is one thing I have issues with, is I've had one or two names given to me by these entities, these beings that have come in, but it doesn't feel comfortable. It doesn't really feel right, because the majority that have come in we've never had the need for names, titles, labels, descriptions, numbers. We haven't needed that. It's just it's a knowing, it's a connection. It's a, yes, I feel safe. No, I don't. I need to build up my energies and my strengths over here. And we do, just as we build our strengths and energies and what we consume here, when we're doing dimensional work, we're no different there. We build up our abilities in those realms. We build up our knowings, our familiarities with the beings we interact with. So, okay, so now we've got me in the corner down the bottom, and this is what I call a synthetic orb. It's come in, and it's come in absolute mass, and what it's doing is gathering the energies from the ether and myself and other party members, and then it's going to manifest into another form. And this is what I've seen multiple times. The next one is a plasma sphere, pretty much what the top one turned into. So is the next one. And that is me in the corner, on the right-hand corner, with my friendly going around me. It went around 5 times, but at the time, I didn't feel comfortable showing my face. So these days are a bit different. Next slide. Okay, top hand corner. I met this person. They were wearing the purple robes. I just happened to be gifted over 20, pretty much 25, 30 years ago, a purple robe, and it's never left my side. And so I felt, when I saw this person wearing purple in an environment that was native, I went and sat next to them, automatic response. And then later on, I found that this was the religious person, this was the shaman, this was the belief person, and the communications that we had were absolutely phenomenal. And nobody knew who this person was. They just turned up out of the blue. And I was getting a cup of tea for a guest outside. I turned around and I saw this light energy walking across the field. How come I could see this and nobody else could? I grabbed my third eye and I took a photo. So in the background, you can see the image of a person walking past. The next one is a blue light bulb. Now, it was clear, and this was right before I have what most would label a night terror. I see as accessing dimensions. I get messages, like I get different beings, different spheres, orbs coming through the wall, letting me know, knockings on the wall, playing with the electricity, anything that they can do to get my attention, they get my attention. Well, this particular day, I went to turn the light bulb on. I saw a blue orb come through the wall. It went up towards the roof. At that motion of switching the light on, I caught the orb within I trapped it. I feel very, very strongly that I trapped it within this thing, this light bulb. And the filament, I went and had the filaments tested and stuff, and they said they haven't seen that amount of filament inside a light bulb. There are possibilities that light bulbs at a certain time can change blue, but they don't hold the filaments that are inside them. So that was fantastic. The next one, I went on an orb hunt one night, and I went to do a reading for this young lady, and this light kept showing up. Everywhere I went, it kept showing up. And later on, I discovered through the messages, through the information it gave me, and through the party members, that it was a twin of this lady that had called me in, and there was a message that was passed on. The next one, you can see a gentleman standing there at a gravestone, headstone, whatever you call it, with a top hat. He's got a long ginger beard. He's got a nice white collar. He's got a vest and a long coat. And you can even see where his pants separate. Now, I wasn't particularly taking a photo of this, but I was taking a photo of a different grave, and it showed up. After he presented himself, and I went to the headstone and got the information, I was absolutely amazed, because I started going through my photographs and found other entities showing up. The next one was when I first lost my son. 2 weeks later, I had an encounter with the white light and the grey beings. Now, at the time, I wasn't awake to the grey beings. I was awake to the light energy force that came down and presented itself as Jesus and my son, who had passed on. And within the second encounter, I realized that what I was looking at wasn't the portrayal of my son and Jesus. And I broke the spell casting and was able to see them for the energy that they truly were. And it was a tall grey and a short grey. And that disturbed their frequency for the rest of till now. Now they can't hold that frequency of another image or illusion very long with me. I see through it. The next one is of one of the shadow beings, shadow orbs that come in. Now, when it comes to the shadow beings that come in, I feel very strongly that when we are in their dimension, they see us as a light energy form. And so they chase us as we chase our orbs, as we chase our plasma beings. And I can see them clearly as they appear to be men in black chasing me. When I came back into our reality, one of these men in black was so close behind me, they stepped in at the same time. When they stepped through and I was able to turn around and see them, they appeared to be a shadow being. When they realized what I had realized, they dissipated. So I don't quite know how that part works, but I know that when I was in their realm, they were fully solid form like what we are here. And when they stepped into our realm, they became a shadow being of energy. So it's light playing a frequency there. The next one is whom I call the Ancient One. And the message I got from her was, I am not a Naga and I am not a mermaid. I'm an Ancient One. And what you call water was a form of ether for me at one time. And she is one of the guardians that came in. I have many guardians. I have two of my favorites as her and an Aboriginal elder who came in, and the Indian chief that came, Indian medicine man who came in. And we were having a discussion yesterday about earth seeds. My take on earth seeds through the guardian that came in, and one of the journeys I had was named Snake Valley, and the interactions with a young Aboriginal or original from Western Australia, Marble Bar, was on walkabout. I ended up living with his village people for a few weeks to a month. And the spiritual realms that I went into, I've never forgotten. They're with me 24/7. It's something you never let go. Moving on to the next one is me at a function. There's no electricity. And a mutual friend, took a photograph and got a male's face wearing glasses and a goatee. Now, my partner at the time had lost a friend, and looking at the photo of his friend and looking at the image that was at that function, they're the same person. So that showed me that I was a conduit. I was a channeler. I grew up having the clears. I was able to predict accidents when they happened. I worked with the New Zealand Police for a little while. I worked with some of my abilities allowed me to find bodies that had been murdered and displaced. So I was doing the whole works throughout my teenage days. The next photo is, you can see the black headstone in the background. Well, that only existed for a while and then it dissipated. It was broken, it was smashed up, it was removed. So when I took the photo, it was not there in my visuals, but it showed up in the photo later. After seeing that, it was a frequency that resonated with me. And then when I took photos, I could see this type of frequency. So energy forms that existed in another time frame that don't exist in our time frame. When I took the photo, I could still see. So that just became a normality. The next picture, you can see a bright blue at the bottom of the table there. This was a day that I called Sparkles. This is when I felt like I was at an end of a rainbow and all these beings came in and they manifested over near the shield in the background. Next slide. I'm going fast here. Okay. Oopsie.
Just a heads up. So we're at time right now. Well, we can give you a few
All right.
more minutes. And I know you have a lot of slides, so I'm just letting you know.
All right. Okay. The one in the corner is my friendly golden orb. You can see through the photos there. I've got faces in them. I have got different beings that have showed up, jumped off my hand. Next photo. All right, these are some of the different encounters I've had. I've got 2 dragons. I call them dog dragons. They raised up out of the ground, and they each encounter I've had, there has been some form of lesson or information that they have brought forward, instructing me not to fear. There is no fear. Okay, fear is false illusion appearing real. And when you can turn around, your fear plays a factor, but when you can master your emotions, you get them in line, like you can get your ego in line. You learn, you discover what self-awareness is, self-appreciation, free will, then everything changes, the resonance changes. So we'll jump on. We'll just flick through the photos so that you can see them. There's a shadow being. There's a parasitical entity. I've pinched that one off the internet with the shadow being. I've seen these beings. I've encountered these beings. Here are some of the sketches that I've done. Yeah, don't laugh at my artwork. I'm still learning. But these are some of the encounters I've had with the greys and the reptilians. Jump on. Now, this is a video we don't have time for today, but if you go to my Rumble account, you will find a couple of videos there of these plasmaspheres moving around in my backyard. This is another clip of them inside the house, outside the house, and in the air moving towards us. Next. These are the beings as they started to get to know us and we got to know them. They came down lower and lower. And they revealed more information. And then you get the one in the daytime in the paddock. From where I'm sitting right now, I'm looking out the window. Next. These are the beings as it came through the roof and it morphed into 2 beings, and then it remorphed into 1 and then took on a human form. Next. These are my friendly and another type. These are a portal type. So anywhere I go, these guys will show up. They'll show up different colors. The colors represent the different feeling states of a person, whether they're dangerous or not, whether I should approach them or not. This is another property I've had. If you have a look at the helmet down the bottom, center bottom, you can see quite a solid mass inside that orb. That is about to hatch out. This is what I'm talking about, the mothership. And then it hatches out once it's gained enough energy and morphs out. Woof, we're going pretty fast. So anyway, there you go. It's pretty self-explanatory. And this one here is I'm mapping the movement of one living entity orb. All right. I have hundreds of photos like this. I get up to 7 to 8 frames, movements in one frame. Next. They go through the walls. They mimic what they see. They mimic the colors that you're wearing. They will analyze whether somebody is well, what they need. They let me know what a person needs. And because I'm an alchemist, it's plant-based. Here's some of the other beings that have morphed, hatched, and appeared in front of me. We get on to the ships that have showed up. These are around me. Everywhere I go, I can pretty much look up, call them in, and they're there. From spheres to cigar to triangle. My first one was a triangle in the bottom corner there. That was my very first realization. The second one was the angel statue when they came in close, and then it just carried on from there. Cloud communication. They communicate within the clouds. There's no AI generation going on here, guys. This is 100% me holding the camera towards the sky and getting the messages that I do. And you can find me every Wednesday, your Wednesday, Australia and New Zealand time on Thursday at these locations. There you go. Super fast.
Stone, thank you so much for sharing everything that you shared. So many of the comments reflected the fact that you are giving people the understanding that all of this is part of learning and the development and the growth of their soul and their spirit, and not to be afraid. Thank you so much. That was precious. Thank you.
Yeah, there's no point in being afraid of it. It's, there's all our abilities, all our senses, everything we do is a form of communication. When you get to know who you are, you start taking responsibility for your actions, what your footprint is, what your imprint is, what you're leaving behind. And you discover that you don't need to eat as much. You start taking care of planting your own foods. You're communicating with your foods. You communicate with your food. You communicate with yourself through positive affirmations, spell casting. This is absolutely amazing. There's nothing you can't cure yourself, because coming in, we were given the awareness to all the questions we could ever ask. So believe in your higher self, because that's who you truly are. I can be found anytime, most places, and yes, I would have been here sooner, but my computer and the powers that be decided that this is not what they wanted me to show. So, I still made it.
Thank you, Stone. And her website is stonehobbit.com.
Thank you, everybody.
Beautiful. That was great. Amazing images. And we're going to go straight into Sandra now. We are running a little bit behind schedule. Alan, are you with us? Alan, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, cool.
Yes.
All right, it's all yours.
Okay, thank you, Stone. I'm very happy to be introducing Sandra Walter, who is a leader in the field of Ascension and has really devoted her life to moving the evolution of consciousness and human connection to the infinite, to a more aware understanding of that relationship and who we are. That just came to me. Does that sound right? Sandra, how are you?
Wonderful. Thank you, brother. It's so lovely to connect with you. We have to stop doing this just annually and actually see each other and create some content together.
I am going to be in Sedona in February, so I will look you up.
I'm going to be in Shasta. Okay.
All right.
Sorry,
We'll work it out. How about March? Then March or something.
March, I'm in Shasta, but come up to the mountain. Gosh.
Okay, we'll do that. But I'm so happy you're here, and I'm so happy you keep evolving your perspective and opening more people, especially at this time, 2024. This is a magic moment that has not happened before. Are you feeling it?
Correct. It's completely different.
Yeah.
Completely different. It started shifting in December for me, and now I'm like, Oh my goodness. And so many of us that are attuned to our own presence or to the field right now, just feeling the beauty of what unity consciousness is actually going to express as through us this year. So it's very exciting. It's
So what
an exciting time.
what are you actually, I mean, I know you have a whole talk to give, but I'm just curious, what are you actually feeling in your body and what is totally different in your perception?
I think we talked about this last year, but the presence activations have been coming in where all of a sudden you're connected to the I am presence, which is, one of the old mastery teachings. All of a sudden it came in. It's taken me 2 years to get this far to actually integrate it where I wasn't, where I didn't feel so spacey and expanded. So I went through that. Now I am feeling kind of the cosmic consciousness or this star presence, which is what I'm going to talk about today, coming in, where you feel the direct energy of these cosmic frequencies, cosmic levels of consciousness, actual star consciousness as part of this solar cosmic Christed ascension that we go through. And it's profound, but instead of having to attune to this dimension, this density, that being, or whatever, it's all completely unified. So you're kind of getting a lot of information at the same time. But I have to say the strongest thing is the heart energy. Your heart actually gets recalibrated. I'm aware of it at the same time that it's happening, but it kind of auto corrects your realities, which is astonishing. So I feel that. Go ahead.
No, you were going to say something. You feel that what? And
just because it's so widespread, the folks that I co-create with and teach, just because it's been such a widespread activation, that in itself tells me, okay, a new energy can actually be held in the body, in the collective, not a one-off as it was in the past, but now as a collective. And
that's what I was going to say. It seems embodied in you, your physicality, the difference, you're grounded in the energies, like as opposed to like being spaced out by it. You are anchoring them into the 3D, 4D, 5D physicality that we're moving into.
Right, which is the point for all of us to be conduits of this energy, of this transformation. But I have to say, the unity expression is beautiful. It's really beautiful.
Yeah. Isn't that the, I lost you. Isn't that the, can you hear me? Isn't that the point of ascension is first to collect the energies and then you bring them home embodied and then it ignites the cellular structures to activate the biophotonic elements?
Precisely. Hey, you want to stay on and I can tighten up the whole show right now and we can walk through my notes and talk about it at the same time if you like. I mean, I
can stay on for some of that. I mean, I'm actually at another physical conference. But anyway, no, I'm happy to stay on. No, but please go ahead. You have a whole presentation. And if I feel something, I'll jump in.
Sure. Well, what I wanted to talk about today, and this is in relation to the contact conversation, because if everyone's noticed, wow, there's a lot of amplification of all this UFO talk presenting right now in the external, as well as the conversation of people continuing to desire landings and other energies coming into the planet. Rather, I have to say, from this presence perspective, you get a much broader understanding of what unity consciousness actually is, why those narratives are coming to the surface right now. You start to see the parallel realities and which narratives kind of come up to be released at the same time. So what I presented this at my convergence last year, and it was beautiful because it gave people a sense of their own journey as well as the collective journey of ascension. So if Gaia is going to turn into a star and become a solar intelligence, a more crystalline beingness, everyone on our surface then has to transform. So it's already created in the higher realms. So the light-based divine human becomes our quest, our transformation. So all of us that have been pulling all this light and creating the crystalline structures and the recalibration of the heart and the recalibration of our fields, so you can hold and hold and hold more love, light, intelligence in the form, because our purpose is not to depart. It's to actually bring in so much more light intelligence, so much of your own true self, pure source consciousness into the form, that it actually infuses these realities with a completely different harmonic, and it just changes the realities for everyone here.
Right. Well, if the earth is becoming a star, then these earth bodies, as we increase our awareness and vibratory alignment with the body itself, will also emerge as star beings, as stars.
Yeah. And when you make it an active process, I have been a conduit for the solar consciousness since 2013, where they were consistently giving us, I'm a Stargate keeper, so consistently giving date passages and influx passages, and they have been dead on for years now, just laying out the whole year and all these dates and everything. And I was like, all right, I guess we'll just go with this. But I was very curious, how do you do that? How do you connect with me to tell me what's happening at galactic center, or a different constellation, or what's going to come through Solaris, our sun? And what was provided was, okay, you're actually going to become the presence of star consciousness. In the old days, it was called light conception. So in the light conception process, you would have these star beings that were kind of untouched by denser energies, and they would come in a pure way without intercourse. They would be birthed into the pure mother vessel, coming in with a pure feminine mitochondrial DNA, et cetera, but birthing this star consciousness in form. Now, as a collective going through unity consciousness, we are now being a light conception vessel for new light, for new energies, for that star presence, for that star energies. And when we talk about star beings, we're not talking about the Arcturians, the Lyrans, the Pleiadians any longer. We're talking about an actual presence that is expressing itself as stars that help us out throughout this journey. So we create the logos within ourselves. The heart changes, it becomes the center of this beautiful crystalline DNA structure, et cetera, so that we can become conduits of this photonic plasma, this mother plasma that's coming in right now, that goes right through us, right through Gaia, and actually changes the realities. It makes the old realities and old narratives fade away, which is where all the stories of old self going away and new self and new earth and everything come from. It's actually an alchemical process that brings these star energies right through the form to change the realities. And I love it.
We're talking about plasma physics of the higher energetic morphogenetic field of the humans as they access more of the light essence. So the physicality has to change in order to have receptor sites to, I'm at this conference with Bruce Lipton, he talks about receptor sites. So we need the greater light receptor sites in order to pull the light into the body and the plasma fields that will morph these forms into light beings, into star beings.
It's our responsibility to create the conditions for something new. So literal crystalline structures within the body, literal transformation of the heart into a crystalline stargate, a prism shift within your own perception that happens, which is quite beautiful. We talk about plasma and plasma harmonics. It's literally creating the structure so something new can come through. And I'm very interested in how it's changing right now, because some of us that are able to not just receive and transmit that, but actually hold it in the form, it's really affecting the reality. So you become a conduit of this presence, as well as being able to qualify your light emanations, qualify your thoughts and your deeds and your feelings and your emotions, so that you're in a constant awareness of being in alignment with divine perfection, the proper use of life force. And it comes right through stillness and 0 point is probably one of the strongest tools for this, right?
Well, I'll let you go, but what comes up for me as you're talking, it's like the new light is coming through the plutonic field into the Aquarian holder, you know, so it's that
Precisely.
activate, right? So, but
Yeah.
let's I'll either see you in Sedona or Shasta, and we'll form
Okay.
and we'll create new material to, you know,
That'll be
map.
lovely.
Yes, thank you so much for being
Wonderful.
here, and I always appreciate you. And
Love
we'll
you so
talk
much, brother. Thank you.
sweetheart.
All right, loves. I am going to. We're going to go into, since we have. I'm gonna do 15 minutes now. So everyone, hearts up. We are catching up with the conference. All right. Light conception is a legacy activation for a method of bringing in that star energy or that cosmic Christed energy into form. In the past, as I said earlier, it was, we actually created physical beings. We were bringing masters and bringing these star family into form. Now, everything has changed. Everything has changed. Now, as a collective, and just to note here, just pay attention to those who can right now. Willing hearts are moving a lot faster through this process right now. And you're actually learning how to co-create in unity consciousness in a much purer way right now. So if you can not worry too much about the people who aren't awake, just let it be, right? They'll have their moment. But right now, make this your moment. We're birthing this presence in form. I want to go through this little exercise, a little practice here, and just connect you, hold the field for the stars that are in service, just a few of them, because we can't go through all of them during this time. But I just want you to be able to feel stars that are in service. I'm not talking about star family or beings that present as we are from this star. I want you to tap in with the pure consciousness of these stars that are in service to the organic ascension. I'm going to use my light signature, just hold up and hold that crystalline field, that infinite Christ field. So take a moment. Let's just all do this together. It is so much more powerful when we do this together. So everyone, take command of your journey in this now. Drop the mind into the heart. Let's just take a breath there. And just feel, maybe put your hands on your full chest. Take a breath there. And just open up to the infinite crystalline stargate of your own heart. Just let it open. Let all the external narratives fade into non-existence. You are that creator being having an experience in this body. So tap into your own local universe right now. Just take a nice calming breath. Maybe use the Aum, A-U-M. That's source as self tone. Just take a tone right there. Take a breath. And tone right through the heart. Just feel it. All of us are just sound creating this light. Just tap into that. And from this crystalline stargate of the heart, just open up your field, open up your ascension column, and just feel for a moment yourself unified with these beloved stars that we're going to walk through. First one we want to connect with, of course, Gaia, right? Beloved Gaia Sophia. Just tap into her crystalline core, tap into that consciousness that is already in that ascended state. It's already created in the higher realms. Just connect with her, heart to heart, 0 point to 0 point. Feel that source spark within her. Feel the source spark within you connecting. Just breathe and let it open up. Pure source, love, light, intelligence, positive greeting, open up. Just feeling the divine presence, letting any stories or narratives go from the past. Be in the absolute 0 point in this now moment. Be here now. Take a breath. Let's tone together. Just feeling yourself and the presence of Gaia connected in this now. No separation. Beautiful. As one, becoming Gaia, becoming that star presence. Let's expand now. Let's go visit one of our neighbors, beloved Venus, holding the energies of beauty, holding the presence of the Hathors, ascended masters. Feel that beauty, that elegance. Do you feel how that star in service is expressing her consciousness, her solar consciousness, all in divine service, yourself in divine service, Gaia in divine service, Venus in divine service to the pure and true organic ascension, gratitude, peace, harmony, blessings. Beautiful. Now let's go to our local star, beloved Solaris, holding the templates of the solar cosmic Christ, the Logos, keys to your ascension. You are literally shining part of your soul through Solaris in order to project into these realms. Connect with that star in service right now. No separation. Solaris in service. Yourself in service. Connect, expand, tap in to that solar consciousness. Has a lot of information. Don't worry about the trajectory. Just be here now. Gratitude, divine love, divine will, divine presence. Let's tone as one, calling in that stronger connection with Solaris. Take a breath. Holding that field, and now expand out. Allow your heart center to expand now, becoming Solaris. Do you feel that presence? Do you feel that service to the organic ascension? Forget about all the old stories and feel the through line, the presence, the purity there for ascension. Beautiful. Let's expand out. We're going to visit Sirius now. Now, Sirius has divine purpose. All the past stories are now resolved. Tune into what is now. A projector, an instrument, a stargate for the frequencies of divine love. The Sirius system has been that for a long, long time. Tap into the radiance of divine love. Feel it. Flow it through your own heart center. Don't be afraid of it. This is you coming into your divine presence. Use that star presence. Use those energies. You felt it. You've gazed at Sirius and seen her flashing at you. Feel that frequency of divine love. Now, if you're capable of holding that, feel it emanating through your heart center, emanating out to all these realms, right? Through Solaris, through all the planetary consciousness, out through divine humanity. Let's anchor it with a tone. Take a breath. Radiating out through the field, connecting, no separation. Beautiful. Another key player, Ursa Major, Big Bear. Big Dipper. Feel the frequency of divine will coming through those stars in service. You've probably felt it along your journey. In this now, connect with it. Another aspect of divine service, another aspect of our ascension. Consistently in service, emanating divine will. Connect, align, feel the blessings of divine will now emanating through the heart, out through DNA fields, all of these realms. Feel that role of holding unshakable divine will. Beautiful. Let's anchor it into these realms. Take a breath. Holding that vibration in the field now. Let's visit the Pleiades, emanating creativity, joy, innocence, and a lot of templates and energy for the divine human. Feel that star presence. Feel that divine purpose, mission, service. It may align with your own as an emanator, a radiator of that creativity, of that joy, of that innocence, of the crystalline human. Let it emanate out through your heart and out through these realms. Let's take a breath together. And tone. Out into the field. Playfulness, joyfulness. Beautiful. Let's visit another star in service. Beloved Arcturus. Not the Arcturians, the actual star. Feel the emanation. Arcturus holds a unique field for healing, emotional healing, and wisdom of healing modalities, of the way to transmute form and old emotions and the past into the present and into the future. Emanations of unity healing, healing through unity consciousness. Feel that divine service. Not the beings, feel the star, holding that stargate open for that divine flow. Let it flow through your heart, and let's emanate that healing wisdom through all of these realms. Take a breath. Beautiful. Beautiful. Let's jump to Galactic Center now. Feeling that main gateway into this galaxy, main entry point. If you're a Stargate keeper, you connect with there often, but you feel the divine, unwavering service to the pure and true organic ascension. Feel that. Feel all the changes emanating through that, connecting us to other realms, other Stargates, other realities. Feel it coming right through your heart center, right through all of these realms. Take a breath. Emanating that new light, all the frequencies and harmonics needed for the pure and true ascension. Holding that container, holding that service, holding that unwavering dedication to the organic ascension. Let's expand now. Let's go to the Paradise Sun. This is a Trinity gateway where the signature of the Logos is held. Beyond the galactic, expand out. And you might feel that trinitized beingness there. That's where that template is held, a gateway, a way to have the ascension frequencies come into these realities. The Trinity, Divine Cosmic Mother, Heavenly Father, Paradise Sons. Here we go. Connect with it. Feel the heart connection all the way through all those stargates, layer upon layer, coming through in through the heart center. Activating that trinitized beingness, opening the gateways to you as a conductor of those frequencies, a conduit of pure source love, light, intelligence, the infinite Christ. Anchoring it into these realities, take a breath. Beautiful. All right. Expanding now into the grand central sun, the major stargate, the grand central sun. That is the holder of all the frequencies that flow into all of those stargates that we just went through. Feel that presence, huge, vast, in service, in divine perfection, holding all of that energy for our pure and true organic ascension. Feel that gateway to source consciousness. Beautiful. Connecting now through 0 point. Take a breath and tone. Beautiful. Now open to pure source love light intelligence. The center of the center of the center in the 0 point of your heart that encompasses all of these levels of star presence, all of that consciousness. Just breathe there. Feel it. Feel yourself connected to all of that consciousness and allow those stargate flows to bring that star presence right through your own beingness, right through the heart, allowing it to recalibrate, fully reconnected to source, infinite creator in this now moment. Hold, focus, purity, divinity. Take a breath and tone. Beautiful. I'll come back into waking awareness. Open your eyes. And you might feel some recalibration in the heart depending on your consciousness. But just be aware that all of these stargates, all of these stars in service to the organic ascension are available to you in each moment. They are us. We are them. It is pure unity consciousness that we are moving into during this phase of our ascension. So rather than being hyper concerned about, you're going to get a bigger perspective. Rather than being concerned about this being or that presence, allow yourself to expand into that pure unity consciousness and that pure star presence so that your perspective can open up to all that you are, to all that is happening here, and to transmute any of the density or the flotsam of the past so you can come fully into 0 point instantly and effortlessly. So with practice, it goes on autopilot. Your I am presence will reconnect with you, and you will feel yourself as part of that beautiful constellation of stargates that are in service to this organic ascension in this now moment. Thank you, beloveds. It has been an absolute honor to connect with you in this now moment. If everyone is ready backstage to move on, I'm not sure who the next MC is, but we are ready to move on, or I can keep rolling if you like. Oh, there's Michelle. Beautiful. Thank you, everyone.
I am so lit up and so grateful to you for the way that you unite us and remind us of how this is done. You're so amazing, and I can't even express enough how the way that you use words and language and how that translates in my body to feelings and how all of us here in this container, we've been talking a lot about creating this container of divine love. And Sandra, I am just blown away by the way that you brought us all into that space and in service to the organic ascension. Thank you.
It's such an honor, sister. Thank you so much. I just want everyone to be really aware that it's our presence that's doing this. Yes, I'm very seasoned in opening gateways and holding that field in a pristine way, but it's all of us, right? It's all of us. Just that little bit of focus. Unity consciousness is so amplified right now.
And
Just
you
that
remind us. I think that we're so ready to be reminded of how to do it and how important it is to keep that pure frequency, to go back to 0 point. I really appreciated what you said about it's our responsibility.
It is. It is. And it
we
takes
were gifted. We were gifted this human vessel to be on this beautiful jewel of a planet. And our gratitude, I feel we're being tasked to come into our gratitude for being in this vessel at this time, and that we do have a responsibility to Gaia herself and to others, ourself and others, to use our energy wisely, our words wisely. And thank you for the reminder, and thank you for putting it into practice.
Oh, thank you, sister. Yeah, it's just such a beautiful phase to actually actualize and physicalize that presence right now. It takes very little effort. Everyone just practice, get together. Beautiful. Thank you, sister.
Sandra, hi, I'm Tamara. I am just really, I just feel so at peace after that guided meditation or spiritual exercise. I just feel at peace. I feel at one with everything. It was just peace is underrated. It's nice to have that core of peace, because when you're in a state of peace, you're in that moment of joy. So, and I think that's something that we can all have joy and bliss, but we have to be responsible to do that. And also the connection you mentioned about you're really feeling the the divine, the celestial realms, the star, our star family, really feeling it draw close. And I think that's amplified by a lot of people here today. And they're getting the same, which is very validating, that we're all getting similar support and messages. And I've gotten timelines of things that are going to happen. And I've been told that just observe that the things of the old will pass away. And then I got a visual of me in a little boat in a stream. And I'm seeing things going on, wars or whatever, or confusion over in the side. And I'm just going down my little boat, observing, and then holding space for everybody else, because we're removing things are going to go away, but things are going to happen. And so I feel like that because of that, we're getting more support. I think it's time for us, especially this next year or two, to really own who we are and why we're here. And I think you really zoned in on that.
Beautiful. Thank you, sister. Yeah, all of us holding a big container, all of us, for this unity consciousness to really step forward. And it's quite beautiful. Thank you, everyone. I love you so much. Oh, you can find me at ascensionpath.com if anyone wants to get on my email list.
and you do these, you gather people together, not only in person, but you also do something every Sunday, correct?
Yes, 8 years now. 8 years of weekly Sunday unity meditations, 3 times each Sunday, 5, 8, and 11 a.m. Pacific time. We've been doing it for 8 years. This is how you practice without being online. We feel each other. We see each other. We do grid work together. We see the gateways together. It's beautiful. Just step into that field anytime, beloveds. All you have to do is meditate for 30 minutes at those hours. Go to my website, sign up for the light letter. I'll tell you all about it. Between
Wonderful.
that, presence events this year, we have a whole presence collective. There's a lot going on, but it's really fine-tuning our ascension at this time. Yeah.
Thank you for being of service. I mean, that's a dedication, 8 years and 3 times a day, just to be able to gently, and you have a gentleness about you, a gentle, and people need that. Okay. That gentle, it's okay. That very, we were talking earlier about the masculine and the feminine, but this, you have such a nurturing, feminine, gentle way to guide people on their path. And sometimes that's all people need. They just need a little gentle direction. And I wanted to ask you about the I Am. I'm a big fan of the I Am series. I've gotten so, I don't know how else to say it, high. I mean, just high on the most high. I mean, I couldn't even get back in my body. I don't know where I was. I mean, it was some wild, crazy stuff, but the I Am is some divine, powerful information. Have you I want to hear, do you do this as well? Have you done the I Am series and the meditations, and what do you feel about it?
I actually, part of my journey, I lived in the wilderness on Mount Shasta for 7 years. It was a very bizarre part of my journey.
My level went way up.
I was outside for 8 months out of the year, living on and around Mount Shasta and the Sierra Nevada wilderness, learning how to be a gatekeeper, but also, of course, interacting with these teachings I had never heard of. And Shasta is the hub where those actually came in. The books actually started there back in the 30s, if you can believe that. So I'm very familiar with that material. It has refined over the years. Oh, did we lose everyone?
No, we're here.
Too high of a frequency?
Yeah.
Let's see if everyone's recalibrating.
Can you hear us? We're here. Hi.
We're here. Can you see us? Hear us?
Okay, it's just her thing. She's going in and out. She'll come back and pop back.
That happened to me yesterday. My whole computer, I forget who was speaking, but my whole computer just completely shut down and I had to reboot. And I was like, wow, well, isn't that interesting right now?
Well, it's funny because, we have technology, it happens when you're alive, things happen. But at the same time, we have all these high frequencies. We're bound to have some computer issues. I mean, that's just going to happen.
Sandra, that was really cute.
My heart is like,
that was totally modeling what we're talking about. Okay?
Never talk about Mount Shasta.
Exactly.
It's going to happen again when you talk about this high frequency. It's like they're saying, we're listening, we're here supporting you.
I know. So everyone read your green books, start with read Unveiled Mysteries. I know it's like almost 100 years old, but read it, gosh, all the things that people are discovering out in the Sahara and everything, it's all talked about back in the 30s. So
you're right. And when you have these ancient mystery teachings, sometimes they get lost. And I'm always looking for the esoteric stuff, like the Brotherhood of the White Light. It's not about brotherhood, but that's channeled too. And then the Saint Germain I Am series, you read it and it looks like, okay. But if you lay there and meditate, it takes you beyond what was imaginable, and it puts you in this state.
Yeah, and it's pure too. I came in without knowing anything about that when I went to Mount Shasta, and I wasn't allowed to read anything until a couple of years into my stay there. So everything that was being downloaded, I picked up the books.
So
and they were like, here you go.
When I got the call to go to Mount Shasta, I had to Google where it was. And I was supposed to take a group in 2008 during WESOC, and I was typing in WESOCK. Never heard of the term WESOC before. And I'm like, take a group to Mount Shasta for WESOC. Where is Mount Shasta? And what is this about? And so who's talking to me? Like I can still remember when Mount Shasta calls you, you show up.
Yeah.
You go. And whew, boy, what a wild ride.
So you went and had a big group. Did you have a group go with you?
it was such a crazy experience. I heard somebody talking about Mount Shasta and having a group there when I was at a Orbs conference in 2008 in Palm Springs, and James Gilliland was one of the speakers, and he heard me ask the lady in front of me, "You've been to Mount Shasta? What was it like? And how did you take a group?" This is before Facebook. I wasn't on Facebook. I didn't have a following. I'm sitting here, doing my own little, being a housewife, right? Raising my child. And it just popped in. And when I got up to talk with James, he said, "You know who's talking to you, right? I overheard you." And I said, "Who?" And he said, "That's God talking. You should listen and go." And he said, "I'm the keynote speaker at the WESOC conference," which was like a month or two later, maybe 3 months later. And he helped me by putting me on his radio show. And a few people came through that way, but I just sent out one email that next thing I know, I had like 18 people go with me. And
Really?
I don't even know how it happened. It just, that's when you're just following the guidance, following the yes. But I thought people wanted to go to the actual WESOC conference. So I bought tickets to the conference. And the people that came were like, "We didn't come to go to that conference. We came to be with you on the mountain." And I'm like, "Why?" And it was very magical. And I've since been many, many times and taken a lot of people there at different times.
Don't you think that that certain places call to people? Because I was called to, I have 3 months in a row, I was woken up and talked to, and it was nice, friendly, but it was kind of like, it became like an order. It was like, you need to go to you need to go to the place where the Red Rock is. And I said, "Red Rock." I said, "I'm thinking that must be someplace in Arizona." And then I said, "Go where the bell is." I said, it's like a bell curve. So I ended up staying in my husband and I rented we were literally behind Bell Rock, and the closest you could get to a home. And it was like, it was a nice area, but it was quiet, and it was just perfect because it felt so good. And I had a lot of mystical experiences. But do you think that Mount Shasta, that because the ancient Lemurians were there, basically our history is there, as well as aren't the Argathians? Aren't they living in the middle? Aren't they still living underneath?
You can access a lot of different civilizations and levels of consciousness from Shasta. She's one of the predominant stargates on the planet.
When are you going to be there again?
I'm going to be there in February and March.
Oh, good. Can you have visitors? Can we come visit you?
Yes.
Tell us your website again, and can people find out about are you doing a retreat?
Yeah, well, I live in Sedona, right, currently. Actually just a stone's throw from Bell Rock. So I say hello to her every morning. It's lovely.
Oh, that's great. That's great.
Beautiful place, beautiful energy. My work lives at Ascension Path, PATH.com. Sign up for the light letter and I'll tell you all about. We're having 8 online events this year, 1 live, and probably a lot of beautiful things thrown in between, because it's just such a year for unity. So you want to make sure you sign up for the light letter so you get all that stuff. Yeah.
Thank you.
I put it in the chat.
And I wanted to ask you, do you prefer to be called Sandra or Sandra?
It is Sandra.
Oh, I am so sorry. I'm from the South, so I just, we do things with vowels other people don't do. So I apologize. So it's Sandra, not Sandra.
Yeah,
Sandra.
Oh my gosh, these vowels really messes up here. Okay, Sandra. Okay, I can do that.
Caroline Corey. I had Caroline Corey on Awakening Code Radio, and I had heard her on another interview, and the person kept calling her Carolyn, Carolyn, Carolyn. And at the end, I said, it's spelled Caroline, but yet people call you Caroline. She goes, yeah, it's Caroline. And I was like, you let me call you Carolyn the whole time we were on air.
Yeah.
But You know,
Try not
I
to
just
identify
want
too
to
much.
I want to honor you so much, Sandra.
Oh, thank you.
I feel like this is what you said, the year for unity. And I appreciate your authenticity. That's my
Oh,
word for
yes.
this year is authenticity, because I do feel the need to up our discernment muscle when it comes to a lot of people coming online and sharing information. And I really appreciate the purity that you bring forward through your vessel and the way that my energy senses your love for the human race, your love for our galactic, origins. And it makes me cry right now just thinking about how I feel you. So just thank you. And Ellen, you're back.
I'm back, and I just wanted to say thank you, Sandra, for a lifetime of dedication, but also your own process of awakening is so important, because your own being is what becomes a kind of inspiration for others. So thank you.
Yeah.
You're so welcome. Thank you, everyone. It's been lovely connecting with you this day. I will let you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Definitely want to keep that replay around to redo, that meditation that she brought us in. And I love what you said, Tamara. Is it Tamara? Tamara.
It's Tamara.
Tamara.
Okay. So my little girl name is Tammy. Okay. So that kind of helps. So it's a Tamara. That's actually my formal name. It's actually my name. That was a nickname, which I don't like. I don't use anymore. I was just a little kid, but Tamara.
I like the ending with the ra. It brings me to the fun and your essence. I just really have enjoyed getting to know you.
Oh, you too. You're so sweet and observant, and I've enjoyed Victor too. I can't get enough of Victor's stories. I can just hear his stories all day long, and the poetry between him and Neil, and then Alan. He's just, he's got a wealth of information. So it's been I think so much fun.
I just love the way that we're all together. I love everything that people are putting in the chats and how we're just really continuing the weaving of this really important energy that we're bringing forward through this container. Such an important event. What did Joan said? This isn't a webinar. This is an event.
It's a retreat.
It's a retreat.
It's
true.
A couple of years ago, it came to me to start making all these conferences very ceremonial. And so it's really like a ceremony. It's an initiation, setting the intention, doing all the healing work, bringing things to the surface, expressing how we feel, and that's what a conference really should be, right? It's not just you receiving information, then you walk out. It's us having an interactive experience with each other. Maybe if you're going to a business conference or a marketing conference, it's different. But when you go into a conference like this, that's literally about shifting the paradigm. It becomes more than just an event.
It's a family reunion.
It is. And Neil, I so honor and appreciate the way that you consciously collaborate with others. And I don't know, we haven't even talked about whether or not you're coming to Disclosure Fest, the mass meditation in Los Angeles this year, but June 21st through 23rd, we've made it a festival this year at Castaic Lake. And the theme is women and water. So we have Rising Appalachia, and we have Deodova, and we have Porangui and Mose, and it's stepping into a new way of doing this blending conference with festival. No drugs, no alcohol, vegan, art, community. And that we love whenever you collaborate with Disclosure Fest. We missed you in November in Vegas.
I'm moving to the Southeast Asia till September, so I won't be able to come to it this year. But next year,
the Southeast. My area.
Oh, that's right. You said Vietnam. You would be in Vietnam.
Southeast Asia.
Oh, okay. Wow, that's okay. I didn't get that. How long are you going to be there?
From March until September. And then,
Wow.
so then we go into the Glastonbury conference. So I'll be there. We'll do the Lemurian conference off the coast of what used to be maybe Lemuria. And then I fly to England and we do the Glastonbury conference.
And the Lemurian conference is an online conference, and the Glastonbury is an in-person, correct?
Exactly, yep.
Really excited. I'm really excited for this Lemurian
I know.
event.
Oh, it's been on my to-do list for 3 years, waiting to get to the point to do it. We have 20 speakers. Okay, so it's really fully encompassing, from archaeological evidence to metaphysical to channeling to past life regressionness. So I feel it's a really full circle awareness in regards to Lemuria.
I hope I get to be a part of it.
Yeah. Well, do you want to MC with us?
I absolutely do.
All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Yeah.
Yeah. What's the date?
I have to tell you. Oh, it's in
July.
July
July.
24th, I think. July 24th. Tamara is speaking too, because she's visited Lemuria. She's been
July 24th.
I've been there.
Yeah.
Yeah, had lives there.
That's
Like
right
many
after
of
the
us.
Feast of Magdalene Day, July 22nd. This
Yeah.
is fabulous.
Hey, since we're talking about it, I'm gonna play the trailer one more time because
Ooh.
I created it to play it. And then we're just gonna go in the green room, Michelle, and you want to bring on Anastara?
Sure.
All right, let's do it.
Wait, Neil. So what's the schedule then for the
Okay. Updated schedule is on the schedule link. I'll post it one more time here. And
Okay.
so Zoe Davenport is going to be going on tomorrow. And so I was supposed to speak tomorrow, so I'm taking her slot. And so the flow is Anastara is about to go up right now for 30 minutes. Then I'm going on. Then we have Bridget Renee Holiday. We have Music with Vox, Phil Gruber, and then Craig Campobasso. Okay.
what time is Craig? You expecting Craig to be what
Well,
time?
I mean, you should look at the schedule, but it's 3:20 Pacific.
Okay.
Mhm.
Right?
All right. Let me look.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right,
Okay,
let's
great.
do this. Okay.
All in the flow. Okay.
All in the flow. All right, we're gonna have this trailer, and then we'll get on with our next guest.
We should also at some point talk about the cruise, Neil, coming up.
All right. So if you guys are interested, portalextension.org, and it's over there, all of our events. And so we're gonna get into introducing our next speaker. Michelle, are you with us? There we go.
I'm trying to get back on. Oh my gosh. Well, I didn't know that I would be introducing Anastara, but I'm very honored to be able to introduce Anastara. And one of the things that I know about Anastara is she's the mother of the 1111 Unified University. She is a visionary, a pioneer. She's a mentor. She takes people to sacred portal places, and she considers herself a priestess, an ordained minister, and executive director of Transdimensional Illumination. She's a steward of the Joy Oasis Retreat Center in Northern California. And her mission is weaving community together, co-creating multidimensional experiences for humanity's awakening. She's a lover of Mother Gaia and a steward of the new earth. She's an author, team leader, ceremonial creatrix, healer, and passionate woman on purpose. So it's my honor to introduce you to Anastara.
Hello, Michelle. So lovely to see you again.
Great to see you as well. And I'm so glad you're going to give us 30 minutes of your profound wisdom.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, honoring Tribute Spirit who couldn't be here and the opportunity to step in and speak.
Super. Well, have at it. I'll see you on the other side. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's a pleasure. Hello, beloveds. Are you a star seed looking for your family? Are you a light worker that's tired of dimming your light? Are you experiencing ascension symptoms? Perhaps you've been judged by others as you were going crazy. You're just a different person now as you raise your frequency and vibration. Well, you're not alone. And you being here is a testament that you have support and you are surrounded by your star family. As more and more of us wake up to the truth of who we are, it's important to remember that we're not alone. So my name is Anastara, and as Michelle said, I am the mother of 1111 Unified, the 1111 Ascension University, and I'm an Ascension Integration Mentor, Portal Priestess, and Ordained Minister. And so my online events I've hosted over 6,000 people in 42 states, over 64 countries over the last 4 years. And even though I've influenced the lives of hundreds of thousands of people, I've personally taught over 55,000 people the art of embodiment and confidence. I've been where you're at. I've been the budding star seed, just trying to figure out my life and what's going on. And a huge pivot moment for me was when we were in lockdown during COVID. And ultimately, what happened was my previous business, Holistic Hooping, where I traveled the world and taught for almost 20 years, was basically shut down because there was no more events for me to teach and perform at. And so I had to really take a moment and go within. My marriage was disintegrating. I didn't know where my finances were going to come from. I suddenly had to redefine my life and my path. So if you're resonating with this, just hold on, because we're going to go through some of the ascension symptoms that some of us are experiencing, and we're going to normalize them. Because as we're waking up, as we're raising our frequency and vibration, our old life just doesn't seem right anymore. If you feel stuck in your 9-to-5 job, if you feel like there's something greater in your life, if you feel like you have a bigger vision that maybe some people think you're crazy for, or they don't understand who you are, who you're becoming anymore. It's like a radio station. When you shift your frequency and vibration, and others are staying at the lower, denser 3D dimensional vibration and are unwilling to do the inner work to raise their frequency, then sometimes those channels just don't connect anymore. We don't resonate anymore. And that's okay. It means that you might feel lonely because you're losing old friends, or even your family, like your blood family, might not understand who you are and who you're becoming. And so the fact that you're here is huge. And I want to acknowledge all of you for your presence, for being here. It is time to stand in our truth. It is time to follow our hearts. It is time to trust our path. And it is time to know that we chose our soul contract. We chose to come here during this pivotal moment in humanity's history and our planetary evolution and ascension. The whole universe is looking down on us, right? Not looking down, but looking at us. They're observing us right now. This planet is going through a huge shift right now, spiritually, consciously, and it's going to start being reflected in our outside 3D world. And I know it's difficult right now, family. I know there's a lot of turmoil and war and other things that are happening right now, but it's always darkest before the dawn. So keep remembering, we don't know our light unless we know the darkness. And that's the inner work. That's the going in and really discovering what your light is and who you are. You are a multi-dimensional being of light. And we're here in this dense 3D human body to go through the duality lessons that we're here to learn. We signed up for this, and this is an exciting moment for us all to be here. So I'd love to share with you a couple ascension symptoms that you might be experiencing. And you can find this at Nickerson Institute. And I must say that I was speaking to what I was going through and calling them ascension symptoms long before I found this particular website. And they list it out very beautifully. You can just go to nickersoninstitute.com. And it's literally called You're Not Crazy. It's part of the Ascension. And so ultimately, you may be experiencing intense energies. So stress, depression, anxiety, these are all perfectly natural. It doesn't mean there's something wrong with you. We are always whole. We are whole beings. And we're just going through these particular experiences to learn our soul's lessons. So trusting that whatever you're going through, whatever struggles, whatever challenges, whatever symptoms you're experiencing, that it's perfectly natural and it's part of your evolutionary process. So another thing that some people experience is a ringing in the ears. For me, I actually have hearing loss in my right ear. From when I was younger, I was at a rave and I was sitting inside a bass bin and there was feedback and I literally heard my eardrum pop and then a ringing. And ever since then, I've had the inability to hear low frequency vibration. So low, like bass. And I can hear really, really high pitched noises. So I've converted, or I transmuted or transformed my perception on that being a problem, and I've turned it into my newer superpower. Let me explain why. The first reason is because I can hear very high-pitched noise. So I can hear electricity coming from lines and the walls. I can hear mice in the attic. I can hear very high frequency pitches that the normal human ear range can't hear. Another thing that happens is every time I hear the ringing in my ears, I'm now calling it my awareness alarm system. And the reason being is that when that high pitched comes in, and you ladies were talking about Mount Shasta earlier, and I drove over Mount Shasta from Ashland home, and I got a high pitched ringing as soon as I got to the mountain. And I was like, okay, that's my awareness alarm. What do I need to pay attention to? And it wasn't what I needed to pay attention to, my physical surroundings in that moment. It was actually that I needed to pay attention to the message that I was getting from Telos, from Shasta, that I need to come back and finish my book, because I started writing my book there, the 1111 Codex. And so there was a ringing, there was a reminder, there was a, hey, by the way, you said you would come back and work with us and channel the rest of this book. So we're waiting for you. And so it is my plan to return there this year and finish that up. Another ascension symptoms is memory loss. So short-term memory, or more so, really, really long-term memory, trying to remember somebody's name from when you were in first grade, or, you know, the first street that you lived on when you were a child. Some of these memories become kind of elusive because they are memories from your original or your current human embodiment. And you're being invited to remember even further back, your past lives, and across all timelines, dimensions, even your future self may be speaking to you. And so when you hear a voice or when you get a communication, the first thing you want to do is ask, who is this? Who's speaking to me? And then by the law of one, they have to answer you. He, she, they have to answer you. And you can ask, are you for my highest and best good right now at this time? Be very specific. And if the answer is no, then you bless them, thank them, and ask them to leave your field. If they say, yes, I'm here to guide you, I'm here to help you, I'm here from love and peace, then you can start receiving those messages. So a lot of ascension symptoms is waking up in the middle of the night because you're getting these channel downloads. And so I've been teaching my clients and my students to just flow with it. Just get up. You can write in your journal. I have an app on my phone called Otter that records my voice. So I have a voice recording, and then it also types it out. It dictates it for me, which is amazing. So hearing and seeing things is another ascension symptom. Another is the loss of an identity. So my old identity, Candace, founder of Holistic Hooping for 20 years, shifted. And what's interesting is I had already received the name Anastara about 19 years earlier during my Kundalini awakening. And around that time, lockdown is when I started asking people to start calling me Anastara. And when I was in Shasta writing, I said, what's my conclusion? What's my last name? And the wind caught my hair and I heard Ma-ka. And I really started sitting with that and what it meant, because there is power in our words and how we choose to speak about ourselves and about our surroundings, about our life. We can choose better words. And Anastara Ma-ka, Ani, when I was in Egypt, all the men called me Stara. And I said to my tour guide, why is everybody calling me Stara? He said, Ani means I am. And so I am Star, Ra, masculine sun god, Ma, feminine mother, and Ka is spirit or soul. And so it has the Holy Trinity within the name. And I just kept writing it in my journal until it really landed with me. And I'm like, okay, this is it. This is my new embodiment. This is my higher self. And the more that we embody our higher selves, whether you're feeling a new name, whether you're feeling a new pronunciation of your name, the more that you embody your higher self and you hear that name, the more you actually create that frequency and vibration, the higher frequency, you're holding that crystalline energy. And the more you remember your ultimate truth. And so another one is that you can feel out of body. Have you ever had that dream experience where you're up in the ethers, you've astral projected, and then suddenly, boom, you enter your body again and you land and your whole physical 3D body like kind of jumps. So this happens more often for people who are on their awakening path and who are ascending, because as we increase our abilities, as we open up to more frequencies, we open up our abilities. We have over 191 abilities. And in this 3D world, they are called extrasensory abilities, right? Because they're extra, the clairvoyance, clairaudience, all the clairs, ESP, like all of these things we are actually capable of in our multidimensional selves. Like we don't even have to speak to communicate. And so our star family is reminding us that we are capable of doing that. So opening up these abilities, being open to the fact that you even have them, and then practicing them, cultivating them. I'm a clairaudient, much more than a well, I'm a clairsentient because I feel a lot. Like I'm an empath. I can feel other people's frequencies and energy. I can walk straight into a room and know somebody who's living in their truth and somebody who isn't. And then I get the auditory rather than the visual. So you can go through periods of a lot of sleep. You can go through a period of a lot of restlessness and sleeplessness. You can go through heightened sensitivities. Like, have you ever starting to eat gluten and corn and you get like a little rash, or you have a reaction, or your belly gets, really bloated? You are becoming more sensitive to things that aren't good for you. And so one of the things that I like to do, it's kind of like using your body as a human pendulum. You could put your hand on your heart and you can say, what is my yes? And just feel your yes. A lot of times for me, it's a lean forward or a circle to the right. And then you can ask, what is my no? And you can feel what that is. Sometimes it's a lean back and a circle to the left. Everybody's different. My son's yes is side to side and his no is forward and back. And you can use this daily. You can say, is this job really right for me at this time? Like, am I ready to move on? And see what your inner guidance tells you. You can hold a bottle of supplements and vitamins at a grocery store and just standing in the aisle and ask, is this right for me at this time? You want to be clear at this time, because it could have been good for you a while ago, or it could have been, or can be good for you in the future. Right? Again, time is not linear. It's all cyclic and it's all happening simultaneously. The point is you want to say at this time. So do you also feel like just the people around you might not be right for you anymore? They are gossipy. They bring a lot of intense drama. They try and pull you into drama triangles. These are the people that you can bless and remove from your life. And if there's somebody actually being abusive, one of the practices I do is I write their name. I put their name in a water bottle, and I put the water bottle in the freezer. Just freeze them in that moment in time, and let it go from your heart, and know that you're just sending them on their way with peace and love. So again, the sudden disappearance of friends sometimes happen. And also, when we go through emotional ups and downs, especially women who are still on their cycle, we do have these hormonal changes. And I believe men go through them as well. I tease my husband that we have the same cycle. And just to be okay with that, when a feeling or an emotion comes up, to ride the wave. And you can utilize tools like meditation, stretching, walking in nature, journaling, whatever you feel inspired to utilize to really ground yourself and recenter yourself. Because those emotions and feelings that you're going through, or your mess, your challenges, your struggles you're going through, will ultimately be your message. If you're an aspiring coach or a guide, or you want to help people, you're moving from selfish behaviors into selfless service, then what you're going through and the mess that you're going through is your message. It is the thing that you're going to be able to help other people with. They're like, oh yeah, I've been through that before. I resonated with what they said. Sure, I would love to be guided by you and learn from you. You know, the age of gurus and self-appointed leaders is over. We are all a community, and we're all here to learn from each other. I'm teaching a course right now from the university called You're Not Crazy, You're Just Awakening. And during this course, like, even though I am guiding it, we are in a collaborative co-creative container, a sacred container, so that each and every one of us, all of the participants, are feeling seen and heard and nurtured and supported as we go through these transformations, as we move from problem and symptom to superpowers. So there's a lot more ascension symptoms that you might be experiencing, and you can look those up. Just Google search ascension symptoms, and know that I'm here to help support you as well, because it is my life's mission and purpose. I feel fulfilled when I'm in service to those on their awakening path. I'm here to assist those who are feeling confusion, loneliness, fear, self-doubt, and to transform those into clarity, connection, confidence, and freedom, and trusting your path. Because I've walked it, I'm still walking it. We are all walking this together, and we can all learn from one another. So these containers are here for us to connect with our family, to connect with like-minded hearts, like-minded souls, like-minded individuals, and our collective consciousness here. The more that we speak about our star family, and understanding that we are not the only sentient beings in this universe. I mean, come on, like, there are so many other civilizations that we can tap into, even the ancient civilizations here on the planet. Let me give you an example. So Egyptology teaches that the pyramids are 6,000 years old, 7,000 years old. Chematology teaches that they are 36,000 to 54,000 years old. That not only is going to change the course of our human history, but it also shows us the origins where we come from. And so when I visited Egypt 3 years ago, and I stood at the base of the pyramid and I saw how massive these stones were. And I'm just trying to work out in my mind all the different theories that I've heard, using water, using ropes and pulleys and thousands of slaves. Like, they just all seemed incorrect to me. My truth was like, it involved sound and frequency and vibration and levitation and the abilities that we all have at our disposal, not disposal, we all have to create, to invite in, to cultivate, to practice. And so they just had those abilities and they utilized them. I mean, we don't even have cranes in our modern age that can pick up a stone and place it so succinctly, so efficiently that you can't even slide a piece of paper between them. And so I bring this up because different sacred sites, pyramids around the world, they are put there for a reason. I was just on a call the other day with our tour guide, Rabi, because we'll be sharing a sacred pilgrimage to Egypt later this year. Our 1111 Ascension University Sacred Pilgrimage and Mystic Initiation. We'll be there October 26th to November 14th. And when he was sharing, he said in the 120 pyramids in Egypt, not one of them had any indication that it was a tomb. There were no bodies found. There were no vessels with their organs in it. There were no worldly possessions and gold and all the things they believe they can bring to the afterlife with them. And when I entered the king's chamber myself, I went in with my group. And some people started sitting down and the security guards are like, no, you can't meditate here. Go. And he pushed the whole group out. And he walked over to me and he says, you number one, you good energy, come with me. And he took my hands and he placed me on the floor with my back against the granite sarcophagus, the granite box. And he says, I make quiet for you. And he turned off all the ACs in the king's chamber. And I'm like, something's about to happen. And I pulled out my phone and I hit record on a voice memo. And I just started singing. I just started channeling, toning. I used my 1111 tuning fork. And it was just flowing and coming through me. Light language. And I really got to experience the fact that that chamber is a sound healing chamber. And I believe that the intention of the box is for somebody to lay in it and to have the sound healing occurring over them and in the room. And that the red crystalline granite, that frequency and that vibration moves through and actually restructures your DNA. So anything that was wrong with someone, if they were sick or whatever, they would come and be healed through sound and frequency. And so, again, I'm not an Egyptologist. I'm not a chematologist. This is just my belief and my truth and what I felt and watching Gaia.com and certain documentaries. And if you have ever felt the call to go to sacred sites, to be present with your community, I'd like to invite you, Star Family. Part of the mission of 1111 Unified is to create a grid of light workers at the sacred sites, the old ones and the new ones, the new ley lines that are occurring. I'm talking Mount Shasta, Machu Picchu, Tulum, Stonehenge, wherever, that we can all be at these sites on 1111. Because 1111 is already a gateway. It's already a portal. Oh, thank you so much, Neil, for sharing that. Yeah, go ahead and you can scroll down and just share. Like, this is the website. It's 1111unified.com, Egypt. I'm going to put it here in the comments. We're going to have informative calls leading all the way up. These were our 2 calls this week. So I'm going to take those down and put the new ones up. And go ahead and scroll down just a little bit more, Neil. Underneath this gallery here, you're going to see our itinerary and what's included in the trip. For those who have gone on pilgrimage or have had friends gone on pilgrimage, the trip I went to was 12 days and it was rigorous. 5:30 in the morning, you had to be on the bus. You get off at 11 p.m. So you can click here and see what we're going to be doing in 20 days. We're going to have more time at each of the sacred sites. We're going to have time to integrate. We're going to have time to circle up at our hotel. We're going to have time to be able to journal and enjoy our resorts. So you can scroll a little further down, Neil, and then we'll stop the share. But if you go further down, it explains what's included in the trip, all your food, all your domestic travel, everything when you're in the country, from pick up at the airport to drop off at the airport is included. The only thing you have to get is your international flight. So thank you for sharing, Neil. And again, the link is in the chat. And wherever this is posted online, we'll make sure that that link is there. And again, it's 1111unified.com/Egypt. So this particular trip, we're going to have private access between the paws of the Sphinx. That's the only early morning we're going to have because we'll be there at sunrise. Every other morning, we have a leisurely breakfast. We're on the bus at 8 or 9 a.m. So we have time. And children are welcome on this trip. My 8-year-old son will be with us. I wanted families to be welcomed on a pilgrimage because a lot of times it's just a solo trip. It's so rigorous that it's just, you go with a friend, you know? So, and then we'll have private access to the Great Pyramid on separate days. We're not smashing it into one day. And then we will culminate the entire trip at the Temple of Isis in Aswan on 11/11. We have private access for 3 hours after the public leaves to have our own ceremony at 11 p.m. So we'll be there, 10 to 1. We'll be there for 11 p.m. on 11/11/2024. So family, please, if you're interested, also feel free to answer. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. You can email me at Anastara. Actually, we'll do this one. And it's 1111unified@gmail.com. Yeah. And I'm happy to answer any questions there. Also, this particular trip has been curated from decades of knowledge and wisdom from our chematologist tour guide. He was born in Cairo. He's grown up there, and he has so much wisdom. Rabbi he's a holder of the light. And as we travel to the sites, he's really teaching through the lens of unity consciousness, tapping into the unified field. He points out hieroglyphs that specifically speak about our star origins. I cannot remember her name right now, but one particular Egyptian goddess, she has a star over her head, and a lot of people say it looks like a ganja leaf.
Sheshet.
Sessa, thank you.
My favorite goddess.
She created the map of where the sacred sites and the pyramids would sit. And so the story is that she would look down onto Earth from the stars and map out where they were, where the ley lines were, and where these sites should be constructed. And so to me, that's another proof of our origins and being able to look as star beings down onto the planet or up or sideways or upside down, whatever you want to say, onto the planet, and to be able to grid these sites. And that's why the pyramids of Giza are aligned with the Orion's belt. That's why the Sphinx is facing Leo, like on the solstice or equinox. But the star maps themselves don't match to 6,000 to 7,000 years ago. They match at 36,400 years or 54,000 years. You can find this out more on Gaia.com. I just watched a film called Giza, A New Theory. Amazing documentary. And so, yes, beloveds, I'd be so happy to have you here and going with us to Egypt. And one more thing I wanted to share before we complete is that I am hosting another round of my course, You're Not Crazy, You're Just Awakening. And it is exactly for you, Star Family. It is about shifting from that confusion and that loneliness and that fear into clarity, into confidence, into trust. And so you can find out about this at 1111unified.com/university. And I'll go ahead and throw that in the comments again. So 1111unified.com/university, and just take a look and find out more. Our next round starts in May, and I know that's a ways off, but we're planting the seeds here because I want you to know that as you're going through these ascension symptoms and your struggles and your challenges, that you're not alone, that you can be held and nurtured and supported in a sacred container, and that I'm in here in service to assist you on your path. So you can find out more there. It's amazing. One of the modules is called Discover Your Superpowers. Another is Reclaim Your Sovereignty. We move through 7 different portals through the online program, and then it completes with a live event, a retreat here at Joy Oasis in Occidental, California. So thank you so much, beloveds, for the opportunity to share today. Thank you, Neil. I'm really grateful.
My pleasure. Thank you, Anastara. And I'm excited for you to be putting on this retreat. We were just in Egypt for a month, took 2 groups of people, 10 days, 11 days. The next one we're doing, we've expanded it to like 15 days because of what you said. It's just so brutal. The climate there is really intense. The heat gets so insane there. So making it a little smoother so that, because nobody wants to miss anything. So they get up at 4 a.m., And we were going to do, our tour was supposed to start at 11/11 this year. We postponed it till 2025. So it's perfect.
Good.
We opened it up.
And Deborah Giusti did her Egypt Reactivated recently, where she shared what happened on the trip. Vivian Chavot was there, and the Stargate people. And so I'm really excited because she's such a beloved and a colleague, and she's going to be hosting her Reactivated 2, Egypt Reactivated 2 call soon, and she'll be sharing the tour during that call as well.
Amazing.
So
I really appreciate that you're doing everything that you do for 1111. I appreciate all the work that you do and the way that you're unifying people. I forget what you said in your talk. There was something you said that really resonated with me, and it reminded me that I took a group for 1111 to Peru. And the way that I heard it was, your presence is required. Now, I used to hear your presence is requested, but this time it was like, I felt like we were spiritual warriors of light, the group that formed. And it was not an easy, actually 12/21/12, we went back, and that was the hardest trip I've ever done in my life energetically. But I feel like what we're being called to do is gather together in person at certain grid sites, and amplify the energies, because when we're in this container and we're unifying in this container, every one of these is like a lily pad leap as we're going around, just going, come play with me, come. And for you to talk about, and you just said this about how important it is to have that time instead of rushing to get on a bus. And you're feeling so like stressed. You want to bring that joyful energy, that curious energy, not that I'm so tired, here we go again. That co-creative energy is so joyful and playful. And I'm so excited that you're doing this, and that we all get to link in through you, whether we show up in person or whether we're here co-creating with you in that space. So I'm claiming that right now, that this is, everyone here, take that into our hearts and be together 11/11/11. That's right after the United States presidential election. And the world, not just the United States, but the world needs us to be unified and to heal that divide.
So well put. Thank you, Michelle.
Uplifting the energy during that time. Thank you. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
You did a great job on your presentation.
Oh,
Yeah, thank you,
you.
Anastara. And thank you for bringing in Sheshat. She's the forgotten goddess in so many ways, you know? Not that many people know about her. And actually, I have a presentation on my YouTube only about Sheshat. I did a whole thing on her.
Amazing.
And so if you guys want to tune into it, but she actually, so we heard of Thoth, the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. Actually, Sheshat was the one that created all the disciplines. She created writing, arithmetic, weights and measures. She was the goddess that Pythagoras worshipped because he was into geometry, weights and measures and all that. So the way it actually worked, if you look at the story, is basically there was some sort of great civilization. We fell from grace. Telepathy and certain things that we were using before started going obsolete. So she started creating disciplines that we could use linearly in this world so we can still create those experiences, such as mathematics, such as writing, and all this stuff. And she was the teacher of Thoth. She taught Thoth how to do all these things. And then Thoth wrote it down. He was the scribe for Sheshat.
Right.
And then Thoth was sent around the world to bring it out. But then we fell from grace out of the matriarchy, and people forgot that she was the one that created it. And since Thoth was worshipped like twice as long as Sheshat, we forgot about her doing it, and all of the credit was given to Thoth. That's the story of it.
Neil, my wife is a devotee of Sheshat, and she's written 3 books about Sheshat, including one called She.
Wow.
Yeah,
No way.
She Who Scribbles. Yeah.
Victor, please, in the chat, write your wife's name
tell us the
and
title.
how we find her books.
The
Right.
book is
I
called
love that you're her champion.
the book is called She Who Scribbles.
She Who
Can you write it in the chat, Victor?
will
That'd
right
be
now.
great. Okay, he's doing it right now.
Great.
And while he's doing that, Anastara, I hope I said that correctly. Did I say that right? Anastara?
Anastara. Yep. Like
Anastara.
I wish upon Astara.
Oh, that's so cute. I love when you went over, you were very practical about these ascension symptoms. I've covered this before in my Seeking Heaven channel, and I did this the first frame like the hysteria comic book from the 50s, like and I'm glad you hit on some of these, because the ringing, I get that in my right ear. To me, sometimes I'll get that, or I'll vibrate everywhere. My whole body will vibrate, and I think they're tuning me up. And there's certain foods. Actually, it was I Atlantean, Aquarian, love fish. I like to eat fish and vegetables all day long and seaweed. And I literally, there's certain foods that are making me sick now. I actually today felt a little weird, and I was like, from last night, and I eat pretty clean, but it's I see that's changing, and I'm more interested in liquids. And water, and I've been obsessed. I actually changed my water filtration, the reverse osmosis water, and I have it's changing. So I think what you covered is, doesn't matter where you are on your spiritual journey, we're still changing.
Yeah,
we're still going to whatever that next level is, and we don't even know. I mean, I've seen myself glow a few times, but I want to do that at will. I want to turn in my 75 TV inch. I've done it before, but at will. Where is this going to take us? I don't really know, but I like the way you covered that, and I especially like the one. I mean, I thought it was very powerful on identity loss, because when I was in my ad agency 27 years, it gives my age away totally, but years ago, which helps me now because I promoted and did events, but in different ways than everybody else. Okay. And I came from a broadcast family, Victor. My dad was in radio. He was I came from So that's really cool that you do what you do. So, but getting back to the loss of identity, I had to get to a point I literally thought I was dying. I literally thought I was dying, a death, because I had worked so hard for that identity and had my advertising agency and won awards. And I came to a place that I had to let it all go in that identity. And I worked so hard for it. And I had to let that die off and just be in nothingness for a while, kind of like a death, like an NDE, till I could resurface. And now, I think we need to be in flux what that identity is. And I find that it's not of this world. What I'm getting is it's not of this world.
Yeah.
It's not, it's another dimension that's calling to me and doing something. And I'm just going with it. And I think that we need to give ourselves permission to what is that next level. And I think I don't want to cry. Of course, that would just be part of the whole weekend if I did. I guess I would have my chance. But I thank all of you, especially Neil, for making this safe.
Yeah.
Because when I did the Atlantis thing, I went way out there. I went light language. I started getting all this Egyptian messages that actually I looked up that the words meant something. And I went way out there and I was met with love. And so I feel like that whatever we're doing in our growth and our identity, that long as we're doing it in a divine, Christ conscious way, it's fine. And the discernment you mentioned is very fair. I do that all the time. Who's talking to me? I'm one, just me.
Yeah.
That doesn't really like, a team. I know that a team comes in. We all have teams, but holy homies. But
I love that.
but I'm one. I'm like, who am I speaking to? Who is it? And then sometimes they get frustrated, but they're used to that's how they have to tell me. And you can use that discernment. I think that's very healthy to say, who is it? And by universal law, they have to say. And so you really covered some really good practical spiritual things that people need to know, and I think it's something we all need to recognize, because I feel all of us here are going to that next level too, whatever that is.
Yeah, I just want to quickly follow up on, you mentioned, more of a liquid diet. So that really does happen. Like we need lighter foods. We want liquid, like we want to cleanse more, because our 3D bodies have so much toxicity being thrown at us. Even if we completely eat organic all the time or grow our own food, it's still in the atmosphere and the chemtrails and all. It's in our environment. And so cleansing is so important. I do 2 to 3 cleanses a year. I'm on one right now. And as we embody more light and we transform into our crystalline DNA, it's important to really make sure that we stay away from the toxins as much as possible. And not just what we're eating and drinking, it's what we're taking in, right? Our media, what we're choosing to listen to and watch. And then you mentioned the water and reverse osmosis. The reverse osmosis is great, but the thing is it actually extracts everything, like even all the good stuff in the water. And so we use a Zija. I don't even know if they're in business anymore, but they do a reverse osmosis. It goes through 2 different filters, and then it also goes through a moringa filter. And as you know, moringa.
This sounds similar to what I got. I don't want to get anyone to give me a hard time, but I did. Okay, I'm gonna come clean. I did have, at the time, I thought it was the best. I had it for several years, a Kangen machine, and then I realized that was. Someone said, "You're drinking dead water." I'm like, okay, well, crap. Okay. I'm busy doing other spiritual stuff. Come on. All right, let me look at this. I got something like that and it feels better. But what I've been doing is I've been doing ceremony and praying over the water. And then I've been asking them to infuse it to heal, because there's something that's going on. The water is an element.
Yep.
Yeah, I got those too. I got
tuning forks to bless it. You put crystals in your water bottle. You can write affirmations on it, just like Dr. Emoto. Yeah, it's really important to bless your water and
your food
that you want inside it before you drink it.
And the food.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Anastara. And
thank you. You're terrific. I enjoyed it.
Just to say one more thing on what you said is like it's. When it comes to shifting in consciousness and creating a new reality, going to a new dimension, like one part of it is belief systems, right? And the other part of it is our environment. And what you're talking about, the toxins, water, and all of that, we're not supposed to live till 100, 110. 110 is actually where we're supposed to live up until in this age. But because of all these toxins, we're not able to live up into that. So it's like we shift our belief systems around what it means to age, what it means to be healthy, and all this stuff. But then the other part, like the other 5% or more, if you will, is the environment. So with our belief systems and our environment both shifting, we're going to start living much longer. And that's going to be like the foundation for this new age, I feel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know, as
Yes.
we remove those old programs and we replace them with the new higher frequency ones, it just you just emanate it. I had a friend that I hadn't seen in 4 years. She's like, "You look so much younger. Have you been doing something?" I'm like, "Nope. I use Dr. Bronner soap, coconut oil in my hair. That's it." Like,
Keeping it simple.
she's
Yeah.
like, "Wow." I said, "I'm just embodying my higher self and bringing in more light at this
It's
point."
That's a good
So,
answer.
Joy.
Neil, I had mentioned
Thank you.
Joy.
I would
Yeah,
love for
Victor?
you to just share your sites one more time for people who wanted to join you in
Yeah,
Egypt. Like
yeah.
that.
So it's 1111unified.com, and you can find it all there. So /Egypt is the Egypt page, /university is the university page. And yeah, it's all there, and you can just join our email list too, and I'll throw it in the chat again.
Beautiful.
Perfect.
Thank you so much,
For the
Anastara.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we'll
Victor, I
see-
didn't
we'll
have the
see you in a
chance to
bit.
hear your beautiful, calming voice, but I feel you.
Thank you. You know, my wife Lori Sue and I recognized each other as soulmates from ancient Egypt, and someone actually sent us a photo of our wedding from Egypt. Neil, can I show it real fast here? I think I can.
Ooh, yeah, go for it.
Let me see if I can show it here.
As
Share
you're showing that,
screen.
Andrew and I too. He remembered
And
that.
it's not working. Why is it not working? Here we go.
Okay.
Here. There we go. You got it?
We got it. Yeah, we see it. Ah, yes.
There you go.
Beautiful.
That's so funny. I've used that one before.
Yeah, when my partner Andrew and I first met, he said that he remembered our past life, and I was, you know, a woman in ancient Egypt, and he was my cat, like my big cat, like a leopard or a cheetah or something. And there was an assassination attempt. He jumped in front of the arrow to save my life, and he sacrificed himself. And so when we go in Egypt on 11/11 at the Temple of Isis, it's a unification ceremony. So we're going to renew our wedding vows because we remarried on 11/11/11, 11/11/16. So we renew our wedding vows, and anyone can marry, remarry, marry yourself, marry the universe. It's a unification ceremony.
Wonderful.
Beautiful. Thank you, Anastara. We'll see you
Thank
in a
you,
bit.
beloveds. Have a
Thank
beautiful
you,
day.
Victor and Anastara.
Incredible information. This is really uplifting. I see do you feel the tangible difference between yesterday and today?
I feel I feel like we're opening a lot of doors yesterday.
Mhm.
You know?
Yeah.
Now we're having this feels like a sense of groundedness into this energy now. I don't know. How do you feel?
Yes. And I think that your scheduling of the people, that you're brilliant at that, Neil. You really are. I got to say, you got a gift. And I've seen a lot of people do events and so forth, but there's a gift that you've got to have with that, and knowing different people's personalities and their needs. Let's just go on the back end of things. Their needs. Some people, they cry a lot or they talk too much, and you go, okay, all right, I'll have to nurture them in this way. We'll give them a little bit more time, or we'll allow. And you're good at knowing what the person needs too, and then knowing what your audience needs, and then what the format should be to deliver the overall big unified message. I mean, I think you're very good at that, and you use your instincts and your intuition to do that. And
very fluid.
Don't you think so? And then the last speaker, Anastara, we had, she had that grounding effect. I think some real. It was just hard to the facts. This is what you need. And I think that after yesterday was kind of weepy and purging, that we needed that.
Yeah. It's all in perfect divine flow, just like water. The way water moves, you know.
I want to talk about plasma. Forget water.
It goes around it, you know. It fills the space in between, and this is just such a beautiful flow.
It is, yeah, and we're going to continue to flow now. And I had to switch Zoe because she's not feeling too well. She'll be here tomorrow, so I'm going on next, guys. So I'm taking Zoe's spot. And, you know, what I like to do in these moments is kind of freestyle a lot of different things, put them together. And so what I want to do is I want to share the journey, something I don't do enough, of how we got here today, Portal to Ascension journey, my awakening, because that in itself is kind of like a lecture because it's the information that I discovered along the way. And I want to take us up until this year, express some of the challenges over the last few years. And then within that, we're going to speak about scientific evidence of the ascension. right? So I'll show some slides and everything, and just kind of to fill in the gap of like, how did this even manifest? And then also, because, I was raised with computer scientists and an accountant. I'm Indian. As spiritual as you may think all Indians are because they're Hindu, that's actually not the case. There's a lot of linearity. There's a lot of like factual based scientific evidence. And through science and mathematics, I found my heart, right? And I came in from the mind into the heart. A lot of other people, especially many people in Port Ascension, came through the heart, then into the intellectual stuff. So that's why I love explaining what we used to go around doing events 2009, 10, 11. I created over, in those 3 years, maybe like 800 live in-person events from San Diego to Vancouver and back down. This was the beginning of me learning how to create events. This is why I can do what you said, Tamara, because I created so many events. We didn't have any sales 2 days before the event. I called up the venue. I called up 3 yoga studios in the area. I invited the yoga studio people to come for free to mail it to the email list. I did the nitty gritty work in 3 years for 800 events up and down the coast.
By yourself?
I took Dr. Dream. So Dr. Dream was with me. And then
now.
Halfway on the tour with Dr. Dream, I met my friend who channels a being from Sirius. And then the events changed into extraterrestrial channeling events. And I sat through around 400, 500 channeling events in a year and a half that I've produced. And it was from a being from Sirius. And I listened to it all. We did some really interesting things, like from, we're at a techno dubstep party, right? A dubstep party one night. And we met some guy there who's an artist, and we invited him over to our hotel afterwards just to hang out. And he comes with his guitar, and he does not know anything about channeling, right? And so we start talking about what we do, and I'm like, oh yeah, we're traveling. There's the 3 of us here. We're going around different cities, small and big, doing channeling events, and I open with sound healing. And when we tell him, like, he channels a 6-dimensional being from Sirius, and this is the name of the being called the Dronus, blah, blah, blah. He's all, this is freaking BS, right? He was like, what the heck are you guys talking about? And then he goes, well, if he's so witty and channeling this information, I'm going to play my guitar. I want him to channel, and I want to ask him questions in real time while I'm playing my guitar, right? So we're in my apartment, and he's like heavy metal guitar music, right? And then he starts asking all these questions, like, and trying to trip him up, saying like, but I'm suicidal, so what are you going to say now? Like things like that, like off the wall comments. And the being from Sirius hit every single question before the guy finished it, and started syncing the channeling to the music. It became a song.
Wow.
Right.
Oh,
So we did that. And then one time I was in Vancouver, and I met other 2. There were semi-famous channelers back then. And we did a channeled event from a being from Arcturus, Yael, and Sirius. And we had an open debate discussion of a panel of these beings talking. So, these are the kind of the first experiences I was producing events. And so what I want to do is, like, with this time now, is kind of to show you how that started and how we got to where we are now.
I'm excited.
Wait.
All right, so let's do it. Okay, let me get right into it.
Let's do that thing again. You did. That sounds wonderful.
I know, right? I would love to do something like that again. Okay, so thank you, everybody. And so what I want to do again is I'm going to share the story with you. And some of you may have heard of my story before of how this all began. But basically, I was born in England. I moved to California when I was 12 years old. And I was raised into a Hindu family. So I celebrated, Hindu traditions. And I even was like a little Indian kid up until maybe like 13, 14, actually, that would go to temple, and we would have spiritual events called havans and chonkies in our houses in England, my grandparents' house. And my parents had taught me all these Indian bhajans. They're called bhajans. They're actually, the bhajan means hymn, right? So it was in Sanskrit, and I would be singing these Sanskrit songs, and everybody would be like, "Oh my God, such a cute little kid singing these songs. He's so religious," right? And in retrospect, looking back at it now, I didn't have any belief. I was just doing it because it was cute. I thought it was considered something for me to do. And not until maybe 5 years ago, my ex-wife asked me, how was your upbringing with with God. And I was like, wow, wait a second. I was so immersed into Hinduism. I was so immersed into Hinduism that God wasn't even a part of it. And it's unfortunate that how blind a lot of Hindus have become now, that they're so immersed into Hinduism that God isn't even a part of it. It's cultural, right? It becomes, and as I might get a chance to show you in the cycles of time, when we fell into the Kali Yuga, right? The Kali Yuga has many themes, but the Kali Yuga also is the ritualistic age, the age of ritual, right? So as we started down, like as we started devolving, we became more ritualistic. And as we became ritualistic, we became contractual. And that's where we are now with religion and God. We're getting out of that. We've actually left the Kali Yuga. We're getting into the energy age. So we're shifting out of that. But we became contractual and ritual. Ritual, if I do this and this and this, God will give me this. Contractual, if I do this activity, if I fast on Tuesdays, if I go and say Hail Mary this many times, God will give me this. It's a contract with God. If I do this for you, will you give me this back? There's no unconditionality there. There's no universal love there. There is only agreements, give or take. Like what can I sacrifice in order for you to give? And so, I moved to California when I was 12, continued being a little Indian kid. Then as I was growing up, I've done hundreds of podcasts, and on these podcasts that I've been on for many years, up until like a year and a half ago, I used to say to my all the podcasts I was on that I was an atheist Hindu. That was my words, right? I didn't know what atheism was. I just knew I didn't believe in God because I never thought about God. I was so religious that God wasn't a part of it, And so I never thought about God or anything like that. So I called myself an atheist Hindu. 2 years ago, so funny, like a little side note, my mom has asked me many times to see my presentations. She's asked me to send her things that I'm doing, and I won't. I don't send her my podcast. I don't send her my presentations. The reason why is because I always started out by saying I was raised as an atheist Hindu, and I always started out by dissing my upbringing as a Hindu. So I always felt bad to send my mom my presentations because I was afraid she would get offended from me being so open about it. But now it's shifted. So the last 2 years, my mom can see my stuff. And now I don't say that I am an atheist Hindu. I say that I am so blessed to have been raised Hindu. First of all, one of the most common religions in the world that have all the truths hidden in plain sight, frequency, vibration, quantum physics, ancient aliens, like it's all there, right? But I was also not told that it's the only way. I was not told it was the only way. And because of that one thing, I never had that belief in my head. A lot of people leave Christianity, but they don't leave Jesus. Not that you have to, but it's a lot of times it's because of their upbringing, of it being the only way. This is my way to source. The Rig Veda, one of the few books that the whole Bhagavad Gita and Hinduism was created on, says there are many pathways to the same destination. That phrase is there for why there is no conversion into Hinduism, why you don't convert from one religion to another, because all the pathways lead to the same place. It all depends on the way you utilize it. So, I wasn't ever told it was the only way. Thank God. And so when I was 17, 18 years old, I believed in Yeshua, Jesus. I believed in Moses. Man, every Christmas I was watching marathons of Jesus and Moses and Ben-Hur movies, right? Like it was my lifetime, my life. So I knew almost more about Jesus than I knew about Hinduism, even though I was raised Hindu, right? So I was into all this stuff. But when I was 17, 18, 1999, 2000, I started realizing similarities in these religions. I was like, wait a second, like, why do pagan religions like Hinduism, because I was told that paganism and monotheism, two separate routes, two different routes, not the same thing. Why is it that polytheistic religions, even though, another side note here, Hinduism is not polytheistic, it's one God source. The other ones are reflections and demigods of the one, right? So it's actually, people feel it's a polytheistic religion, but it's not really based on that model. So when I realized that there's all these similarities, first similarity came to me in 2000. Why is Krishna and Yeshua so similar. Krishna, born to a virgin mother, had a carpenter as a father, known as a savior to his people. He died with an arrow in his side. Jesus died on the cross with a spear in his side. All these similarities, and I was like, wait a second, could it be that these the stories about Yeshua and other people are actually older stories reiterated? And that was when I was like, whoa, wait a second, Jesus never existed. Fast forward to now, I don't feel that. I feel that he did. But I was like, whoa, all of this stuff is coming from older and older texts. So I thought to myself, and now this one phrase here, you might have heard me before if you've ever watched anything on PTA. This is the reason, this one thought is why we're here today and why this event is even happening. What is the root of all religion? What is the root of all religion? That's what I wanted. Whoa, there's similarities here and there. There's got to be some sort of beginning. Is there something that we all started from? And if there was any similar story to Adam and Eve, right? Obviously, I'm not going into breaking that down, but we can. If we ever say like something similar happened to Adam and Eve, or there was only a few people on the planet, obviously we all came from one source, one group of civilization and humanity. How can I find out how it fragmented? How did we become separate? How did we become separate religions? Is there a way to do it? So in 2001, at age 18, I began a journey of exploration to see if I could find it. Panera Bread was my favorite restaurant back then. I would go to Panera Bread. I don't know if you guys know about it, but I would be there with the Quran. I'd be there with the Bhagavad Gita, the Hindu Bible. I'd be there with the Mahabharata, the Old Testament, the New Testament, and I was highlighting similarities in these texts. And I was like, wait a second, this is similar to this, trying to find the root. At the same time, I was actually looking for older texts. And what I found was the Sumerian scriptures, the Sumerian tablets of creation. And now this is what conventional scholars say are the oldest known religious texts in the world. Okay, so let's take a moment to break that down. First of all, they're not the oldest religious text in the world. They want you to believe it is for two reasons. One, written language didn't come about until the same time as the Sumerian civilization came about. So the Sumerians were one of the first civilizations around the planet that actually wrote down their beliefs from older belief systems, right? One. Two, it's a misdirection. The cradle of civilization on this cycle of time is Egypt, right? Which is the land of Chem, the Kemetic awareness. But they had already told us that pre-dynastic Egypt was 3,000, 4,000 BCE, right? So if we all of a sudden started redirecting the older scriptures to Egypt, guess what it would do? It would change the timeline of human history entirely. It would connect us to an even older story of an ancient flood, a cycle of reset, and a colony that was created after some sort of cataclysm on the world known as Egypt. Even though Egypt could have actually existed before the reset as well. So the Sumerian scriptures, though, are very, very important, obviously, because ancient alien theory is based on it. The Anunnaki story is based on it, but it was a deliberate misdirection. It's not the oldest scriptures. So at that time, I thought it was the oldest scripture in the world. And I stumbled across people that I've worked with extensively now. I had the opportunity to work with they were my heroes back then, you know? William Henry, who is we have more content of his on the PTA site than anyone. And you guys literally have free access to like 100 hours of William Henry by going on our website. Jordan Maxwell, who was is OG pioneer. Oh my God, I love this guy's information. William Henry, Ascension art, Egypt, mythology, how it all connected to extraterrestrials, the angelic beings, light body awareness from ancient history. Jordan Maxwell, occult, the bloodlines, the Sumerians, the secret societies, the Illuminati, tracking the fallen angels from Sumer, which were the second tier of gods. In Sumer, there were in Nibiru, the planet of the Anunnaki, from the Sumerian scriptures, there was not just one set of beings, there were two. There were the Anunnaki and the Igigi. The Igigi were the demigods that we see throughout all of our texts. They were the ones that were left on Earth. The Anunnaki went back to Nibiru. The Igigi, they actually became the fallen angels, right? So this is all what I'm learning, 2001, 2002, 3. And so I look at Jordan Maxwell's information. It's all about the occult and all these bloodlines. And he had this 13-hour video I watched in like 1.5 days. I spent my time watching that on the sons of God, right? Talking about the Igigi and the mating of the daughters of men with, the sons of God with the daughters of men. The sons of God mating with the daughters of men is what? It's a Sumerian scripture. But doesn't that sound very familiar? The Old Testament, right? So now I started saying, wait a second, there's similarities to this story as in the Old Testament. What's going on here? Next person I found was Nassim Haramein, 2001. I watched 11 hours of Nassim Haramein in one day, right? And he was breaking down quantum physics and mathematics and the proving of how we're all interconnected subatomically. One thing that really stood out for me, Nassim Haramein's work, is that he basically, to summarize this whole story he gave, the external universe, the infinite expansion of the external universe is a reflection of the division within our subatomic particles, right? So our human mind, the paradox is we cannot fathom infinity. Outside this has got to be this. Outside this has to be this. Outside this place has to be Earth. Earth, solar system, galaxy, universe. But our minds think that there has to be an end to something. But technically, how does the universe end? There's got to be something outside the universe. Our minds can't fathom that, right? How is that possible? Because it's a holographic projection of something that we can do. And what can we do? We can infinitely divide a particle. Infinitely. That is actually accepted conventionally and from the esoteric world. You get a subatomic particle, you divide it. You still have some left. You keep dividing, you still have some left. The external holographic projection of the universe is a reflection of the subatomic division within us. So I was getting up to, Nassim Haramein, Jordan Maxwell, William Henry, last person, Jim Self. This is 2001. I watched himself, and he's talking about something called simultaneous time. And he speaks about the Merkaba, which connects to the light body, which is an Egyptian term, Merkaba, light body. And the Merkaba is our auric field. We're made of subatomic particles. Our subatomic particles vibrate in and out of reality. As they vibrate, they create an electromagnetic field around us. All things create an electromagnetic field around them. The Earth literally has an electromagnetic field blocking it from solar radiation and solar flares. It is the aura of the Earth. We too have the same thing. And it's in the shape of a Merkaba, which is a star tetrahedron. And if you rotate your Merkaba to 3/4 the speed of light, this is what he was saying in his video, right? When you can do that, then you can actually go into something called simultaneous time. And in simultaneous time, you're in a meditative state where you're basically aware of all your incarnations and you can rewrite the scripts. So this is the most in-detailed explanation I've ever given of my history. But so those are the 4 people that I came across around 18, 19 years old. And that just started me deep down the rabbit hole for about 6 years, nonstop research and awareness. And it actually took me back to the religion I was raised in, because I was seeing through quantum physics and through the Sumerian scriptures, there's all this information about vibration and frequency. So I started wondering to myself, is what they're speaking about in Indian scriptures, levitation from gurus, siddhi, supernatural powers, yoga, Ayurveda, meditation, chanting, are all these acoustic forms of quantum physics that we were using in order to create a vibratory shift to tap into another level of awareness? That was my question. So I started doing a deep dive into the religion I was raised in, into Hinduism, started looking at things from a different perspective, especially the Mahabharata. The Mahabharata, actually, guys, is like the story, the war of the fall of Atlantis. It's about the true brotherhoods. And there's carriages in the sky with lightning bolts flying in and out. It seems like there's some sort of galactic battle going on, right? So I started looking at it from that angle, which gave me that now here what I started in the beginning, that scientific perspective of the interconnected of all that is. And through quantum physics, vibration and frequency, that's when I started appeasing my mind and my doubting, skeptical mind, and started coming more into my heart. And this was a continuous process. 2006 though came about. And in 2006, I was deep into conspiracies, okay? And I'm telling you now how this whole thing came about, portal to attention. In 2006, I'd been following the bloodlines for so long. I was a chill kid, you know. I was still going to school, hanging out with my friends and all stuff, and in college. But at the same time, I was angry at them. I was upset about the secret societies. I felt that we had no power and no control over ourselves, and that they could take us out at any time. And depopulation agenda, you name it, conspiracy facts were a part of my life. And I was kind of depressed. So I decided to create an online Facebook group, and I called it 2012 Consciousness, Mind, Evolution, and Presence. And as I went ahead and created that, and hold on one second here, we have somebody trolling me, so I gotta kind of shift this around a bit. All right. So as I began creating that group, 2012 Consciousness, Mind, Evolution, and Presence, all these people from around the world started joining, you know. And as they were joining this group, I started creating chapters: California chapter, New York chapter, UK chapter. And then ultimately in 2008, I was at an open mic. And in this open mic, I had a friend on stage and he was singing. This is the first time I ever recited poetry in any open mic, anytime. And I was performing as well. And he was singing this song called My Name is Love. And I was kind of in the back just reflecting on life and kind of like all this stuff that was going on. And I realized this was a milestone moment in my life in 2008. It was August 2008. And I realized that the missing link in everything that I was into and doing was love. And that ultimately, even though we are, all these things are happening to us, I shifted from thinking that they were happening to us to happening for us, and that the darkness was actually working for the light. And the darkness was actually here in support for us and our experience in the world, right? And stopped judging them, and I started accepting them as more of the necessary experience. And this was in 2008 as I was working as a financial analyst. Same month, I lost my job as a financial analyst because the market crashed. And then I created the first ever website for Portal to Ascension, and I shifted the name of the group online and the fan pages to Portal to Ascension. So this was the beginning of our event. After that, I went on the road and I began creating events. I created our own website, and we started doing all those events that I named in the beginning of this talk here, 2009 to 2010. 2012 was a really huge evolution in our organization, where I created a live conference called Cosmic Reunion, where Bashar was the headliner. And so it continued like that, did events here and there, did some tours with Michael Tellinger, until 2016, where I basically gave up. You know, when I created Portal Ascension afterwards, I was homeless like 2 different times because I just wanted to do this so full time. I kept quitting my jobs. I kept sabotaging myself not to be able to work at these places. And I would just be in my car going from place to place, trying to make this work. When 2016 came, I'd been with my ex-wife for like 4 years now, and I was kind of sick and tired of not being able to sustain myself. And because I was feeling that way, I decided to quit Portal to Ascension and just become a conventional person working in the corporate world. And as I thought that, I was stopping everything, I was closing it down, I was going to close down the website. One of my friends said to me, "Hey, have you thought about just moving everything online?" And I was like, "No, I didn't," because I was doing all these live events, and the reason why I couldn't sustain myself, I had to drive there, I had to fly speakers out, I had to pay for the venue, I had to do gas, I had to find a place to live. All of these things were making it so challenging to keep doing the work. So in 2016, I decided to shift off and to no longer do that and create an online university. And that was the beginning of all the online events that we've done. The first ever online event we did was called the Starseed Summit. And that was the last event Dolores Cannon actually ever did before she passed away. She was, I'd been working with her for a few years before that, and she was actually on that event. That actual presentation is on our YouTube. And that event did so well that it was able to sustain me for half a year. And I began creating all these events, Portal to Ascension events. And since then, it's just been a growing experience, a lot of challenges, a lot of growth, working with all types of people, and getting to a point where the vision of Portal to Ascension, when I had the 20-year download, basically in 2008, was to eventually create villages, communities, Ascension villages. So what we're really doing is like all these events and everything are in order for us, Portal to Ascension, to self-fund creating actual villages and communities around the world in the near future, where we have contact centers, meditation centers, conscious education. So that is where we're leading to. But during that process, from now until then, we're going to be involved in every type of production that is possible for consciousness. Events, conferences, retreats, tours. Those are all ones we've done and continue to do. And then music, the music label, which is called, the music label is Akashic Records. That's the name of the music label. That's coming out very soon as well. And then documentaries. Within the next year, we're going to start releasing, actually next year in 2025, we're going to release our full feature documentary called We Are Not Alone. So it's like basically going into every field of conveying information, media, in order to create these experiences for people and creating even a travel agency for consciousness. So now what we're doing this year is we have the Glastonbury conference. As you guys know, we have all these online events. And then at the end of the year, what I want to share before I do just a little bit of cycles of time information is at the end of the year, we're going to be doing the first ever Portal to Ascension cruise, guys. And I'm going to show you the cruise ship. Actually, I can pull up the image here, I think. Hold on. Boom, boom, boom. Here we go. All right. Yeah. Boom. Should show up. So yeah, at the end of the year, this cruise company has been asking me for like 3 years to do it, to create a Portal to Ascension cruise. And I kept saying no, but this is the year. And as this event is the beginning of the Galactic Origins theme for the year, this is the end of the year experience. So basically the container opens today and it closes, and then obviously it never closes, right? But for that theme, this is it. And this cruise line, Celebrity Equinox, is luxury cruise line. If it's 2,000 people, we are only going to probably, if we get 2,000 people, that's great. But we'll probably have 200 people on Portal to Ascension. The website's not up yet. It'll be up in a couple of weeks. portalatSea.com. It's basically called Portal to Ascension at Sea Galactic Origins Cruise. We're going to leave from near Florida, Orlando, Florida. We're going to go to Honduras. We're going to go to Belize. We're going to go to the Yucatan. And the really cool thing is all the excursions we're doing are our own private excursions. So we're not part of like the cruise line. We have a dedicated conference room. We have dedicated musicians and entertainment to ourselves. It's 7 days, and we're going to have 20 speakers on it. The JJ and Desiree Hertak will be there. Debbie Solaris will be there. Sarah Brexman will be there as well. Laura Eisenhower will be there. Lots of incredible people. Alan Steinfeld, of course. And it's going to be, I do 3-day conferences, and I always run out of time on what I want to share. So having 7 days to work with is like a conference creator's dream, right? So we're going to be able to do a lot of information awareness there. And the really cool thing is the sites that we're visiting, we literally have the foremost alternative history scholars on the cruise with us for those sites. So the actual people that are putting out the real information about those sites are a part of our cruise. So we get to go to these excursions with those individuals. And that's December 14th to 21st. If you guys are interested, you can send me an email if you want to get info ahead of time, or just look out for the website portalatSea.com whenever we get to, when we launch that in a couple of weeks. All right. So now we have a few more minutes here, and I'm going to go ahead and screen share. I'm going to go ahead and screen share here and just show you something else. Let me just check the time. Yeah, okay. So thank you for listening to that. That's the story of how I became who I am now, and how I started creating events. Now, this what I'm going to show you here is just going to be a quick one. I want to show you the cycles of time, and I throw this in quite often. Many of you may have seen this before. But this right here is the trajectory of Earth in our solar system, in our galaxy. So the line that you see, the curved line going down and above, is actually our solar system. And the flat plane right there is the flat plane of the Milky Way galaxy. Okay, it's basically well, even though there is no such thing as a flat plane when it comes to the universe, but it's basically the milk of the Milky Way galaxy. And the trajectory here is how the Earth and our solar system is going up and down and through our galaxy. So what we do is we go through like a Fibonacci spiral up and down, and the middle part is also called the photon belt. Something you might have heard of is us going through the photon belt, being bombarded with some etheric energy, and this energy then allows us to shift into a new experience. So as you can see, if you follow back here, let's go around 13,000 years ago, where we believe the Sphinx was definitely in existence back then, because the Sphinx had the face of a lioness and was facing the constellation of Leo. That's 10,000 BCE, which is around, we were around the same point within the trajectory of our Milky Way galaxy at that point. And then there was a fall from grace, right? We fell, we devolved, we evolved, and then we came up until this moment, which is the end of Pisces, which is, around this time right now. And we went through the photon belt. We're going through the photon belt, and we're emerging out of the Aquarian age. Now, science, mainstream science, and NASA and other information has come out that shows that the Earth the galaxy actually is emanating a bow shock. And I think we have an information on it here. Let me see. Okay, not that information here, but there is something in the bottom corner. The solar system wobbles up and down 200 light years either side of the galaxy's disk. When it wobbles above, Earth may be exposed to more cosmic waves. Okay, so when it travels above, there's some sort of frequency, some sort of wave that is basically bombarding the planet. And you can see that's what's happening as we shift into what they say here as the positive polarity. And the way you can really explain it is if you have a face of a drum, and you're banging, the drumstick on the drum. And if you were able to see the waves coming off it, if you could visualize it, that is actually the bow shock of the cosmic waves. So our galaxy operates in a similar way through harmonics, is that there's some sort of vibratory frequency going on that is emanating, radiating cosmic waves above it. And we're actually experiencing that now. So not only do we go through a really high concentration of ether, the milk of the Milky Way galaxy, but then we transcend and ascend onto this higher level where we're also being impacted by cosmic waves. And this is a really oversimplification. You can see my whole presentation on YouTube, Galactic Origins, where we go into detail about the science of ascension. And then here is the only civilization in the world that actually has dates when it comes to the cycles of time and the ages. Many ancient civilizations speak about it. Many of them do. But this one has dates. And I wanted to show you where we at. Okay, we're at the Kali Yuga down here at the bottom, right? And we've been at the Kali Yuga and started around 700 BC. And from this calendar, we left the Kali Yuga, which is the Dark Age, in 1700, but there's a 200-year transitory phase in between ages. And in 1900, we became fully immersed in the Dwapara Yuga. Now, the theme of the Kali Yuga and the Dwapara Yuga, the Kali Yuga theme is illusion, authority, right, and delusion, right? Delusion, hierarchy, and authority, right? Don't have to explain that too much, but definitely delusion. What's right is wrong. What's wrong is right. The Dwapara Yuga is a movement towards the Satya. The Satya Yuga means truth. It's complete knowingness, complete truth. The Dwapara Yuga is the age of energy, and we've now entered the age of energy. And how did it start? It started with literally discovering energy, electricity, light bulbs, electricity going around the house, moving it for outlets. It was electricity. When 1900 hit and we fully immersed ourselves into the Dwapara Yuga, we then got into the age of quantum energy. And now we've broken through the atomic energy into subatomic energy, right? And what happens when we basically leave the Dwapara Yuga, we are now the masters of energy, because you and I were made of subatomic particles. We are energetic beings. There's been tests and studies that show that people can put light bulbs on just through their own hands, because the electricity that is going through our bodies, even our brains, are creating electrical currents that are then going in through our spinal system, that are energizing all of our organs like a battery, right? So we become the masters of the energy field of ourselves. And as we're doing this, we're learning more skills are coming online. We're tapping into our own consciousness. We're doing the inner work, right? And then we get to the Treta Yuga, has many themes, but the mental age. And the reason why it's the mental age is because it's when our telepathy, using our minds and hearts, come online full force as well. So that is the age that it's really telepathy is like the common theme around the planet. If you go back on this cycle too, and you see that, you can also put in certain things that happen in the world. The Trojan War, when that's supposed to happen, the Mahabharata, when that's was supposed to happen, when written language, written scriptures from verbally passing it down for thousands of years all occurred at the shift of these ages, right in these times. It was like when we shifted from one time to another, a lot of systems collapsed. So we can see a whole restructuring of society. Some situations, we had wars, we had a crumbling of the old paradigm, where there were those elite or those people or civilizations that were trying to hold on to the old ways, and the other ones that were a part of the new ways, and it caused conflict in the world. And then eventually we went into the next age as well. So just wanted to share that kind of graph with you there. So from that, and from the awareness of the cycles of time, and the way we've been going through these resets, we've been going through these evolutions and devolutions, that awareness to me has just been a part of some of the information that I've taken on that makes me really know that this is actually happening and it's inevitable. The positive the positive conclusion to this whole thing is that it's inevitable. We're evolving. There's an evolution in consciousness. So when we see chaos, craziness, war, devastation, all these things happening in the world, it seems like from the historical records on these ages and different civilizations, is that when we go into the next age, we can't take the baggage of the old age with us. It's literally like going through a wormhole, and through the wormhole, you can't take the physical apparition. You can't take that stuff with you. It's like dying, consciously dying, or like dying, but not even really leaving your body, moving through it. So as we can't take that baggage with us, institutions, systems that exist, all these different types of things also cannot go with us as well. So that's what we're in right now. We're seeing a restructuring of society, and we're seeing some individuals in the world holding on to the old ways and not wanting to let go of it. But as I just shared with you there, and my own belief is that it's inevitable, that it's going to shift no matter what. So that's it for my presentation, everybody. Thank you all so much for tuning into that, listening. And I'll go ahead and bring the crew back on.
That was absolutely epic. Epic. I was over here taking pictures with my camera. Just Neil, I love the way that you share. And what really inspired and uplifted me is it made me recognize aspects of myself where I thought with my heart first and then my head. And you talked about your head first and then your heart. Mm-hmm. And it's that merging that we're all coming into now. But thank you for giving us a real sense of where we're going, why we're going there, and how it all began and is flowing. I really appreciate it, Neil.
Neil, that's why you're my brother, because for me, it was also starting in the head and then moving into the heart and reopening the heart, because my heart was open as a kid and it was closed, unfortunately. And then the reopening took place.
Ooh, that's powerful.
Yeah. I like that. Okay, I feel that.
Well, you were honest too. I mean, I thought we to see a glimpse into what you've been through. I think in the old ways that we would put on this, the happy face, but I think what's beautiful is to be authentic, and you were authentic about what you went through and about you trying to go back into the world. It's, once you're like this, it's it doesn't work if you tried. I mean, it's a mistake, but I tried to do that. I didn't go back into advertising, but I went back and I took real estate for 2 years. And if you don't listen to your holy homies and your divine messages, and you ignore it, it was a disaster. I kept getting no's. I said, no, I'll just do this because I wanted to be able to, bring in income instead of spending so much time, doing what we do. And then finally, my mother of all things, who's very normal, she thinks I was the odd child. She told me recently, my Seeking Heaven channel, because I had people like you, and I'd like you all to come on, Star Family. She goes, I knew you were different. I never knew you were that different. I said, well, you should have. You had me. But she said, this is not working for you. You're different. You were a different child. You just need to keep going with what you're doing. And so that we all have to make that decision. Like, I'm in 100% regardless. And I think that we all are there now.
Yes.
And I have to say that I trust the universe. I trust the process. I trust why we're here. And I personally am happier than I ever have been. I'm so happy being here right now.
This is the time. This is the time. This is just so incredible. Neil, I love the way that you language that, Tamara. It's so resonant, and I can tell that all of our soul family here, they're talking about everyone should have access to Neil's explanation of where we came from and where we're going. Wouldn't that be amazing if the entire world had access to it? And it's up to us to share it.
Well, I would love to go ahead, Tamara, but I'm going to speak on that.
No, well, they do through this, and I think that we're amplifying that. And
Yes.
But what I felt, it gave me comfort seeing the cycle of things in the timeline. And I think we've all been saying that. 2024, I get, you want to say prophetic information? I do. A lot of us do, right? But not everything's meant to share, because I know we can handle it. It's cool. We're going to go through it. It's what Neil mentioned. It's got to happen. It's going to slough off. But what's more important is how to be during these times.
Yes. So, okay. So I wanted to speak about you saying everybody having access to this. So this is something that I've thought about a lot. Part of why they don't want us to know about how ancient Egypt is, how the cycles of time exist. Part of my story, I didn't talk about Epic of Gilgamesh and the flood stories. I have a whole presentation just on flood stories. And there was a collective trauma that happened on the planet that reset the planet, and it became myth. I have literally 3 slides with 5-point text of all the civilizations that I could find that had flood stories. There's around 500 of them on that slide. Don't expect anybody to read it. It's just there just to show you, right? And it became a myth, and it became a story of a flood that's a metaphoric story. But no, it was a collective experience on Earth that all these civilizations talk about. And if you look deeper into these texts, it speaks about great civilizations that existed before. What happened after that is a linear reprogression to where we are now. So we see, for example, the Old Testament, tohu vohu, right? In the beginning was void and desolate. Tohu vohu is void and desolate. So in the beginning, it was void and desolate, Old Testament, right? No, mistranslation. Tohu vohu, voided and desolated. Okay? That something existed, it was voided and desolated, right? If you look at the original translations of the Old Testament in Aramaic. So what occurred was a reset. And now when we talk about a great civilization existing and all this evidence of this advanced structures around the world, needing some laser cut diamond technology to make that perfect circle hole and all this stuff, the evidence of a great civilization is there, right? And now we can realize that the Aztecs, the Maya, the Toltec, the Indians, the ancient Kabbalistic texts all spoke about time in a secular way. And they gave us a map, right? Especially the Maya, because that's such a common. They gave us a map of how to navigate the cycles of time so we don't get reset again. That's what I've come to the conclusion on. That they were trying to warn us and show us how the universe works so that when these things occur, we can navigate through it and continue to evolve, right? And a great example is physics.org. On my Galactic Ordinance presentation, I show you physics.org. They talk about, hey, whoa, wait a second. It seems every 13,000 years there's a catastrophe on the Earth, right? Mainstream scientists. And then this is their conclusion, okay? The bottom line of what they said. Earth is adhering to some sort of cosmic pattern that is attracting cataclysms. Well, just break that down a bit. Earth has a cosmic pattern, like almost like the marble piece was put perfectly from grand design, and attracting, not just being hit. We are literally in a trajectory where the Earth is pulling in this experience, right? So for one reason, you can't judge that cataclysm because the Earth was placed in a way to create these experiences so that we could basically have the contrast, have the forgetfulness, have to reset, have to rebuild. All that's a part of it. But the fact is that we have these cycles, and the only way to break free from the cycles is to become conscious that they exist, which is why so many people want us to believe everything is linear. Because if we think it's linear, we don't have anything to learn from the past because they're more primitive than us, right?
Right.
One
So
of the
fascinating.
things that's coming through that I'm really feeling to share is about, there's a lot of people pointing to this movie, Leave the World Behind. I don't know if any of you have seen this movie yet. And it's showing what happens when the whole internet goes down and all that kind of stuff. And the question that comes to mind for me is when we talk about prophecies and we talk about, we look into these different movies, Divergent and Hunger Games and all the different movies and all the different dystopian scenario futures. The question that comes up for me is, are we co-creating it? Because those thought forms were planted in our head and now we're focusing on it. If we're focusing on that, we're not focusing on co-creating the harmonious, beautiful world that we wish to see. So I feel like what we're doing here is opening up the dialogue to have more and more people come into that awareness so that that seems to be a theme these past 2 days is be mindful of where our thoughts are taking us, be mindful of where our words are taking us, be mindful of where our actions are taking us. Yeah. And layer upon layer, each speaker, and especially what you just did, Neil, brought us there and brought us into that place that the mind meets the heart in this perfect unified field of 0 point energy where we can co-create whatever it is we want to do with this divine container that we're all holding here. And as Sandra says, we have the responsibility to do that.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Our new earth lives within us first. Like we can look at everything being destroyed and crumbling, the old paradigm just breaking down, but ultimately we need to begin within. And that's where the new earth is birthed. And then we can co-create it together.
I also want to make a comment to Michelle. I did see that movie, and at the end of Netflix that you can you love it or whatever, love it, like it, hate it, whatever. I put hate it because and you got to look at who backed that film. Okay. Yeah. Not going to say that because I don't want to censorship here. Is that we have to be spiritually mature in this way too. There are nefarious forces that want to play this downtown game. We got it. Okay. So they're putting this ridiculous stuff out, right, to upset people and say, oh, it's going to happen, because it's also universal law. You can't do things until you tell people first. So what I did is after that, I said, I disagree. I reject it. I speak it so, and I rejected all of that. And I did this whole thing over the movie. And so I did, because do you see what they're doing? They're trying to create this other aspect, and we can go in and say, I command it so through all my, through divinity working through me and me as a divine being, I command it so. No. And I reject this. This is false. And so I do that on stuff. You talking about spell casting earlier. We can back that down.
That's
we have the superpowers to do that.
Exactly.
So let's get into our next panelist, our next guest, guys.
Yes.
But I just want to say something real quick, Michelle, about what you're sharing here. I gotta just say thank you one more time here publicly, because I text you thank you a lot. You are just the reminder for me of my heart. And even though I started with the mind and went into the heart, I'm still very much mind, and I love it actually. But like whenever you speak, you are the reminder You're really one of the biggest reminders in my life of what it's all about. And I just got to say thank you for that.
Thank you, Neil. Thank you. And you inspire me to embrace more of this part so that I can understand why my heart is telling me certain things. And right now we're being an opportunity. I can't stress enough how important our free will decisions are right now, that we free will. That's what makes us so unique, and that we can embrace what we're all talking about here. I just I appreciate this so much, and thank you, Neil, for that.
And Neil, we have within us the brain within the heart, and we have to remember that.
100%. That's the best brain.
Thank
So,
you, Neil.
Victor, you're going to be bringing on Bridget now. So, thank you to Michelle, Tamara, and Anastara. See you guys in a bit. And before you do the introduction, Victor, I just want to say that my dragon presentation, guys, was 75 to 90% Bridget Renee Holiday regressing me for 3.5 hours. Okay.
Wow.
And she's one of the people that I love so much in the world. Such a beautiful soul. Have her on all types of events now. So I'm excited for you guys to experience her. So
and her voice holds such a transmission in itself. I listen to her voice and it brings me straight to my heart. I even in your dragon presentation, I felt it again. So I'm excited to see Bridget Renee. We'll let you introduce her, Victor. I'm super happy.
Thank you. Bridget Renee Holiday is a starseed, a channel, and multidimensional medium. Her star lineages include Pleiadian, Sirian, Arcturian, Lyran, Andromedan, amongst others. She's an international beyond quantum healing hypnosis practitioner and awakening and ascension mentor who specializes in mentoring starseeds in their ascension journey. When working with starseeds, Bridget helps them remember who they are and what they have trained in lifetimes and what they're here to do. This includes discovering where they're from, what their specializations are, consciousness expansion, and embracing deep relationships with their cosmic star families. Bridget is an Ascension contact specialist and galactic ambassador for the Galactic Federation of Light. Bridget has been communicating with a collective of beings such as angels and high guides since birth. Over her childhood and teenage years, other groups in the collective began to come forward over time. Before long, she was communicating with the Ascended Masters, other beings of light, high ancestors, elementals, amongst others, knowing them all by their frequency signatures. She calls this collective a soul team and believes that everyone has one. Her website is BridgetReneeHoliday.com, and we welcome her here today. Welcome, Bridget. Thank you so much for joining us and sharing your wisdom with us.
Thank you, Victor. It's so nice to connect with you. I loved the email reach out. That was amazing. I'm just going to put the readers on. You guys, I've been in tech mode, so I've been on all different screens. And readers are the way to see right now. So if you guys see them, they're cute though. I am definitely going to do a presentation. Hopefully I can figure this out. Neil, if it looks weird, feel free to hop on and give me some
music
tips.
or what is it?
Can you see it?
No. What are you trying to show? A presentation?
Yes. Hold on. Let me go.
So click present, and you should just do entire screen.
Okay, so I'll do this first. I got it mixed up, even though I was in the training. Share screen. Why in the world is it named that? I don't know, but here we go.
Okay, yep, perfect.
And then
here it is.
You guys can see it?
Yeah, we see it.
Thank
you
you.
said you have sound on here or no?
No sound. I don't need any. It's just going to be me talking. So let me just make sure I can click through. Yeah. Okay. So today I just really want to talk about what I always talk about. I feel like either Ascension or Galactic Family or some combination of both because it's all connected. And I've really just titled this Galactic Family Connection. If you guys were at the last Ultimate Star Beings conference, some of this will be familiar to you. And if you weren't, this is sort of for you. This is so I can kind of start at the beginning, not the very beginning from that presentation, but I just want to invite you along a journey into our hearts to really look at our connection with our galactic family. And the first thing I would love to talk about briefly is we have cosmic time and we have linear time. Most of the rest of existence is on something we call cosmic time. And a lot of 3D expressions, third dimensional expressions, experience linear time, but not all of them, which I find quite fascinating. And you can think of cosmic time like a spiral, right? It is this enormous spiral. It's all about soul expression or source expression. And then linear time is more focused on life progression. And as we are here on Earth, I mean, we obviously know that we experience ourselves in linear time, but we are also moving into more of a cosmic time. And those of us that are experiencing ourselves resonating within our higher dimensional frequencies, we will experience that overlap of cosmic time and linear time. And time can get a little wobbly, right? So I also want to touch on, and I know, Neil, this was one of your favorite ones from last year. I want to touch on dimensional expressions. All of these things are so important to understand who we are at the core essence of our being and how our soul expresses within all of the realities, the variety of realities, whether they're consensus or like we have here or other, many, many other options. So I like to think of dimensions of everything in dimensions. My team talks about density, and I know our density and dimensional numbers don't align on Earth, which I'm not sure why. So this is the way I sort of make sense of it in my mind as I'm communicating with a variety of different beings. So as you can see on the right, when we're in the third, fourth, and fifth dimensions, we technically hold less light. Now, I want to say that as of when we are still slumbering, playing in our illusions of separation and forgetting, right? We still have the same amount of light available to us at all times. But we also experience ourselves with individuated consciousness, very individuated, and a lot more density. When we're looking at sixth, seventh, and eighth dimension, I call that the cosmic dimensions. Cosmic beings. You'll hear me say that. You'll hear me say that a lot if you ever hear me speak publicly. And with that, that's where we step in, and we technically step into that within the fifth dimension as well. We step into unity consciousness and a very neutral love and above density. And then when we're looking at ninth all the way up, and sometimes ninth and fifth are sort of overlapped, as they all are, because we're technically interwoven with all of this. We're looking at more light, expansive consciousness, and less density. A lot of the beings in 9, 10, 11, 12, and up, those beings express without physical form. Now, the interesting thing about these beings is that they can create form, they can create worlds, they can create life, they can do all of these things that we would consider to be very godlike here on Earth. And what I would love to really remind everyone of is that we are all of these. As a human, being an infinite creator being, expressing an aspect of consciousness in a third, fourth, fifth dimensional form, which is what we've sort of run into. We have access to versions of ourselves, of this person, of you, of Sherry, of Marcus, of, I don't remember who else is here, but I could say your names, of all of those people there are versions of you in each of these. This is something when you start to expand your consciousness and do a lot of meditation and access your deep soul memory, you will start to access other aspects of you. I'm not even talking about simultaneous lives, and I'm not talking about parallel lives, meaning carbon copies of us experiencing our life in a different way on a variety of Earths, right? I'm not talking about the copies, and I'm not talking about other beings that our soul is expressing as. I'm literally speaking about you as a person. Our consciousness is all of these things, and we have elements of us, of our soul within this expression that are also experiencing ourselves in all of these different dimensional expressions. That can get kind of confusing, but for those of you that are experiencing yourself being received by others during dream time and assisting other people in their dreams, that can also be there's the soul teams doing that. But when you're experiencing yourself doing that in astrals, right, fourth dimensional expression, sometimes fifth, when you experience yourself having council meetings with a multitude of councils of light, which is what I now call the beings that I work with, because they requested that. So all of these different things are you. This memory, this knowingness, this access of something happening in real time at the same time as your everyday waking reality here now, in this now moment. That is a version of you that is multitasking, so to speak. That's your multidimensionality, where you're getting a glimpse into the variety that is actually contained within the human experience on Earth. So I wanted to bring that in because it's something that I've heard lots of people expressing. I myself am experiencing sometimes 12 different council meetings happening simultaneously. Those of you that are part of the councils of light that have connection and communication with them, a lot of people call them the Galactic Federation of Light. My Nahara is a Palladian counterpart that I have. She's a parallel life, a simultaneous life. And she and a bunch of them came forward and said, no more Galactic Federation of Light, please. We would like to be called either Galactic Councils of Light or Councils of Light. And that's a whole other story. It'd probably be a whole presentation, a micro presentation as to why. But if you hear me say Councils of Light, that's who I'm speaking to and of. And there are many. We have so many different councils. So moving forward, we all share a soul stream. So this is moving into out of our own personal multidimensional experience as, and I don't like to speak of myself in the third person, but as Bridget, right? Or Sherry or Marcus or Natalie or whoever you are, right? We also share a soul stream with all of the other lives and expressions of our soul. All of those beings who are either in physicality, some form of physical expression, some form of cosmic expression, an ethereal expression, even collective consciousness that has no density whatsoever. There are so many beings and non-beings that our soul is expressing as, and within our soul families as well. So not only are we connected with the parallel aspects of us as our human form that we're focused in now, we're also connected with all of the variety of forms and expressions that are beyond the Earth experience, right? And with that, we exist in all the dimensions. You guys heard me talk about that. But our soul, it has this beautiful effect. If you look at the streamers and the light, imagine that the light running up this picture is a soul column. And all of the different streaming light that's coming off go to all these variety of lives and expressions. They are all connected. And as you saw in the sacred geometry, when I was talking about the cosmic time and linear time, we create this beautiful tapestry of creation. And when we reach a particular degree of consciousness expansion within our own multidimensional remembrance, we can openly communicate with our simultaneous lives via our natural consciousness communication abilities. Many of the beings on your soul team, who are those beautiful beings that are here to guide and assist you along your journey, they are you in what we would call past, present, and future lives. As you can see, I've got these beautiful feline lyran-like beings on here. And I know I can feel so many people that are here and that will be watching this hold Lyran frequencies. But that's what we mean when we say, I'm a Lyran starseed, I'm an Andromedan starseed. I call it holding frequencies of them. Our DNA is amazing. If you guys want more information on DNA, definitely check out Geraldine Orozco if you haven't already. But there's so much. We are truly a hybridized species. And the word alien has been thrown around so much lately, but I just want to remind us that we are too. We are a galactic race. We are a galactic species. Who doesn't know that we are? And it's just coming back into the memory of that. And there's this deep connection between all of the different races and species, whether we are conscious of it or not, or whether they are conscious of it or not. So everyone is connected in the oneness field. We've got Andromedans, Arcturians, Essene, Syrians, all the beautiful insectoids. We've got us here on Earth, the Lyrans, the Sauroid races, which are reptilians, Anunnaki, Pleiadian, Yael, Auroras, and so many more that we can we're barely scratching the surface of who's out there. So I want to remind us all that we have a lot of rabbit holes and theories and different opinions and judgments about a lot of the races that we feel are playing roles within the control constructs with humanity. And I just want to take, and I'll spend some more time on this later, I want to take a moment to remind you that within those races that are playing roles in the control constructs with us here on Earth and other beings, there are also species and races within those types of beings that do not hold that sort of expression. So while we might think of the Anunnaki, a lot of people based on Sitchin's work and others that have come since then, we might think of them, some people, especially if you've been receiving a lot of information about this from other humans, you might say, oh, they created us as a slave race and all of these different things. And you might just discount them as no thank you. I personally come into all of this connection with, I will communicate with the beings that I am in alignment with. It's about my inner expression being reflected back to me. And I communicate with Anunnaki ethereal beings who are beautiful. They are so full of love. They are so supportive. They understand themselves in oneness and unity. And they are not even remotely related to those now. They're not energetically frequency related to those stories that we are telling. And they have lots of information that they share about that. But it's the same for reptilians. So my team has always said that there are groups of people that are playing in the control constructs with humanity. I call everyone people, just FYI. And that there are many others that do not. And I have personal experiences with beautiful, supportive, love light reptilian people. And there are many different races of reptilians. So I just want to use this, and the same with insectoid. I just want to use this slide and that opportunity to remind us that we are all connected by soul and source, even those who have forgotten, and that we are a soul family tree. And it is time for humanity and the rest of the universe, through what we're calling the Ascension here on Earth, we're calling it that. It's time for us to bring all of our parts back into harmony. And really, understand that there are aspects of consciousness existing in every dimension, playing whatever source expression that our soul has decided for us to play. So just as here in humanity, we have both light and dark within us, there are others that do too. But the entire universe is being called and upgraded and activated and brought into whatever the next version is for us. And so I just invite everyone to remember that we have diversity in unity. And I'm just going to show you some pictures. I do a lot of consciousness traveling. And in my consciousness traveling experiences, I've seen all kinds of beings. And I've literally spent so many hours at night in preparation for this, generating art that looks like some of the beings that I have seen. But I'm doing this not just to show you pretty art. I'm doing this for you to look at each of these beings and look at the things that are similar to us, but also look at the nuanced differences in appearance. And my invitation with showing you these different beings is for you to, if you find yourself contracting or repelling from any of the aspects of them, my invitation is for you to find the beauty in those moments. Because when we can find the beauty in anything in existence, when we can find something that we can see that is unusual and not think of it as repelling within its otherness, when we can bring it into that unity consciousness that we all hold within us, then we're able to literally find our connection and find it within us and feel it with other beings. So my Soul Team Collective talks a lot, and it's something that I'm very passionate about. They talk a lot about humans and how we have some things to understand about ourselves if we are to have open and aligned contact with our galactic family. And one of the things, I'm just going to speak as you're looking at these and kind of doing your open-hearted connection. One of the things that we are going to be in for a number of years, from what they've shown me, is healing our trauma, pain, and suffering. And I just want to say that everything in our reality is colored by these things. So if we perceive life, we perceive it through all that we're carrying within our consciousness. And if we desire to understand and connect with our galactic, cosmic, and ethereal families, we want to be clear of everything we've adopted and created that no longer serves us. And the information we receive when we do that is, well, before we do that, is angled in those directions. So all information that we receive through other beings, which are us, we've just, kind of established that earlier, and even through channeling, and even through, sometimes through our high self, which is interesting. The information we receive is always angled in those directions. So if we're holding trauma, and if we're viewing the world through the lens of judgment, through our stories of suffering and pain, that all that information flows through those filters, and then it's distorted by them. So my encouragement is to really do the deep dives, start to really look at all of the areas of your consciousness. And if you are not sure where to start, you can ask your high self. You can ask your Soul Team Collective. They're in oneness. You can say, please bring to the light of my awareness all that is ready to be released and set down. And please do so in a gentle way. Bring it into my mind and offer me deep understanding. And then it's all we have to do is drop in with it when it comes up, when the memory arises, when someone's action triggers a deep emotion within us, or, whatever it may look like for you in that moment. And if you're not sure what to do in that moment, put your attention and focus on your heart and ask your high self, what will you have me do with this? How can I heal this, release this, transmute it, move beyond it? How can I bring this back into wholeness? And sometimes it's just the light of our awareness. And I just want to give you an example of this for me. In my early days, I've been communicating my whole life, for those of you that have just now met me. But in my late teens, early 20s, I was still holding a lot of trauma from some early trauma, but also things that had happened throughout my life leading to that moment. And I was very expanded. I was super open. And we happened to have another kickstart of what we're labeling the Ascension during that time period. And so it really just turned everything up. Like the volume was up so high on all of my soul senses, which is what I call the clairs and psychic ability and all of that. And I started getting my request. Let me just say this. My request my whole life, my one thing has been wisdom. If wisdom and love, and unity. But when I was younger, I was always asking for wisdom. I wanted to access my wisdom, the wisdom of my soul, the wisdom, just period, right? And so I started getting lots of visions and downloads and different things like that. And during that time period, it was on full speed. It was sometimes an entire day would just be filled with that. And I started getting lots of visions and downloads that were filled with suffering and filled with pain and filled with all of these really dark visuals. And if you're one of these people that is experiencing that right now, I invite you to really tap into your heart and listen to my words. And with all of this, I would just sob and sob and sob because it was so much and I could feel it all as well as the visual. And there was one in particular that started my shift out of it. And I literally called it viewing the pain and suffering and of the world. And it was this, few milliseconds by milliseconds of live in time things that were happening from all around the earth, all different parts of the earth with people, animals, our habitat, all of these different things. And it was all of these terrible things, right? From clear cutting forests to, murder, all of these. I don't want to trigger anyone, but all of these really intense things. And it was just one after the other, after the other, after the other, after the other. And it went on for what felt like an eternity. It was probably about 15 minutes. But it just continued to go and go and go. And finally, I just screamed with my soul, stop. And I was a puddle. I was sobbing so intensely that my body was tremoring and I was wailing. And one of my best friends, we were very telepathically connected. We lived in the same apartment. She felt me and she came running and let herself in my house and came all the way back through like 3 doors to get to my bedroom and just held me. And I could not speak for I don't know how long. It was a long time. All I could do was sob. And what it showed me, I got a little emotional thinking about that. So if you are tapping into this stuff, what it showed me was how much work we have to do here on the planet within ourselves. But it also made me ask why am I suddenly getting these very intense, dense visions and messages? And I was getting lots of messages about things like that as well. And what my soul team said is, this is where you're focused. And I was like, what? I'm not focused in this way. And they were like, yes, within your consciousness, this is where you're focused. You are a frequency match for these visions, for these downloads, for this information. If you don't want to be in alignment with them, do some healing. And I was like, really mad at them first because that was my personality back then. I was like, how dare you? You know, I was very sassy. But at the same time, I was like, okay, once I got over being mad and being told that I'm the creation of all of this, right? Or that it came through me and I had something to do with its reflection to me, I started doing healing and I started working, chipping away at the trauma, peeling away the proverbial onion layers one at a time. And I have done that for a very long time. And what I started to observe within my reality is that the information started to shift. And I had put a pause on some of the visions while I was doing some really deep work on some elements of trauma within my history that I knew were denser in my consciousness. And then when I opened back up for visions, I could see the progression of how much light I was starting to hold. I could feel it in myself. And I've come in with a very 5D blueprint, 5D and above, as always. But I could feel my light quotient increasing. I could see the information and really understand the information that I was accessing was being accessed through different angles. And really, it changed my life in so many ways. The information I started accessing, I ask a lot of questions, but even within my soul knowingness, our high knowingness is what I like to call it. And that information started to shift when I shifted out of what I call my third, fourth dimensional consciousness, bringing it into the wholeness, of course. But when I began to really expand into and out of the things that I had adopted and created that were no longer serving me, and the things that I allowed within my reality, the experiences that I had had that were traumatic, I allowed myself to carry them around like they were a badge of trauma honor, right? And some of them I didn't carry in that way, but to use those I know those words are very intense, but I had adopted a lot of my trauma into my persona, into who I was. And through clearing that out, I got to see and experience more of who I am at the core essence of my beingness. And that's what I'm inviting everyone to do, is step out of the trauma identity and step into your heart and soul core essence. Because when we're channeling information, when we are accessing our own soul knowingness, our current degree of consciousness expansion directly affects our current consciousness focal points, right? So if we're getting information from our soul team, from our high self, from the Akashic records, from, wherever it is that we're accessing information through our high knowingness, and we want information that can uplift and serve ourselves, but also uplift and serve our beautiful collective, as well as the rest of the universe, being a clear channel of that information is so important, right? So, and this is important because when we are receiving this information, our consciousness expands. And because we're in that unity, then the consciousness of other people receive that information as well, whether we speak about it or not, right? So it's literally rippling out from us energetically. That's why our private community is called Ascension Catalysts, because we're all Ascension Catalysts. But if we're here to remember who we are at the core essence of our being as we live this amazing human life, and we have a deep desire of connecting with our galactic, cosmic, and ethereal families, it's important to understand how this clarity of perspective will impact not only our interaction with one another, but also our interaction with our galactic, cosmic, and ethereal families. And if we are still holding a lot of separation consciousness, and we are still seeing ourselves as other than, we're still seeing one another as other than, we're still judging people based on our appearances, we're judging people based on different ethnicities. There's only one race of humans on the planet, just FYI. But if we're spending a lot of our time on this, then we're holding ourselves in that separation consciousness, that suffering, that pain. And we're looking at the world and everything in existence through muddy glasses. So my invitation is to find the things within other beings, whether they be galactic, cosmic, ethereal, something terrestrial, insects. You guys probably heard, if you were at the last how to prepare for contact with extraterrestrial beings. If you were at that one, you heard me talk about this too. Find things that you find repelling. Look at them. Really work through that. A lot of those beings, that the avatar that you have a fear of, the spider, there's a reason for that, and it's not necessarily from this world. But really just look at them. Spend time with your own self, bringing everything into wholeness. Spend time bringing all of the things that you say are other than into wholeness in whatever way feels aligned for you. And watch how your life will begin to reflect that. Your external reality will begin to reflect that unity back to you, that love, the ability to perceive things that are highly different than us in a way that you feel connected to them. This is something that is natural for us, and we've been programmed to be other than that. We don't come into the world with a lot of that separation consciousness. So we come into the world from who we have been as a soul, and we know that connection. Just look at tiny little babies and children together, and it'll explain it to you fully. So while I'm going down this avenue, I want to kind of circle back to communicating and connecting with our galactic, cosmic, and ethereal families. I'm just going to start calling them star families because it's a lot shorter. When we're channeling them or connecting with them in contact, it's really important to recognize that they are different than us in a lot of ways. They have a vast consciousness that is so huge for a lot of them that they are born knowing and accessing, and they don't have a lot of the illusions of separation and forgetting that we do. And many of them will mirror our personality traits and reflect us back to ourselves. So it's important to also know that when we're doing this inner work, this clearing, allowing more of our soul light into our human experience, and really allowing the embodiment of our high self, our soul's essence, that sort of thing, that will be reflected back to us as well, right? So they will mirror our personality to us. They'll mirror our behavior to us in some ways. And really, they meet our behavior and our vibes, what we're holding in that moment, often with the opposite force if it is something that is not in alignment with unity and love. So there's an intention to show us what we might not recognize we're doing or being with that. There is a kindness in it. So I just want to remind us that the love we feel from another being, whether it be another human, a galactic being, cosmic, ethereal being, it is a direct reflection of our soul. And the disdain and fear that we feel as we're looking at the being on the right, some of you, because it has that spidery look to it, that's a reflection of our own consciousness and how we feel about ourselves and others. So when we are expressing in the world, connecting, having contact, physical contact, or contact that is more interdimensional, contact that is through channeling or through visions and downloads and messages, however it's coming in, it's important to bear in mind that anything we feel repelled from, look at it, especially if we know that we have our soul team filtering any and all connection, contact, and communication with any being or non-being. And if you haven't done that yet, I highly recommend just saying, hey, soul team, I request that you filter any and all connection, communication, and contact with any being or non-being in my highest and best good and the highest and best good of all. Now you can rest and trust that anyone that comes in is there for you, right? Is there for you for an exchange, for whatever. But always know you have divine sovereign free will and can choose. And if any of you are experiencing contact or experiences with any being that you feel like is not honoring your divine sovereign free will, I have a blog on my website. If you go to the blog area, there's a release of contracts, a nullification and release of contracts that you can do. I highly recommend reading it. It's free. You don't have to pay for it. And really standing in your sovereignty and your power as you speak the words aloud after you've read through it and understand it. Also, if you don't feel strong enough in that moment, have someone else hold your hand while you do it that can hold space for you and help you stand in your power. You don't want to, when you do that, you don't want to solely rely on them. You want to get to that part inside of yourself, in your heart, where you know who you are. But you can speak those words, and that will nullify the contracts with them if it's high self-approved. So, and most of our divine sovereign free will moments like that will be. So I just want to say it is time to release judgment and separation consciousness, viewing ourselves and others as separate and unworthy, because it really perpetuates this reality and holds it in our lives and in the world. So if you want to see a better world, if you want to experience a world where we truly are embodying more of our high dimensional aspects of consciousness, do it within yourself first. Look for those streams of consciousness that you're still holding within yours. If you want war to disappear, stop fighting with everybody, stop arguing, stop doing things like that, right? Like figure out the things, the connection points within you and implement them into the release or the transmute that you're going to do for yourself. It's time to set all of this down, really, because if we are staying in a separation consciousness, then we're never truly going to be able to experience the unity that we so deeply desire from our galactic, cosmic, and ethereal family. So it's time to set those programs down. Release judgment and embrace unity. So a lot of us, when we are looking at depictions of galactic, cosmic, and ethereal beings, we expect to see a lot of grays. We see a lot of things that people that look like Pleiadians. But what I get asked, I used to get asked a lot on Clubhouse, it's been a minute since somebody has asked me that, is, are there any beings out there that look like me? And usually this is coming from someone with more melanin in their skin than I have. And my answer to that is absolutely yes. We are so diverse in all of our expressions. Even the Pleiadians, because there's so many different groups of Pleiadians, they have skin hues from a very dark, almost black. They even have like blues and purples and greens, all the way to the really pale skin, right? So there are so many different worlds out there that you can explore, that you'll see people that we favor. And it's humanity is not just on Earth. We are all over the universe. And there's so many different types of beings that have all different varieties of hues, all different sorts of facial structures. You'll see a lot of human hybrid looking ones in these art pieces, but there are so many that we don't look like. I just was having a hard time getting the AI art generator to make a bunch of those. But I just want to remind us that there are so many different beings that have a bad rep that are beautiful, and the hybridization programs are happening all over. I mean, look at Earth for an example. So we think of it as different species, right? But hybridization, I mean, technically it is, right? But there's a version of that happening with humanity all around the world, right? So many of us. I mean, I have so many different ethnicities within my blueprint that it is quite ridiculous. And there's a thing that we do when we reach a particular degree of consciousness expansion, we create life. That is part of source expressing. So in a particular dimensional expression, we start to create life, and we like to pull codes and keys and frequencies from different projects, so to speak, different source expressions, and combine them. And then we go and experience ourselves as that, right? So because it's all in oneness. So I want to just take a moment to honor the beautiful reptilian species. Any of you that are feeling a lot of resistance to this, just remember that you have divine sovereign free will. And I'm not going to force you into anything. But I have a sister. She's not sister by DNA or blood, but in one of my simultaneous Pleiadian lives, she is reptilian. I couldn't get a good image of her here to use here. But she is absolutely amazing, and she is not alone. There's so many different races, as I mentioned earlier, of reptilians that understand themselves in oneness and unity. And I just want to take a moment to say, stop being speciesist. Let it be. Remember that we're all connected. And if you're not resonant with someone, don't hang out with them. You don't have to let people run amok in your life, whether they're from this planet or not. You are a sovereign being. Stand in your sovereignty and say no if they're not resonant with you. I also want to speak about insectoids and other beings that sort of look like them. I've recently had an amazing experience with a group of ethereal wasp beings who I actually shared that experience with my husband. You might hear a little backup noise behind us. I had to do this in a different area of the house today. But I shared it with Sherry and Natalie, who are two of my best friends, and I shared it with my husband as well. So there was like a group experience happening with them, which was quite beautiful. And they came as I was making a request in my sacred bath time. And they told me that the reason they were here was because I was being kind to yellow jackets during the summer. And I had assisted the hive energetically. Their blueprint had been adjusted by a chemical that they had gotten into a couple of life cycles before, and their wings were deformed, so they weren't able to fly. So I was healing the ones that were coming to me, which it was so interesting. They were actually coming to me. And then I made a request when I looked at the hive and recognized what had happened energetically through the blueprints. I made a request and we altered it and reset them back to their wholeness blueprint, their highest blueprint. And I just want to say, lots of beings look creepy to us in the way that we understand what is visually appealing to us. Lots of beings look like they have horns. Lots of beings have pointed teeth. Lots of beings have tentacles. I've seen so many tentacles. Like some beings are just covered in tentacles, all different sizes. Lots of beings don't have a humanoid form. Lots of beings have, there's so many different variations of expression within physicality and in the cosmic, but also the ethereal, that my team really suggests that we take a moment to feel. before we make any judgments about what someone who someone is going to be based on their appearance alone, we are designed to know who someone is, right? We have the ability to discern based on energy signatures, frequencies. So if we see someone and we're loud, you guys, our mental and emotional state is super loud. So if we meet someone who has a strange appearance or something that we find repulsive, they hear and feel all of that. Just FYI. Most beings communicate via consciousness, which is like our version of telepathy and empathic ability and so much more. We are so loud to them. They hear it all. So just know, if you do have a moment of, oh my gosh, you can gather your composure. Most beings do understand that we've been sort of on a planet-sized island for our expressions. So most beings do understand that. But at the same time, I highly recommend getting clear on the differences. And really, for any type of being, whether it is a star being or a being that we would consider, something totally different, having that strong spiritual discernment about who someone is so important in this human expression. So one of the things for connecting and communicating, these are some of the things that are really important. Know your own energy fields. Intend to know, see, hear, feel, and sense your own energy. This teaches you how to trust what you're feeling and receiving. Spend time in nature so that you can really get a sense of who you are, what you feel like. And then connect with the subtle realms. And that can be anything, really. Honestly, we consider most energetics to be subtle because we're so loud. So connect with the subtle realms. That can be plants, animals, crystals, nature. Just remember to treat them with respect because they have consciousness too. And you can also connect with your soul team, right? Meditation is the fastest way to connect with your star family. If you have a regular meditation practice, you've cleared your fear of things that are different and the unknown to the degree that you can, and you are actively embodying love, joy, happiness, playfulness, these are the fastest ways, right, to raise your vibration, which is one of the things on this list, but they're also the fastest ways to connect with beings that are high vibrational. And then invite and observe. If you're wanting to connect with them, just invite them in, observe your own energy, what it's like for you. So acknowledge your star families that you want to connect and that you would like to communicate. Ask your soul team to filter for you, which is what we did earlier. Choose to be aware and observe the signs, synchronicities, and be present in your now moments. Pay attention to your dream time and in meditation, and then trust the messages and synchronicities and follow your intuition and inner guidance. Now, all of these things will actually turn your soul senses up greatly as well. And then it's all about stepping into trust. So as infinite creator beings, there's nothing in existence that can usurp our free will, not a single thing. So anchor in that divine sovereign power. Start to step into your sovereignty. If you don't know what sovereignty is, you can look it up online. There's so many, just Google it. There's so many people talking about it right now. And remember that any lower vibrating beings that come into your field, especially after you've asked for the filtering, they are a message to go within because they can see something. And my team and the angels have always told me my entire life that we are invisible to beings unless there is something within our consciousness that they can relate to, that is relevant, right? That is resonant. So this is just an invitation to us to receive them as a messenger and tell them you may take your leave, right? And then go within. What is it that they can see that it's time for me to release, right? And usually they come when we're asking to have discernment. That is one of those tricky ones. When you ask for discernment, you'll receive lots of different situations that help you remember that within yourself. But you can also do it make the request to deepen the discernment that you currently have, and to do it in ways that are surprising, delightful, and very gentle, right? So you can kind of put some caveats on it. But the lower vibrating beings that connect with us are always, and I have so many, countless experiences with them when I was younger, especially, they're always there to remind us about something within ourselves, whether that's stepping into personal power, whether that's what we want to play in and what we don't, whatever it is, whether that's we have the ability to say no, and they have to listen, because this is our expression in this way. But they'll also come to us for exchanges. You guys have probably heard me talk about that. If you've heard me talk in any of the other PTA Portal to Ascension events. But just remember, this is all about empowering ourselves and deflating what no longer serves us and inflating what uplifts us, right? So just remember that we are surrounded and connected to divine soul support in all moments. And star beings communicate differently than us, very differently. Now, lots of them, because we have had years and lifetimes of describing this human experience to them and all of the nuances, and we're doing that a lot in our council meetings now, a lot of them do understand us, especially those beings that are in direct connection with us more frequently now. But they convey entire concepts at one time in a matter of moments. They literally will give you like the history of their planet in seconds, like if they have a planet, right? And so you're looking for downloads, visions, memories within your mind's eye, that place that you replay your memory. Like, where did I leave my keys? And then visually seeing it in your mind's eye. That's the place that their communication comes in. So they'll also communicate with symbols, colors, feelings, all of these things that are on that list, like visuals, mind, movies, sound, knowingness, consciousness travel experiences, dreams. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. And then they will often adjust our energetics, physical, mental, and emotional, and sometimes spiritual, as they're starting to make a deep connection with us. And that's just to help us, number one, expand, but also to help that stream of consciousness connection that we do with them, to help it be really stable, like a good Wi-Fi connection, right? And then, as I've said before previously, they definitely reflect who we are back to us. And this is all about remembering who we are. So anytime we have a desire to connect with another being, look at why, right? Why do you want to connect with your galactic family? Is it because your heart and soul is calling out to remember that? Or is it because you're desiring for someone to save the planet? And I would say, look at that intention behind it, even if it is subconscious, because though they will share technology when the time comes, though they will assist us, we got ourselves into this mess, and we will get ourselves out of it one way or another. Our collective as a whole, our beautiful planet. There's just been another message come through from a beautiful group of indigenous people, from Gaia. And there are all these messages coming out. And if we're not listening to them and we're not actively embodying what we're receiving in our heart, then the trajectory for us is bleak, right? But there's a version of Earth already in existence that is the 5D New Earth. It's there. There's so many of us that are visiting it right now. And we're stepping into that, right? But the way we get to it is what we get to choose with our divine sovereign free will. So are we going to go as we're burning humanity's world down, like the world within our collective? Or are we going to go with grace and ease and effortlessness, with an open heart and an open mind? That's what all of this is designed for. It's designed for us to choose. How do we want to do this? What is the way that we want to step into our higher dimensional frequencies and live our life? And that all comes through our inner self, who we are choosing to be in every now moment, how we're choosing to be in every now moment, what we are allowing to remain within our persona and our consciousness, and what we are saying, okay, this is something that I release resistance and attachment to, and I'm going to opt out, and I'm going to bring all of me back into the perfect divine wholeness that I am. Because when we bring that dark, shadowy bit back into the light, everything frequency matches with our divine light. And it's the same with our connection with our galactic, cosmic, and ethereal family members. So allowing ourselves to really bring ourselves back into that unity consciousness, that ability to see the oneness and feel and experience the oneness with beings that are in our 3D reality, but also with beings that are beyond it and beyond the earth experience. And I just want to say, I think, yeah, it's all about anchoring frequencies. And this is a slide from the previous year, but this was something that if I had time, I was going to talk about. But really, it's just about accessing our soul remembrances, integrating them, embodying them, and our soul codes, right? Those codes, keys, and frequencies that we have naturally in a soul. And then really the Ascension is all about accessing that innate multidimensional quality of wisdom and knowledge and all of the things that we are. We are already all of the things that we are seeking, and it's all found within us. And anything that we've adopted and created that no longer serves us, we can opt out of. And the best way to opt out of something is to have zero resistance and zero attachment, and do it through neutral love and above. So yeah, I just want to say, be of service, connect with the parallel and simultaneous aspects of our soul and our star families, and lift the illusions of separation and forgetting, and enjoy your journey. And I just want to say thank you to each and every one of you for receiving this presentation. I love you guys so much. And I'm inviting you to join our community, Ascension Catalyst. This is a beautiful community where we are really connecting so deeply with other people who understand this world that we're in the way that we do, and from their perspective lenses, which makes it so interesting. But we're sharing our multidimensional experiences, our starseed experiences, our hybrid walk-in experiences, all of these experiences live and in time, and then really just anchoring those frequencies into our lives as we use our specializations and masteries and remember more of them. We're doing all of this together, and really just being the catalyst of awakening and expansion through our own selves, and allowing it to ripple out into the world. And if you want to come to events and things like that with us, feel free. And both of the membership prices are very reasonable. And we would love to have you, Star Fam. We would love to connect with you in this way. And we do a lot of support with each other. So if you would like to work with me, thank you, Neil. I just want to say, Neil, I'm so grateful for, I've been grateful for you for so long, but I'm so grateful for you speaking about your hypnosis journey, because it was amazing. And I feel really honored to do these with people. This is definitely currently part of my soul calling. There's something so beautiful about really getting to explore these deeper elements. And this is not the kind of hypnosis where we quit cigarettes and we do all of these things. This is like a deep dive with your high self and your soul team collective. And I have a new version of hypnosis sessions that are quantum sessions that are coming out soon, that are a bit different flavor than the Beyond Quantum Healing that Neil did. The first one is actually out. It's called Activate Financial Abundance. And we're going to work with a team of beings who have collected as a council to assist with this, so that we can move our beautiful, beautiful community through the poverty, scarcity, lack, limitation consciousness that has been so deeply woven into our programming about what money is and how we can or cannot receive it. So I'm really excited about those. If that is lighting you up in any way, you guys can find it on my website. I am redoing my website, so it's not very cute right now, but you'll find it in the hypnosis section activate financial abundance. Otherwise, I'd say, guys, go to the free gifts and get them. One of the free gifts is the step in, step out experience that I've done so many hundreds of times on Clubhouse and Awaken Ascending, which is one of my first communities that I collaborated with everyone with. And that will help you really get to know your soul team collective one by one, and get to know their frequency and really practice honing that frequency. There's also a rainbow light body meditation on there where you can really raise your frequency. But I highly recommend just going and doing that. And I just want to say, I don't know how to get out of this. I'm going to try to figure it out. Let me see. Stop screen sharing. There we are. Hi, here's the reader version of me.
Bridget, thank you so much for your heart-centered sharing and your wisdom. It was absolutely wonderful. And I want to share with you a couple of things. Number one, when you started crying, I shared your tears. I joined them.
Oh.
So thank you. You know, there's a wonderful expression in parts of Africa. The word is called Ubuntu, and there's various iterations of Ubuntu. And it's translated as I am because we are.
Mm-hmm.
And that's really what this is about, the unity that you're talking about. We are because we are. We are family. So thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. That was so beautiful. And that is truly what we are. It's like remembering that deep connection, like feeling it with every blade of grass, every insect that's crawling around you when you sit in nature. That's something that I've been doing since I was a tiny little. But yeah, that will help you hone your discernment. That will help you know your own energy fields, and that will help you in connecting with other beings as well, because each of those have a consciousness and they have a way to communicate. It's the same with crystals and other things like that, right? So yeah, I know Neil and I have had good talks about the separation consciousness, and how it's time to just let it go. These are old paradigms that let me get these words out. These are old paradigms for me. I am choosing to opt out of.
And there's
I
another
invite anyone else to do that.
And there's another thing, when they welcome a new child into a village, they raise the child up and says, whose child is this? And everyone says, that's my child. All of them adopt that child as their own.
Whoa.
What a beautiful vision.
Thank you, Bridget. Now I know why Neil speaks so highly of you. I thoroughly enjoyed that. And your wasp story. Now I know why we don't kill any bugs or anything. We release them into the wild. We leave them be. So thank you.
I had no idea that they even existed before that. I mean, I knew insectoids did, but I had never really had, other than mantis, any experiences with
insectoid beings.
With a large variety of them. I had them come in to channel information to their people in sessions and things like that. But personally, I had not had my own connection point with them, and they were so beautiful. There's a cool thing that happened, and I know, Neil, I don't know if I'm over time or not, but when I was connecting with them, I kept seeing the cover images. And this is a part of technology that a lot of people don't understand. It's a kindness really for us, because we are so fragile. You know, we jump into the fear really quickly is what I meant by fragile. And I kept seeing them, and then I would see this like Nordic looking being, and I'm like, why am I seeing a bunch of blonde people with blue eyes and really pale skin? And then I would see them again, and it was just happening as I was looking around, and they were like, you are seeing through the technology. And I said, yes, why do we even have it anymore? And they were like, some people still really need it. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to opt out of this. And as soon as I opted out of that, all of those cover images disappeared. And this is something that I feel like is so important, because it's an automatic thing that is programmed into the energetic technology with humans on Earth and some other races and species as well. Yeah. And we don't need it anymore. It's time. It's time to see people for who they are and honor them in their oneness with us.
For the souls too.
Yeah. Thank you for giving us permission.
Yeah.
You know, that you invited us into that field and gave all of us permission to let all that go and to come into this unity through community and communion with all of the communities. And your presentation was so on point. I I kept feeling the oneness in the field. You brought us into that place. Really, hats off to you. And thank you for giving us such beautiful visuals and the way you took us through it with your voice, the cadence of your voice, and bringing us into our hearts. I just feel so peaceful, and all the comments reflect that. Thank you.
Bridget, I'd just like to share, because we got to get into our next guest in a second. Just two quick things. First of all, I don't consider myself an activist, even though I guess I'm an activist for consciousness, right? But if there's one thing I'm activist for, it's for equal rights for all species of ETs.
Yes.
Right? We've
We
had
share
many
that.
conversations about it. So much so that I've been in the works for months now, coming up with a whole series. We're going to do a whole entire, for everybody out there, going to do, Bridget doesn't know about it yet. She's the first one I'm going to reach out to, because she said, make sure I'm the first one that you tell me.
That I did.
Like, and it's I don't know about the title yet. Tell me if it's good or not. It's Reptilians ... good or bad ?
Nice.
Bring it.
Nice.
A series of discussion with reptilians, with people who are hardcore, all reptilians are bad, to people that think the opposite, to people in between. 3-part series discussion, really to begin the conversation around that. Like, there's so much going on in the universe, so many different beings and species, and part of the experiment on Earth is to get over that. Somebody said this to me a couple months ago, that the reptilians on Earth that are interacting with us represent the shadow work, right? And when I think of shadow work, I don't think of something bad. But then when you think of the reptilians representing the shadow work, it's like they came down here to give you that contrast of the shadow so you can learn to grow from it. So it's like, as we spoke about yesterday even, how do you get to a point where you still have anger and you're not okay with the atrocities, but you still make a decision to realize the bigger picture of why these atrocities occurred in the first place, So that's just one thing. And since we got to get into Fox, the other thing I want to share is there was a remote viewer who came to Essene Ranch, James Gilliland's ranch, and I was there speaking at his conference. This remote viewer, first of all, remote viewing, every country, every government has a remote viewing program. In many countries, there are publicly traded organizations on the stock market in order to basically hide the fact that they're remote viewing, and they have their shell companies for remote viewers, basically. And so in the US, there's multiple companies that are publicly traded companies that they say they're for oil or for something else, but they're actually remote viewing organizations. This guy was a part of it, because the way it works with the government and remote viewers is that if you have it as like an actual FBI remote viewing program, it could leak out because it's public. If you have a private organization, they're now protected because they're a private organization. So FBI, CIA, governments, they hire private organizations, publicly traded, to give it this fake thing that they're not doing anything corrupt. And so this guy was a part of it. Never knew about ETs, remote viewer trained, had a whole entire office of remote viewers. They started remote viewing for terrorists, because most remote viewing people don't know about ETs. They do it for terrorism, right? They like, oh, what's going on in this country? So he was doing it for the FBI to look for terrorists in Malaysia. Okay. And at one day he goes to sleep and he wakes up, and at the foot of his bed is a humanoid being with a dragonfly face. And he freaked out. He's like, what is going on? Like, oh my God, completely not into this stuff. He still is hired by federal governments, right? So he's presenting at Essene. And then he goes that these dragonfly beings said, hey, we need you to stop remote viewing the bridge in Malaysia that you're remote viewing. And then he asked why. And they said, we aren't here on Earth for the humans. There's many people here doing a lot of things, interacting with humans. We're here because our descendants, our ancestors live under that bridge in Malaysia, and they're a dragonfly community. And the humans have just created a dam, and in about a few years, all of our ancestors are going to be extinct. So we're here trying to stop them, shift the consciousness so that they don't actually go extinct, so we can exist. And what happens when you remote view that area, you affect other interdimensional travelers into that area, and you were actually interfering with our agenda. That was the
Wow.
story that they gave. Yeah. Actually,
That
I
is
cried during
deep.
that presentation. You know,
I
like
would have.
What?
story. Yeah.
Wow.
And Bridget, one more quick thing. You talked about wisdom, and there's a wonderful quote from Rumi that said, "Yesterday I was clever, so I wanted to change the world. Today I am wise, so I want to change myself."
I
Mm,
love that
Oh,
phrase. Yeah, quote.
beautiful.
beautiful.
Yes.
Thank you, Bridget. Love
Thank
you.
you.
Bridget.
Thank you, Michelle. Okay, so it's Tamara.
Yeah. All right. I think I'm interviewing the next presenter.
Yeah,
Yay.
you're bringing on Fox. She's actually going to be performing, so you'll go ahead and you can bring her on now.
Wonderful.
Okay. Should I go ahead and introduce her?
Yes, please.
All right. So I'm very excited about our next presenter. I'm really blown away. Super excited for her to come on. Let me tell you a little bit about her background. And she was born in this world as Phyllis Ann Douglas, but as she is known as Vox Angelis, which is the voice of the angel. She is a direct embodied conduit for the consciousness of the Elohim. Surrounded by angels since she was a little girl, she experienced these angels as guides, teachers, and protectors. She now sings, writes, and transmits the frequency language of the Elohim into sound, energy, and etheric constructs that she often is capable of shifting into physical manifestation. Her ability to create multidimensional pathways and access points, allowing those who choose to let go and desire to move forward, to access their true divine and infinite nature from within. When people hear Phyllis or Vox Angelis speak and sing in the angelic Adamic language of light, the ancient codes and frequencies that flow through her and the embodied states that are translated and assimilated into this energetic cellular on a DNA level into the woven inner narratives. Her stories and beliefs that are aligned with her spiritual nature and truth, path, and purpose. Through the power of thought and the ability to see the creative construct of all things that have taken form, she creates access points for healing, transformation, and spiritual transformation. She has a YouTube channel called The Celestial Voice, and that's the Celestial Voice 11, and her website is phyllisdouglas.com. I want to welcome my angel sister, Vox Angelis, to the Portal of Ascension Ultimate Star Beings Conference. And I can't wait to hear her Elohim music.
Hello. Hello. Thank you.
Oh, you're a beautiful soul. I was looking at your work and began to weep. I too speak Elohim, but you are amazing, because I've heard that angelic sound and frequently it does change things on a cellular level. And I've been hearing more and more of that. And so I, honor you for what you're doing. And I think we should celebrate you right now.
Well, thank you so much. And it's such a pleasure. Such a pleasure to be here. Definitely.
Oh, absolutely. I'm so excited. So are we going to all grow halos and wings today? Is this what's going to happen?
Well, no, I was actually just speaking with Metatron, and I am Metatron, and today we are taking people into the sacred cosmos within that opens the heart to the path of the God self. So what you will experience today then is an opening, a broadening of that heart path through which the soul travels in this here life stream, where we would hope then that you will follow the illumination forward in the discovery of who it is that you are meant to be within this physical presentation in this world upon your earth. This is then to help you find and acclimate and align with your soul's journey. Thank you. Okay. All right. So that's what we're going to be doing today.
Ooh, okay, if that's the start, I'm in. Let's do this. Let's let divinity roll.
All right. So what I would suggest for people is to close your eyes, or you can watch, because I do track the energy that's coming in, and creating energetic constructs within the other realms and bringing it into the physical energetically, but also it comes through in my voice. So Hamdredi surum, hamdredi surum, ore re ra 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 ra, dondere surum, dondere surum, ore re ha ra 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 ra, ore re surum, ore re surum. Ero kororia marere churango chundram ambarere chunere torero dundre rud amberere churam amberere churam amberere churam amberere Urere sura, urenge, urere surum, urenge sirero, andare zero, andare zerindoro, ure surum, andare dario, ure surum, andare dario, ure surum, ore sur, hey, dario, dario, ure surum, ore suram, dario, dario, sore suram, dario, sore suram, amare sorendendo sore, amdarerorendende sore, amdarero, arerende sore, amdarerendendere sore, amdarerare, amdare sore, amdarerare, amdare sore, amdarerare, amdarerare sore, amdarerare sore. Ambahiram, 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 Chare, Ambahiram, Ambahiram, Chare, Ambahiram, Ambahiram, Chare, Ambahiram, 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 Hamde suram, eri tu kotoro madre hamde suram, hamdere kotoro madre hamde suram, hamgure kotoro madre hamde suram, hamde sutra, amen, orendo, amen, orendo. Et undres pura, omnes pura, hamnerire, hamnes sudra, hamnerire. are here. We are here. We are here. Turgesti Teresa, Tukura Baira. We are here. We are here. We are here. Tukurim Besura Patra. We are here. We are here. We are here for you. The transmission is now complete.
Okay.
Wow. Oh, Vox. That's incredible.
I was shaking the whole time, and I have no idea, but I wrote a whole transmission from what you were saying. Not that it could be just to me; it could be multiple things. But I this was look. It takes a lot. I was shaking to my core, and it takes a lot. I don't do that. I am so appreciative. I mean, something is going on with me. I felt like home. Thank you. I miss home so much.
You're welcome.
Alashi kola alisi tikola pola talasi. Alashi ala kola talati namona. Alasila tola.
Wherever you wrote this puir, but Sapagaramoto episode on Drukuir Sicham, Takai, Duturo Bakaira.
Alashila kola palasi. Akula tmontada mo shalatisa.
It's a quarter.
Ashana. I feel the closest I've been to home in a long time. It's tough being here. I don't complain a lot, because I signed up for being here, but it's that felt good. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm kind of like the same way. That was really deep. I was out, gone.
Yeah. Yeah.
I had to go lay down, Vox. You transcend so much and you transmute a lot of stuff. I'm realizing I was just so out. And when I came back, I felt like this was a spiritual boot camp. So far, these 2 days have been like a spiritual boot camp for me, like reminding me. And oh gosh, Camera, I feel your tears. I feel what I'm just holding you in that remembrance and that feeling of wanting to be home. And Vox, you do it every single time. There's never a time that I've ever listened to you that I haven't felt this feeling of being so accepted and loved. And it's so beautiful. There's nothing like it.
I don't plan on leaving this existence anytime soon, but when I do, I'd like to be greeted by your voice.
Yeah.
Beautiful. I am still vibrating. I literally, when I hear the truth, even if it's just through toning and light language, I get full body truth bumps.
Yeah.
And my body is still.
Do we have time, Neil? Just it's not much, but I did get some. I had to write this, and
Yeah.
it may mean something for someone. I don't know. I don't even know what I wrote, quite honestly, but it's felt very important.
Yeah, well, let's do this because we are really behind schedule.
Okay,
So
I'll make
you do
it
your
quick.
transmission, and then we'll close out right after that. Bring them
Just
so.
because this really blew me away, and it was so nice to be read by another celestial, or sung to all of us. It said, magnify. Okay, I started getting a transmission. I started writing. Magnify creation, divine within, life expanding, surrender to receive. The stars await your acceptance. Time and time again, yet unchanged, infinite is you. Release and fly with us. Open your mind and then your wings. Old ancient ones, remember, it's coming, your fragments of self made whole into purity of thought. Truth liveth, pureness of one ancient heart. The golden lion roams once more. We came for your love. Ours is free to give. Children, come out from hiding and play under the sun. Let it shine on your face. The highest will is done. It is written, so it is written, so it is written. Let the truth unfold. Leave it behind. Glory awaits. Transmute, leave it, and take joy, take joy. The new beginning, as written in sands of old. Live in your heart a pureness to serve. So it is, so it is. We are here.
It's too quiet by end. This is Mediterranean. I know that you are cut for time, but I just wanted to say what this work is about is bringing forward the truth of who it is that you are and allowing you to see what it is that you are, to feel what it is that you are. Because it's really important at this time that all of your constructs are in alignment for your awakening and ascension, physical, emotional, mental, spiritual, and energetic. You're bringing all aspects of self into alignment so that you are in a state of wholeness, that you may then walk forward and reflect your God self within your life. Thank you.
Thank you.
I see the
Thank you,
poem.
Vox.
I see you.
Now, where can everybody find more about you, Vox?
Yes, if you go, I have everything on my website. I'll just direct everybody there. I have music. I have a retreat coming up this next weekend, which is the Christing Halo activations, which is in Glendora. It's in Southern California. So I do have a few spots left that I'm wishing to fill if anyone's interested. But on my website, it's my name, my given name, Phyllis, Phyllis, and Douglas with 2 S's, DOUGLASS.com. So if you need a button to know, about events and sessions.
Love you, Phyllis.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, Neil, I'm sorry I broke out. I was supposed to help co-host and bring her on, and I'm like a wreck. I'm sorry.
No, this is perfect. I wanted Phyllis. Vox shows up to. I mean, she's at a lot of our events, especially the big ones. She's been in every in-person event that I've done within the continental U.S. like since 2012, right? Because she's just brings this energy of integration. And I said this at one of the last events, I think last year at this event, I think I said this, that it was the sound of like the journey that we took to get to Earth, and it's funny, it's interesting because the Elohim, if we go into the Elohim, the seeders of world, the creators of life, and it's the frequency of us traversing the cosmos and creating life as we go around. That's how I feel from it.
What a great way to explain it. That really resonates.
That is beautiful. What do you think that maybe, I don't know, I'm going to think about, what does it mean the golden lion roams once more? You know more about ancient history. What's a golden lion? You know about this, Anastara. What does that mean? Is it a constellation?
Well, when I yes, and when I hear that, I'm reminded that we're being reminded of our Lyrian lineage as well.
Oh, okay, thanks. I need some help with that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
All right, so let's go ahead and get into our next guest for today, shall we, guys?
Yeah.
Right,
and let us know how long he's going to be on when he.
Yeah. So updated on the schedule. Everybody, take a look at the schedule page. I updated it there. We have an hour of Phil Gruber right now. And then we have Craig Campobasso. He's going to close us out. We'll be done at 7:50. And then Michelle sent me a video, really cool music video from one of her friends. So we'll have that as the finale for today.
Wonderful.
All right, Anastara, go ahead.
Hello, beloveds. Thank you so much again for being here at the Star Beings Conference. You are being called to your greatest and highest intentions. You are the creator of your life. And it is a deep honor today to share our next speaker, Phil Gruber. He is featured in the critically acclaimed film, The Indigo Evolution. His passion, enthusiasm, kind spirit, generosity, sparkling wit, and intelligence has made him a much-loved and highly respected speaker on the international scene. He is acknowledged worldwide as one of the planet's foremost teachers of sacred geometry, light language, the Indigo Children, the Magdalene Mysteries, advanced healing systems, cosmic history, the Master Key, and an ever-growing repertoire of fascinating subjects. Oh my goodness. Phil has spoken at the United Nations, and his first book, the Kabbalah Code, a collaboration with James Timon, was published by Hay House. Oh, I love Hay House. Welcome, Phil. Thank you for being here today. I'm so deeply honored.
Thank you very much. Phil couldn't make it today, so he sent me in his place. I'm Francoise Picard.
Hello, Francoise.
You probably know my great grandson Jean-Luc.
Oh, bonjour. Comment ça va?
Bonjour, ça va, everybody out there. Thank you so much. That was a wonderful. Sorry. That was a wonderful introduction. I wrote that myself, actually.
Yeah.
I didn't want to go too over the top with it.
That was great.
No.
You are a man of many talents.
Thank you very much. Well, I guess I'm ready to start. Thank you for that note. This is wonderful, and you expect me to follow Vox. That's like that's really weird. First, a little disclaimer: I'm having a lot of. I probably shouldn't even reference it, but I'm having some dental work done, so please excuse me if I talk a little bit funny. The moral of the story is snowboarding and psychedelics don't always mix. I'll just leave it right there. Interesting that you mentioned the golden lion, and I think it was you that mentioned the connection with Lyra. Well, as far as I'm concerned, that references the Lyran Syrian Anuhazi, cat-like, lion-like beings that reside in what we call the third and fourth harmonic, which we'll talk about in a minute. This is rendered by my wonderful friend April Dick. This is, I had this t-shirt made a while back. This is a very, very close approximation, actually the closest pretty much I've ever seen of these Lyran Syrian Anuhazi right here. Isn't that beautiful? One of our elder races, okay? So that was amazing. I mean, to follow Vox, that was just, all I can say is, and Bridget, of course, Bridget Renee Holiday. What, it's just, my mind is blown. I'm in a highly altered state, so strap yourselves in tighter than usual because I'm ready to go, okay? So thank you again. Here we go. It was interesting, Victor mentioning the Ubuntu. I have a little story here from a book by a wonderful friend of mine, The End of Scarcity. Can you see that? Whoops. Can you take my background off? I know I didn't put this background on. This background was not my idea. Let's see. Hold on just 1 second. Virtual background. None. There we go. The End of Scarcity. Kristen Ragusin. In this book, she tells a story about the Ubuntu. So it's very, very interesting that Victor mentioned the Ubuntu. There's Kristen tells a story in this wonderful book, The End of Scarcity, The Dawn of a New Abundant World. There's a beautiful story of an anthropologist who came to live with them in Africa, the Ubuntu, to understand their ways. Despite months of research and effort, he learned little until the last day. He proposed that they play a game where he put a stash of candy in a basket under a tree and told them to all stand behind a line and race to it, that the first one to get there would have the spoils all to themselves. What happened? He shouted, "Go," and they unexpectedly held each other's hands and ran toward the basket together. Then they shared the candy with each other. So I bet the anthropologist did not expect that. No, he didn't, I affirmed. He asked them then why they ran together instead of trying to win the candy for themselves. And the girl answered, quote, "How can one of us be happy if all the others are sad?" How can one of us be happy if all the others are sad? In Ubuntu, as Victor said, I am because we are. Isn't that beautiful? So get ready. Here we go. Throughout human evolution, throughout the evolution of the human race, our evolution, there's a plethora of interdimensional races. and they brought teachings to Earth in order to influence one way or the other and direct the course of Earth human evolution. Now we're going to start with 3 of the primary interdimensional races involved with pre-ancient human culture. And these 3 are the Elohai Emerald Order. We'll get into this a little bit more. The Braharama Amethyst Order and the Seraphi Gold Order. These are called Brennau collectives. Brennau, remember that word Brennau, from what we term densities 4 and 5. Densities 4 being harmonic universe 4, being dimensions 10, 11, and 12. Consciousness manifests itself as liquid light. This is hydroplasmic liquid light, hydroplasm. The Christ avatars, Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, exist in a state of liquid light. That's density 4. Density 5 is just pure light beings, pure radiation, pure waveform consciousness, dimensions 13 and 14 and 15. And these 3 orders are what we call the Brennau, are the 3 founders races that seeded life into our particular time matrix during the last seeding of life into our time matrix 950 billion years ago. That's 950 billion years ago. Forget this 13.7 billion. This is just the last of the greatest of the great cycles, the last outbreath of the Great Mother. And by the way, she's ready to take it back in again, let it mingle with herself, and another outbreath. This is the breathing rhythm of the cosmos. A very ancient word, angelic word for this is the unisci. And it's interesting, have you noticed that a lot of light language channelers are beginning to sound very similar? There's a little Native American or First Nation, there's a little bit of Asian, Oriental languages, this and that. The reason for that is the first languages we're going to channel are the ones that are closest to us genetically. And when we talk about that, we're talking about Pleiadian, Syrian, Arcturian languages. We'll get more into that when we talk about the structure of consciousness a little bit later. And for what I'm going to unpack a lot in this next hour or 55 minutes. I actually have a timer here, so I can really pace myself. But before I really get into it, I want to say thank you again to Neil, Portal to Ascension. I owe just about everything, and everything I'm going to share, to the Guardian Alliance, the Emerald Order, Melchizedek Cloister, Iesha, all my mentors, all my teachers, and again, a special shout out to the Portal of Ascension or the Portal to Ascension. Many people have found my work through this particular portal, and I just can't, my gratitude is just spilling over all the time. I'm really in the state these days of perpetual gratitude. These Brennau orders that Tricia McKinnon actually invokes, she's had communication with the Brennau, I think, for many, 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 many decades, actually. Well, these Brennau orders visited humanity during different time periods. Why? In an attempt to keep the history of humanity's original creation contract and our intended evolutionary destiny alive within the Earth human races. And this original co-creation, co-evolution agreement made between these Brennau races, these founders races, in seeding our time matrix 950 billion years ago, was called the Emerald Covenant. The Emerald Covenant. And I will tell you, if you understand that L. Frank Baum, the author of the Wizard of Oz books, the original Wizard of Oz books, was a confirmed theosophist. Him and his wife joined the Ramayana Theosophical Society in 1892, 8 years before he wrote the Wizard of Oz. If you look at the Wizard of Oz through a theosophical metaphysical filter, I tell you, it's unbelievable the knowledge that's encoded in the Wizard of Oz. Now, this original Emerald Covenant, I'm starting with some broad strokes here. The original Emerald Covenant was made 950 billion years ago among these density 5, dimensions 13, 14, and 15, full light beings, the Brennau, the Rishi orders. And in this agreement, these Brennau orders agreed to create various founder and elder races. Why? To seed life into all the density levels of our particular time matrix. And why? To create peaceful coevolution and ascension for all of their stellar races. Now, the Elohai Emerald Order Brennau, they were appointed the original security team in our time matrix, and they were charged, just like we are charged. The original human race is created to be guardians, custodians of the planetary stargates, which allow access to the interdimensional stargates. They were charged with ensuring safe, egalitarian evolution of all life forms and in all the densities, and employing the natural laws of unified field physics, which is truly what the law of one is, or a big part of the law of one, to maintain the structural integrity of our time matrix. Now, these density 5 Brennau orders were directly involved with the creation of the original angelic human lineage. Of density 2, these are the angelic levels, the soul levels, dimensions 4, 5, and 6, on a planet that we know as Tara, a fifth dimensional version of Earth, 560 million years ago. 560 million years ago. Now, this Emerald Covenant has been restated several times in our history. It was restated 248,000 years ago. Actually, the most recent restatement of this Emerald Covenant is us, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. But with restatement of this Emerald Covenant 248,000 years ago, the density 4, Lyran Anuhazi, and the densities 2 and 3, we're talking about angels and archangels, Syrian Azurites. These are from Sirius B, the blues, the Syrian blues. On behalf of these fifth density Brennau orders, these full light beings, these pure radiation of consciousness in dimensions 13, 14, and 15, presented a gift. I want to talk to you first about the source of all this information I'm going to share. Presented a gift to the Earth human guardian races that honored the Emerald Covenant. The gift was a massive library of information dealing with the history, the full history. Sorry, I got a cookie here. The full history of our time matrix. 950 billion years of history, creation physics, ascension mechanics, and the mechanics of operating the planetary and interplanetary Templar complex, which is the series of portals, stargates. Okay? And this gift, what was this gift? 12 small holographic recording discs that are called by many names. We know them as the Eternal Dora Torah, or the Cloister Dora Torah plates, or the CDT plates. Accompanying these CDT plates was a corresponding set of 12 larger discs called the Signet Shields, which were frequency generation devices through which the 12 primary stargates of the interplanetary Templar complex could be accessed. And we'll talk more about that pretty soon. This kind of stuff, the actual diagrams of the maps and keys, the locations of the interplanetary stargates and their access points on this planet. As well as serving as these were the devices held within the Ark of the Covenant, the rod and the staff, very powerful devices that could be used to gain Stargate access from the Earth. So while we're on the subject, let's talk about the Earth human race lines. But before we do that, I want to talk about how this information comes to us. The way it's communicated to us. It is in the larger scheme of things channeling, but it's not conventional channeling. It's called digital data or symbol code implantation. And it's an application of what we call cheilontic science. This communication process is called symbol code implantation. Now, take telepathic communication, for example. This is something we can all learn to do, and many of us are doing this. We're calling it channeling, but what it really is at its essence, or in its essence, is symbol code implantation. Now, telepathic communication, that's built upon the dynamics of what we call cheilontic science, particline mechanics, and the natural biopsychological or physiological faculties within the human body. But you see, telepathy differs from symbol code implantation in that telepathy normally involves direct live communication between individuals, whereas code transfer utilizes pre-recorded messages like emails, pre-recorded messages that are digitally programmed into symbol codes, which are then electrically implanted within the bioelectrical systems of the receiver. We heard a lot of that just before I came on. Once implanted, the symbol code message is stored within the cellular structure as minute electromagnetic light sound patterns. This is important to understand, which the receiver can activate by simply intent to access this biologically stored information. Now, the symbol codes are implanted within the consciousness, usually in the dream state, less frequently during physical encounters, but certainly during physical encounters. I've had a few of those. Most of my training and experience has been in the dream state. That's a very safe place for higher evolution to meet with us. All they have to do is lower their frequency to meet us in the dream state. And the dream state is a place we normally go during sleep anyway, various stages of sleep. We actually go into the lower mid-astrals. And by doing that, we are going into the future. What needs to be understood is that higher dimensional levels, higher dimensions actually represent future time coordinates. Okay? And upon returning to waking consciousness, the codes electrically engage within the body's central nervous system and are translated digitally into the cells for storage. So when the receiver, you, me, anybody that does the light language, desires to access the information, the simple thought to do so sends electrical chemical instructions to the cells, which direct them to activate the symbol code data. And in response to the subtle electrical command from the thought, the cells transfer the digital symbol data into the operational DNA strands, where it undergoes various translation processes, because this ultimately is a big factor in the DNA, a big function, major function of the DNA is to translate the information. This is why it's very, very important to clear all remaining karmic miasmic manifestations, because that will only serve to jumble and scramble the information coming through us. Then the data is turned into electrical impulses, again, that creates chemical hormonal responses in the body that are actually directed by the solar plexus. The solar plexus is in charge of this, that allow these recorded messages to enter the central nervous system, where it is then decoded by the natural sensory translation processes within the brain. It's a multi-phase biochemical electrical translation process. That's very important to understand when it comes to being able to not only access the information from higher evolution, from higher identities that exist in this all the different dimensions. I think of Bridget called the dimensionalized dimensions. Yes, absolutely. And the ability to translate them clearly and cleanly. Now, the Earth human race lines, star seeds, and more. The original human design itself is of extraterrestrial origin or angelic nature, in that humans, the human race, originally inhabited what we call the second density dimensions 4, 5, and 6 time fields of Earth. These are the soul angelic levels, pretty much rooted in the 5th dimension, where Earth is known as Tara. In the 8th dimension, Earth is known as Gaia. I know we reference Gaia as Earth, and it is Earth, but it's 8th dimensional version of Earth. Okay. The original Terran angelic original human is called the Turanusium. Turanusium. And I'll tell you, if you know Irish, Scottish, Gaelic, you realize that these old songs, Tura Turalura, Turaluralai, they're encoding vast fields of information. Okay? Earth, and the Turanusium, and Earth's humanity's stellar genetic heritage can be found in what we call the DNA substrand matrices. This is within the DNA. These are minute electrotonal or scalar standing wave templates that make up the blueprint for our human DNA. Now, in terms of the Earth human lineage, known to many of us as the Adam Kadmon or Adumi Kudmon, there were 7 root races, and 5 what they call cloister races were seeded. Each root race evolutionary cycle developed one of the first 5 strands of DNA within the 12-strand DNA template. Each of the cloister races, of which the indigos, most of us, if not all of us listening to this conference, carried within our DNA template the 7th through the 12th strands, the information of the 7th withheld within the 7th to the 12th DNA strands. And that corresponds to the higher dimensional density systems. Root race incarnates, they are the earth seeds. And the cloister race incarnates that carry the higher strand activation codes are the star seeds. And it is these cloister races that keep, and we still keep, the 12-strand DNA template potentials alive within the Earth human gene pool. And we represent the advanced stages of human evolution. The cloister race human 12-strand DNA template is known as the silicate matrix or the diamond sun DNA. And consciousness incarnating into the diamond sun cloister race biology here, we usually enter from the 10th through the 12th dimension. So our incarnational journey in this life, not from past lives. I think there's a little confusion in our movement, the difference between past lives and simultaneous incarnations. Now, when we come into third dimensional embodiment, normally 11 others come with us from a soul identity. 12 aspects of that soul identity, okay, come into our harmonic universe, into three-dimensional embodiment. Those 12 aspects of the soul identity or the angelic, they will themselves, they basically come through sets of interdimensional stargates, sets of black and white holes, and they manifest, they incarnate in different time-space coordinates within our three-dimensional universe. They are not our past lives, they are simultaneous incarnations which chose different time-space coordinates. Now, in terms of if we're the most recent, if we're the most present of those family of 12 in our incarnational soul family, we are the ones probably being channeled by our past lives. They are not necessarily our past lives, although we're getting a lot of incarnational bleed through and dimensional bleed through during this time cycle. And in many cases, what we assume to be past lives is information we're getting from members of our immediate solar incarnational family that have been placed or asked to be placed in different time-space coordinates within our dimensionalized systems. Okay? Now, and me personally, I do believe that I started this incarnational journey from the 11th dimension. A lot of us see 1111 on the clock, and I may talk about that a little bit later, but that's because we started this incarnational journey from 11th dimensional Lyra, which used to be known as Avion, which through semantic depletion and mistranslation has come to be known as Avalon. That's right, Avalon, Camelot. Now we've come, many of us, and I'm sure many of you, with me, with others, have come from the 11th dimensional Lyra. We've traveled through interdimensional stargates, various routes to get from there to here. And to get into incarnation, into fetal integration, you have to first come through the core of the earth, through the flamer halls of Amenti or the sphere of Amenti, and then through one of the 2 planetary stargates that relate to the interdimensional or 11th dimensional Lyran stargate, which is in the Vale of Pusey in England, where a lot of the crop circles are, to facilitate, most of them to facilitate travel through the stargates, and a little island off the coast of Ireland called the Isle of Eye. And then we come into fetal integration with that first cell. Okay. Now, root race humans, now the root incarnations in root race biology enter usually from the 3rd to the 6th dimensions. But the thing is, all root race humans have the potential, certainly now that enough of the waves of indigos in the Christ period, that larger agenda, I believe, was unsuccessful. But what the Yeshuas had done, when you come into incarnation on this planet, you leave an imprint of your DNA in the halls, the sphere, the flame of Amenti at the Earth's core, a massive stargate, a secondary stargate, but massive. That agenda of making it possible for all incoming incarnations to pick up that 12-strand pattern was not successful 2,000 years ago, but I think it is now. Because enough of us, cloister race human incarnations or indigos, whatever you want to call us, have been able to manifest on the planet, to incarnate on the planet, leaving imprints of our DNA at the Earth's core. So all incoming humans now have that same potential, that same ascension potential. Even all root race humans have the potential to receive genetic acceleration. Even the digressive races that have lost a lot of their DNA and ascension potential have the potential to receive genetic acceleration through bioregenesis technologies that will allow ultimately for the regeneration of the 12-strand DNA template. And you got to understand also that throughout the course of Earth human history, there has been lots of hybridization with various interstellar races, creating lots more varieties of star seeds among the Earth seed root race populations. Understand also that at various times in Earth human evolution, certain families of cloister race humans were further genetically enhanced through hybridization with the seed race out of which the original angelic Turanusium human lineage emerged. And the seed race of the human, our elder race, the seed race, our mothers were called the Oraphim. Now the Oraphim human seed race is itself a composite genetic code of Syrian Azurites from the 2nd density, dimensions 4, 5, and 6, angelics, Lyran Syrian Anuhazi from density 3, dimensions 7, 8, and 9. These are oversouls, archangelics. The Elohai Emerald Order from the 4th density, dimensions 10, 11, and 12. And the founders race Melchizedek Cloister Brenaua from the 5th density, dimensions 13 and 14 and 15. Yes, the meek will inherit the earth. There is no direct translation into the English or the Hebrew or the Canaanite Aramaic of the word meek. The meek shall inherit the earth. Meek is an acronym. Meek, Meek, Melchizedek. That's right. Yes, the earth is our legacy. The earth is our inheritance. We are known. We're the incarnations of the last of the root races. Many of us, the 6th and 7th root races, the Melchizedeks, the Paradisians, names I can't even pronounce. Okay. Now the Emerald Order. The human cloister Oraphim, that many of us are hybrid, we're all hybrids, is known as the Emerald Order Oraphim. And in contemporary times, we are referred to as the Indigo Children. Now, the DNA template of a true Emerald Order Oraphim is a 24 to 48 strand potential. There are very few of us on the planet. More are coming in now because now the planetary grids are able to sustain us. Even when we came in waves or individually, our blueprints were so expanded that they literally rocked the planet. Okay, that's what happens when high dimensional beings come in or are invoked in by sorcery, black magic, this and that. Now the DNA template allows for biological immortality and full biological transmutation out of the dimensionalized time matrix when fully activated To become a fully embodied angelic, you only need 6 strands fully activated. Now, the Emerald Order Oriflame, that 24 to 48 strand DNA template, which contains within it the original 12-strand DNA template, is called the Emerald Sun DNA. If you have 12 to 24 strand potential, double diamond, 12-strand potential, diamond sun. And the Oriflame humans are known as the primary Grail lines. Yes, those carrying the Holy Grail or the DNA template design that can fully transmute out of matter and hold not just meta-terrestrial consciousness, ultra-terrestrial beyond time, ascended master consciousness in embodiment. Consciousness incarnating into an emerald sun, Oriflame biology, usually enters from a minimum of the 13th dimension. The primary Grail lines among the Earth humans entered into the Earth's gene pool about 800,000 years ago. Later became the lineage through which Yeshua Melchizedek's Christic family lines emerged following his birth. Many believe in 12 BC. The Emerald Sun Oriflame founder's genome accelerates the evolution of Earth human populations. The Emerald and Diamond Sun Oriflame and the Cloister race hybrid humans collectively represent the primary Grail lines, or Christic lines, within the Earth human populations. Now, just briefly, going on 24 minutes here, a secondary Grail line emerged within the Earth human populations about 248,000 years ago when we were given the Dora Torah plates. And by the way, all this knowledge comes from translations through speakers, through recognized, acknowledged speakers of this information. I've tried to get into the Vatican archives for years. I've given up now. I got to the door many years ago, but the fact is, I've seen underground libraries underneath monasteries in the Near East, Far East, that make your underground library. Greg Braden, I think others have shown photographs of these. They go on for miles and miles. They make the Vatican archives look like your neighborhood library. And generations after generations or generations of monks scribes have been translating, retranslating the information from these Dora Torah plates. Now, a secondary Grail line emerged within Earth human populations about 248,000 years ago through hybridization with the Nephilim races. There's a lot to say about the Nephilim. I'm going to try to pack in as much as I can. The great thing is that you can watch this again and again and again and again. The Nephilim race is truly a hybrid race of cloister human from previous Earth seedings combined with the Syrian Anunnaki race strains. And the thing about the Nephilim race biology contains through the 9th through the 11th DNA strand template, okay, of what's called the Ruby order Nephilim Elohim. And the Nephilim Elohim 9 to 11 strand DNA template is called the Ruby Sun DNA. And that allows for biological transmutation into the etheric, pure etheric crystal, that's the oversoul, the archangelic, dimensions 7, 8, and 9, through to the pre-matter hydroplasmic forms of dimensions 9, 10, and 11. Now, how much should I get into this? Okay. All right. The Ruby Sun Nephilim Elohim human lineage later became the family lines of Pharaoh Akhenaten, the Mosaic family lines, and the Christic secondary Grail line of a being we've known as Yeshua Alhambra after his birth in 7 BC, the second Christ. More about that. Just so you know, you can pick up as much as you can from this talk and other talks I've given. The fact is I do offer personal, private, one-on-one mentorships and small group mentorships. The openings are few and far between, but there are openings now. Please get in touch with me if you're interested in a private, personal, one-on-one or small group mentorship. You can email me at philgruber153@hotmail.com. philgruber153@hotmail.com if you're interested in a personal one-on-one mentorship. Now, the Ruby Sun Nephilim Elohim hybrid race, probably in a couple of weeks, I'll be doing a talk on the 3 primary agendas of the Diamond Suns, the Ruby Suns, and the Black Sun races. So look out for that. There's only so much I can unload and unpack today, but I want to get some very important information across to you. I want to talk to you, certainly in the last half hour, about what I believe, and many of us believe, is the origin of the Christ Antichrist paradigm. And listen, when I talk about these digressive, quote unquote, negative races, yes, they're alive and well and active in our time right now, but understand that that's the fact that they reminds us any manifestation of digressive consciousness in our world, in our lives on the planet, only reminds us of how rare and precious and important we are to the whole process of personal and planetary ascension. Okay? The Ruby Sun, the Nephilim Elohim hybrid race, assist in the evolution of Earth human races, and they suffer genetic digression due to what? We're talking about the fallen races, due to hybridization, improper hybridization, using races not acknowledging their sovereignty, genetic hybridization, and also inbreeding. You can imagine what inbreeding does here on this planet, a few generations of that. Imagine millions of years of improper hybridization and inbreeding. They lost a lot of their ascension potential. We're going to talk about them in just a few minutes. And that was hybridization with Syrian Anunnaki and the Anunnaki draconian reptilian lines. Okay? But remember that even the digressive hybrid strains, any of those that need that type of healing, can receive bioregenesis to heal the DNA template distortions. Okay? Now, it's interesting, the CDT plates, there is a reference to that you can find online. In the 1960 film, The Time Machine, actually you can look on YouTube, just search for The Time Machine Talking Rings. In that movie, Weena, Yvette Mimieux, one of the Eloi, bring Rod Taylor into this room, into this what looks like a cave or an old room with all these interesting devices and books that turn into power. She introduces him to the talking rings. There are these rings that when you spin them, when they spin, they give you audio downloads of the history of the planet. Very, very interesting stuff here. So now let's get really down to it, okay? We're going to talk about the healing of humanity and the mechanics of Christ consciousness in this next half an hour, okay? Realize that the revelation of the truth of our interstellar heritage, that's going to help us to understand the true hidden forces that have worked behind the scenes all along to keep our civilizations warring, divided, hate-filled, and frightened. Humans of all DNA substrand matrices, the diamonds, the double diamonds, the emerald suns, the ruby suns, the black suns, of all, we've been kept blind to a great extent to our true nature, to our true origin. And it's through the blindness that these gifts of the Turanusium gene code have been hidden. The collective healing of our race is going to take time. And it will come, and probably only come, through an understanding of our true galactic heritage, where we come from, who we are, what we're doing here, what the true evolutionary path of human consciousness is. Aren't these the most profound and significant questions we ask ourselves? Humanity is always to ask ourselves. And the healing of the intergalactic collective, all of the races, this is why we're here. Not only to be the guardians and custodians of the planetary and interplanetary Templar complex, the Stargates, but to be healers, to be way showers, to be nothing less than the revealing vehicles for the love, for grace, for the love of God, whatever you understand God to be. And this is why a lot of us are related to the Magdalene lines also that I talk a lot about. When you have hybridization of human females with the Nephilim, with the Anunnaki, you're going to get expanded gene codes. This is why the Magdalenes, all the circles of Marys, were chosen to be these divine priestesses and all these temples of divine spiritual science, because with those expanded gene codes, they could create very, very special secret secretions. And the sacred sex they were doing in the temples and the Holy of Holies or the Hole of Holes were meant to give us a taste of the Christos. That's why it was done, and only done, the sacred sex, the sacred tantra in the temples. That's why we are, many of us, related to the Realim, to the sons and daughters of rape or the rapists. But the fact is that you see in Galilee, in Bethlehem, where a lot of this conflict is going on now, you see there were clusters of the Benjaminite men and Benjaminite women. It's the Benjamin tribe that were the product, that were the spawn of the hybridization of the Nephilim Anunnaki with Earth human. But again, and they created their spawn, their product was the Realim, okay? The Marys, all the Marys down to and Mary Magdalene, including many, many of us, are related to these race lines. The healing of the intergalactic collective is going to come through understanding the common core of creation out of which all races of beings have emerged. Okay? And these secrets of creation, they exist beyond the realms of interstellar conflict. Yes, we understand, we acknowledge that they exist, but we certainly don't focus on them. The collective healing of the extraterrestrial, the metaterrestrial, and the ultra-terrestrial, and the earthly races are going to come through, and probably will only come through, a state of cognition that is known as Christ consciousness. And what is Christ consciousness really and truly? Take a breath. It's a state of, again, 6 o'clock in the morning, Neil. I don't know how I do it. Christ consciousness is a state of 12-dimensional awareness and electromagnetic polarity balance that comes to us through full activation of the 12-strand DNA, the diamond sun silicate matrix. So understand that Christ consciousness is not only a concept, it's a bioenergetic phenomenon, which takes place through the progressive embodiment of the higher dimensional aspects of our personal identity. The Christos, or the collective fields of conscious liquid light, pre-matter, hydroplasm of dimensions 10, 11, and 12, the Christ avatars, Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, dimensions 10, 11, and 12, through which all beings manifest in the lower worlds of time. The Christos, or the collective field of conscious liquid light pre-matter, dimensions 10, 11, and 12, through which all beings manifest in the lower worlds of time, represent the point of unity between all interstellar races. It's a common pre-matter identity form shared by all manifest beings. Okay? Very important to understand. Though there are many diverse races of biology and consciousness within the dimensionalized systems of time, each of these races, all of them, emerge through a common seed and gestalt of consciousness, the pre-matter liquid light, the Christos. So in terms of the stellar drama, the Christos represents the reality fields of dimensions 10, 11, and 12, which correspond to the galactic coordinates of the Lyran star systems within the morphogenetic field of our 15-dimensional universal time matrix. Yes, there is a 12-dimensional dimensionalized levels of consciousness up to Christ consciousness. Absolutely. There are 3 more within time. And then there are levels where we call the energy matrix outside of dimensionalized levels of time. We call them ascended mastery. So population of our local time matrix began a long time ago in terms of time within the Lyran star systems through a singular race of pre-matter liquid light beings collectively called the Lyran founders races. And out of the pre-matter energetic codes, those morphogenetic fields of the Lyran founders races, came the biological imprint for all interstellar founding races. The codes of Lyra from the 12th dimension are carried in the human DNA. And once activated, then they will allow the body to experience full transmutation, biological, cellular transmutation, and ascension into the liquid light, pre-matter, metaterrestrial identity, the bridge between matter density, space and time, and the pure radiation, ultra-terrestrial identity forms of eternal cognition and at-one-ment with the God source. So the Lyran star system is known as the cradle of Lyra. Why not? Rockabye baby on the treetop. When the wind blows, the cradle of Lyra will rock. When the bough or the seal breaks, down come the baby, cradle and all. Because we've fallen to the bottom of the tree, but we still carry the imprint of the cradle of Lyra within each every one of us that carry at least the 12-strand pattern. And because of this restatement of the Emerald Covenant that motivated us to come from the higher dimensional fields onto the earth, pass through all the fields of time, through the earth's core to come into fetal integration, now every incoming soul into incarnation has that same genetic potential. Okay, so we've all passed through the cradle of Lyra or Lyra. Okay, so the dramas of human ET, meta ultra terrestrial evolution, they're simply states of experience that we all pass through on our journey home. Okay, so from the position of the Christed mind, the awareness of the stellar, the substrand DNA matrices, and the polarization and duality of consciousness they create is a condition to be healed. Humans among us that are even the children of the black sun, reptilian matrices, they're not viewed, we don't view them as evil or bad. They're viewed like all other beings as portions of the collective Christos that need perhaps many more than any of us to return to the cognition of their inner light and their indelible value within the cosmic scheme. So please understand that even the black sun stellar codes of the draconian matrix, they came into being a long time ago, way before the Turanusium human form was created 516 million years ago. Certain avatar identity, these are avatars, understand that these are certain avatar identity collectives in the pre-matter dimensions of 10, 11, and 12 suffered code convolution. What's that? That's the result of over-combining morphogenetic codes, improper hybridization, inbreeding, and that results in polarity imbalance and perceptual distortion. They purposely reverse the sequence of the diamond sun, the tetrahedral codes in their morphogenetic fields, turning them into cubic black sun codes. And this action served to sever the chain of the diamond codes of consciousness that link the avatar identity to its even higher Rishik identity in dimensions 10, 11, and 12. Next, so they removed that 12 strand, consciously or unconsciously, in many cases, consciously remove the 12 strand from their DNA template, not allowing them to achieve full Christ consciousness. They also removed the 8th dimensional frequencies from their morphogenetic field, a very important understanding. The 8th dimensional frequencies hold our connection to the 8th dimensional, what's called the monad or monadic identity, which represents the scalar grid of the collective family of consciousness through which we all entered the time matrix. And the galactic coordinates of the 8th dimension is in the Orion star system. We need to understand that removing this organic monad imprint, reversing the sequence of the morphogenetic codes, is a condition known as monadic reversal. The 8th dimension is very important. That's the lower Akasha. That's when you have full planetary consciousness. The oversouls, the archangelics, full planetary consciousness. That's the lower Akasha. The higher Akasha is way higher, up into the 5th harmonic universe. But we need to understand that the 8th dimension holds the key to the meta-galactic core. It's through the metagalactic core, the 8th dimensional metagalactic core in the Orion system, that's the galactic coordinates in our space, that consciousness enters a time matrix and ultimately leaves a time matrix to expand into non-dimensionalized cosmic consciousness. So through this monadic reversal of the black suns, the scalar grid that holds the identity of a family consciousness or an individual in time became severed from the greater gestalt, the greater scalar grids, okay, through which it originally entered the time matrix. Very important to understand the scalar grids of our original cosmic family identity gestalts connect identities in time, you, me, everyone listening to this, to the eternal ultra-terrestrial identity levels that reside within the God source and its energy identity fields beyond time. Monadic reversal traps an identity within the time matrix. They're trapped. They're trapped. They can't ascend out of the time matrix. And the irony is that they think that it's our fault that limited them. So what they do, they act as energy vampires. They can't receive a continual supply of energy and consciousness, love and grace from source. So they vampire it from beings that do have that connection. But again, we don't view them as evil or bad. They need healing perhaps more than any of us. And some of us do carry black sun codes, the belly kudium, carry the ruby sun, the belly kudium. This is why the main reason for abductions in the past. You don't hear about abductions a lot anymore because the reason for these abductions, the incarnates of the ruby sun, the belly kudium race that have some of the diamond sun, some of the black cube coding, there is a recessive gene in their gene code that allows that you can use to body snatch, to soul snatch. But since the Dracos, the Draconian legions have learned, I think they're very close to fully synthesizing that recessive gene, there's no longer a need for these abductions, okay? When you severed your normal perpetual supply of energy from source, the identity becomes finite. And you're only able to sustain yourself by drawing continual life force energy from other beings within the time matrix. This is very, very important to understand that the Black Sun avatar collectives of Harmonic Universe 4 that reversed their codes and severed their connection to source became known as the Anti-Christos. So this division among the liquid light avatar collectives of Harmonic Universe 4 that reversed their codes, severed their connection to source, became known as the Anti-Christos. Again, this division among the liquid light avatar collectives of Harmonic Universe 4, that represents the original point of creation for the Christ Antichrist paradigm and its many or multi-galactic manifestations. The morphogenetic code convolution that gave rise to the creation of the Antichristos avatars occurred within the gestalts of consciousness, carrying the morphogenetic imprint for the reptilian Dracon races. And so the Antichristos is frequently called the reptilian or draconian matrix. And I think it had been alluded to before, I think Neil, others have mentioned it, that not all reptilian forms of consciousness are of the draconian matrix. There are other reptilian forms that have retained their codes of ascension and their connection to source. But understand that the beings of the Dracon Matrix Avatar Collective, they do not possess the qualities of emotion as we know them. This is very important to understand. And they don't have the natural ability to bond with other life forms. These are the qualities associated with the Diamond Sun families that have the intact monadic imprint, the morphogenetic frequency patterns that allow the frequencies of consciousness of love to embody in a being. They're literally missing from the Black Sun matrix and their manifested genetic strains. They are intelligent, conscious, and aware, and are able to feign the image of love and they feel a possessive, needful bonding, often mislabeled as love. But the true vibration or the quality of genuine love is not present within them. The love of the Black Sun Matrix has the exclusive purpose of bonding. Why? To draw energy from other life forms. We understand life is understood to be a vibrational co-resonance with source through which perpetual energy and consciousness is exchanged, right? So when you're on the same wavelength, when you feel like a vibrational co-resonance with anybody or anything, that the emotional body's translation of that is love, is love, is love. Okay? The love, again, of the Black Sun Matrix has the exclusive purpose of bonding, yes, but to draw energy from life forms. The draconian avatars seek perpetual energy supplied by stealing the energy and consciousness of beings possessing the vibrational co-resonance with source. So it's often said that the draconian matrix needs love, and this statement is true when love is understood to be the energetic phenomenon of vibrational co-resonance through which source energies can perpetually supply life force. This is the function, true function, the major function of Merkaba fields, to draw, to allow the perpetual supply of life force energy and love.
Bill, just FYI, you have about 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm going to end in about 3 or 4 because I know we've been going over time, so I wanted to try to balance that a little bit, to come back to at least that we're a little more on time. They're quite knowingly, most unknowingly, energy vampires. So understand, and this is all about love. Again, the reason for the manifestations of digressive consciousness is because we're so rare and precious, because we hold the qualities of true, genuine love. The true understand, and this is for compassion and also mercy, okay? The children, and so we can forgive ourselves and forgive others that through their ignorance, their unconsciousness, their naivete, or their pure evil, they have violated us, or we allowed ourselves to be violated. Forgive ourselves, forgive others, because it is with progressive apology. Apologize, apollo, not many. So when you apologize, you are reaffirming the oneness. You are placed in the position of never having been separated from the one. Understand that the Black Sun, and there are many of them on the planet, carry with them a deep emptiness and an ancient rage, a desire for self-termination, and to end the emptiness within them. And their desire to self-terminate is often projected outward to the destruction of other life forms. Envy is an emotion-like quality of the Black Sun children because they carry the imprint and distortion of their creator's consciousness, okay, which believes that the light and the Diamond Sun families have denied them the power that's rightfully their own. This life force was never, ever denied. So we need to understand where they're at, how they came to be, how we came to be. The secret, my friends, brothers and sisters, is to truly understand where we come from, where we are, why we're here, that we're feathers in each other's wings through portal of and to ascension. These are the means that we have come together like this. You know, I owe a great debt of gratitude. I think it's in July, Neil, that I'm doing my next presentation. I'm going to take people through the Kabbalah Code. This was the journey that James Twyman and I took back in, 2008, that ended up being in this book, the Kabbalah Code. It's not going to be a course in Kabbalah. It's going to be a course in what the path working of Kabbalah actually is, which is really fascinating. I cannot wait for this course. It's going to be a sort of an overview on Kabbalah and Kabbalistic systems, but what's really at the heart of true Kabbalah. On that note, I can also wait for Glastonbury this year. So I want to thank you, Neil. I want to thank all of our hosts. I want to thank all of you for tuning in. Again, if you're interested in a personal, private, one-on-one mentorship where we go through a lot of this information and it's technique oriented, We have the information, but we also have the techniques. Most of the information is just to understand these techniques and the true art of dimensional ascension, which is the reason we're here, which is the reason for our DNA. It is the reason we're here, to experience that love that knows no earthly bounds. So once again, thank you so very much. This has been an honor and a privilege. Thank you.
Wow, Phil. Just
Phil.
incredible. I mean,
Phil,
so
always
many
an honor
different
and a
levels
privilege.
there, and activating our 12-strand DNA. And I just love the connection too of the 11th dimensional Lyrians, because I'm 1111 unified, created that network and that university. And so 1111 has been a huge part of my life. I'm actually channeling a book called the 1111 Codex. And so thank you so much for all of that. It was really incredible.
Thank you.
Oh, a wealth of information.
Yeah.
I want to hear that all again.
There's so much more that I tried to fit in what I could, but I realized there's so much more, and all of us have those pieces. We're all so very important to this process on a personal and planetary level.
And most of this is from you, Phil. Yeah, it is.
A lot of it, of course, through a lifetime of being mentored, being taught, my former wife, all representatives of the Guardian Alliance here and elsewhere. So I owe a great debt of gratitude. Gratitude is the key. Gratitude and forgiveness, I think, will finally free us from these mortal coils.
Indeed.
that
You
have
said
bound
we're
us
6 a.m. there. Where are you at?
I'm in Singapore. It's only it's just now coming on 8 o'clock. Thank you again, Neil, for starting me off at 6 o'clock in the morning.
I know.
Does it on purpose. I know he does.
I tried to work out our schedules, but you're just on the other side of the world. It's hard, man.
No, I'm really grateful to be up at this time. It's such a beautiful time, the dawn, when the veils are so
It's
thin.
the best
So
way to
thank
start
you.
the day, don't you think? Having this download is a good reminder for you of why you're here on the planet, and then you start the rest of your day.
All the things we take for granted, like chewing. I'll get my teeth back on Wednesday, so I'm really looking forward.
Yay!
Yeah.
And just to let everyone know,
again,
we have-
snowboarding and psychedelics, they don't always mix.
We have an archive of Phil's presentations, probably more than anybody on the earth, I would say. Portal to Ascension, you can go to the Watch Now page, type in Phil Gruber. Lots and lots of hours of content of Phil. Same on our YouTube. We release everything Phil's done on our YouTube. And if you want to be a part of his Kabbalah Code presentation, that's going to be in June. I put the link in there. But my favorite presentation Phil ever did was the Science of Stargates. That one was next level. So that's also on our website too.
Amazing.
All right, thanks, Phil. Love you, brother.
That was great.
I'll see you soon, Phil. Don't be a stranger. Just be strange.
Thank you.
People are strange.
Can I use that?
when they're a stranger.
No, good to see you, Phil. You're always full of surprises.
Oh, there's Alan, the
And
best man of my
genius,
wedding.
and
Thank you,
genius.
Alan. Thank you all.
Oh.
I mean, thank you for your willingness to share your insights, and is insights that are rare. Thank you.
Thank you. You're very, very most welcome. Thank you.
What
So
a
long
pleasure.
for now.
All right. Thank you. I'm going to buy the Kabbalah Code now.
It's pretty cheap on eBay.
Oh, really? Okay. I'll look at there.
I sold one for $2 the other day.
Wow. Don't spend it all in one
All right.
place.
Okay.
Well, don't miss
Bye.
the next presentation. Oh, I guess he is missing the next presentation. By our good friend, Craig Campobasso. You know
Right,
Craig,
totally.
right? Phil, he did the
Absolutely.
alien races
Yeah.
and UFO hotspots. And Craig, thanks for being here today.
You're welcome. Oh, there I am. I'm on the screen.
There you are.
There you
Cool. Hi,
Oh, there
everybody.
you are. Hey. We'll see you in
Hi,
LA.
Phil. That was beautiful. Thank you.
Do you know Phil's work? Have you heard of him before?
I've just been learning about him through Portal to
Oh.
Ascension. So yes.
You should put him in your next book. I think he'd really. I mean, I don't know whatever your next book is, but the Alien Races book was a masterpiece, and it's being made into a film. If people really
It's
20.
already made into a film.
Oh, good.
It's
Good. When
all
will it be released?
done.
When will we see it?
It's called the Extraterrestrial Species Almanac, the
Right,
documentary.
right.
And it's an hour and a half. And we're looking, I don't have an exact date, but we're looking at probably mid to late spring.
Well, let's see if we can get into the Illuminate Film Festival, maybe.
Yeah,
Tell
that'd be
Tanya,
great.
tell Tanya to send me something, and let's see if. Well, we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Perfect.
But yeah, I'd like to see it too. And I'm
Yeah.
here with the Hertogs, and the Hertogs are in it. They would love to see it.
Oh,
too,
they're
so.
so wonderful in it. They're
Oh,
so
great. So
wonderful.
you
I'm
really like the film.
so-
I'm excited.
Yeah,
This
of
was-
course. I directed it. I wrote it. I produced
And
it.
wrote it and created the book. The
Exactly.
Extraterrestrial Almanac is your baby. Yes.
The Extraterrestrial
yes.
Species Almanac. Yes. And
Species
Frank
Almanac.
and Tanya and Lori produced it with me as well. But Frank and Tanya are awesome. They do the editing, the post-production supervising. I mean, they're
Yes.
just masters at their craft. So it's really beautiful. It's really beautiful.
Phil and I went to Mexico with Tanya years ago.
Oh,
in
nice.
2012. The 2012
Yeah.
event. Anyway, I'm excited about what you have to offer today. Yes, the Extraterrestrial Species Almanac, UFO hotspots are just some of the real bestsellers in this field that you've put together. So thank you for being here.
Thank you. Yeah, it's
What are you talking
best-selling
about
in its
today?
categories. I'm going to talk about the ET Species Almanac and UFO hotspots.
Perfect.
How about
Perfect.
that?
That's
And
the
I even
specialty.
have a presentation, which I'm praying. I mean, Neil taught me how to do it. So
Well, why don't you pull it up now, or you want to say if you work?
Yeah, no, let's pull it up now.
Okay, pull
Let's
it up
see.
now.
Hang on,
Right.
let's just make sure.
And you're also a Hollywood agent as well. People don't even know that. about
Well, I'm a casting director.
you. Oh, casting director. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm not an agent. Okay, so
Oh, okay.
let's see. Chrome tab, window, entire screen. Entire screen. Okay. All right.
Entire
good. Screen. Now it's not letting me. The share button's not coming up.
Click the screen. The
Oh,
screen.
there we go. Okay, got it. Okay, now let me pull it up. Now, do you see it?
The UFO. Yes.
Yeah. Do you see the screen?
I see the screen. Put it on presenter view because we're seeing the side.
No, I want the sides there so I know what's coming up. Yeah.
All right, great. Then then go for it. Okay.
Okay, good.
Here we are.
All right, good.
Greg Campobasso.
Do you guys see a little box with my face in it?
Yes, we see a little box with your face.
Okay, good. Just
go
making
ahead
sure.
and click hide for the StreamYard is sharing the screen thing, just so we can see, as much of it as possible.
Oh, there we go. Thank you, Neil. All right, good. Neil, you're a great teacher. All right, guys. So I'm going to go over a little bit about how I began in the business because it's all going to sort of marry into my presentation. So when I was in high school, I graduated when I was 17, and I went to work at a film trailer company in Hollywood, and they made teasers and trailers for all the big studios. So I got to see them do Close Encounters of the Third Kind. The same company owned a visual effects company, and they were doing Ken Russell's Altered States. So I sort of worked at both places a little bit so I can learn about the film business. I always wanted to learn a little bit about everything because my ultimate goal was to become a writer, producer, director. So, I dabbled in a little bit of acting back then. And, I starred in a McDonald's commercial for the very first chicken sandwich. And I never saw it. But it was a big deal. I was young. I was the kid behind the counter. So if anybody ever finds that commercial, Send it to me. All right. Then I went to work on David Lynch's Dune for 4 years, and it was produced by Dino De Laurentiis and his daughter, Raffaella. And at the same time, they were producing Conan the Destroyer. So I worked on both films. Both films shot simultaneously at Estudios Churubusco in Mexico City. And so needless to say, it's where I really learned a lot about filmmaking and how things are done by just watching these masters do it. Next, I went to start my casting director career on Amazing Stories for Steven Spielberg. I was there for a season and a half. And I like to bring that up because what happened at age 26 when I finished working on Amazing Stories is when my own amazing story began. And all of a sudden, I always say I was just a valley boy who got up, went to work, and went out and had fun with my friends on the weekend. Never thought about anything out there in the universe. Wasn't into sci-fi. Wasn't into any of those types of things. And all of a sudden, I started getting visited in the dream state by 3 universal master teachers. And each time they visited me every night, I would just feel so enveloped in this unconditional love. And I would wake up and I'd think about it and I'd go back to sleep. And then I really wouldn't remember it until it happened again the next night. So this went on for 2 months. Then the next 2 months, I was with them in the dream. And then all of a sudden I woke up in the dream. And I realized that my actual essence was with them in their dimension. And that went on for 2 months. And then the last 2 months is the same 2 processes happened. But then when I opened my eyes, their astral bodies were at the foot of my bed. Now, I didn't think that this was strange or weird. I don't know why. I just felt that it was extreme love. And I did feel my spiritual sustenance, of course, start to raise at that time. And, then I just went through other processes where I was in their dimension and they sort of raised their hands up like this. And all of this white light with little golden flecks and stars and things was being fed into my body, and I was floating, and I felt all of the cells in my body wake up. And it was sort of like a capsulated. Remember those little contact pills with all the little dots inside? And they explained it to me that it's like that. It's like I would wake up over a small time frame, which actually ended up being 2 years, right? And it's just so that it doesn't affect your psyche. And they know when to pull back, and they know when to give you a little more when you're learning from them as well. So one of the processes was they ignited my light body, and I was no longer earthbound. So I started traveling throughout the universe, and I was going to other planets. And I can remember seeing all the different beings, and I can remember speaking before a giant group of beings, all that looked very different. And because they were very interested on what it was like to live on Earth, and very interested in duality, right? Because they're all fully conscious and they're all masters and all of that. So everyone's very quite fascinated by it. Then I went through other types of waking up as well. And but I will say the one thing that was the most is during this waking process, I connected so deeply to the heart and soul of the universe, to source, that I began to see the beauty behind the creation of everything I saw, whether it was a person, a plant, an animal, a dog, and I would just start weeping. I mean, I sobbed really, anywhere from 8 to 12 times a day. And I'm talking like a good long sob because I couldn't believe how beautiful everything was. And so this was, I realized afterwards that this was actually a process to clear my vessel for what was to come. Now, after the 2 years of all these experiences, I was invited by a friend to go to Mount Shasta. She told me that we were going to stay with her friends who had a giant, gorgeous, gorgeous house. And when I got there, the wife said, you know, Craig, we're being told that you're supposed to stay in the big, beautiful apartment above our garage. Now, they had a giant garage, so it really was, it was just a giant room with a high ceiling. And it had a bed, a living room, a kitchen, dining room table. And so I went to bed that night. And I did a little meditation before I did, had a little tea, went to bed, woke up, my astral body lifted up out of my body to the ceiling. And I was consciously looking at my physical body sleeping on the bed. The next thing I notice is a 12-inch white glowing snake crawling across the covers. And it bit me right here and my body twitched. And the second that happened, my body separated into two, right? Representative of my light and my dark, my masculine and my feminine. And at that time, I heard the voice of the great I Am say, which still affects me to this day because it's such a reverberation that it's such a deep cellular soul memory that I hope in sharing it with you today that it will help and it will affect you as well. So the I Am said, you are, I am, we are, you are who you are, I am who you are who you are, and you are to be what we are in thee. And that just blew me away. I did wake up. And the next morning, I decided to drive up to Mount Shasta to Panther Meadows. And while I was there, I meditated on the night's experiences. And as I was driving down the mountain, slowly, mind you, because it's so beautiful and there's the scent of the pine trees and everything. And all of a sudden, a 12-inch pure black snake slithered across the asphalt, and they had just made the asphalt black, so I really didn't see it until the last minute. And I ran it over and I killed it. And I stopped the car and I realized that it was part of the experience from the night before, because we had the light with the glowing snake and the darkness, and then duality ending, right? So anyway, that was such an amazing thing that happened to me. I came home. One of my two of the three master teachers, there was one man and two women. The male said to me when I returned home, and mind you, when I meditated with them as well, I would get a click in the back of my neck, and it went just like that. And then they would be on my inner eyelids as if I'm looking at you right now, right? So I would have conversations with them, or sometimes they would just send me this emanation of pure love. And during this time of the 2 years, I wrote a book about all the experiences. I was lucky enough to have Shirley MacLaine as a mentor back then, who read the book and gave me her advice. But then my master teacher said, what would you say if I told you you just wrote that book for yourself? And I said, well, then I learned a lot about myself. And he said, well, now it's time to write the real books that you came here to write. And I want you to sit down. I want you to write and write and write. Don't stop. Don't edit. Continue to write until you can write no more. So back then, you know, all there was regular typewriters, and I wasn't a fast typist. So I hand wrote everything out and did it that way. I didn't know what automatic writing was. I didn't know what channeling was. And at that time, they had built 3 portals in my 1-bedroom apartment. One was in the middle of the living room. So when I would sit at the kitchen table, because I just had a 1-bedroom, to write, I would see their energy forms come down, and then they would stand around me, and my body would literally ring with chills from anywhere from 10 to 15 minutes, because their spiritual elevation was so high. And over time, you know, that dissipated because I began to raise my own sustenance and going down my own spiritual path. And then that didn't happen. But then when like great masters would come and I would feel them, then I would sob again for, oh man, you know, 8 to 12 minutes each time. So the books that the master teacher was referring to are right over on the right. It's called The Autobiography of an Extraterrestrial Saga. There's 4 volumes available. Sylvia Brown did the foreword to the first. I met her just by happenstance, and we became friends. And she told me she wrote 65 books in her career, best-selling. And everyone wanted her to write their forewords. And she said, I always refused because I didn't believe in their work, but I believe in yours, so I'm going to write your forewords. And she said, you're only the 2nd person I've ever done that for. So I really felt extremely special with that. So I was, of course, you know, I was seeing everything, of course, hearing it, saying they give me pictures, everything that's in my head. So I hired an artist who illustrated all of the beings, their planets, their ships, all of that. That is Tehran on the cover. And his ship is called the Oval Opal because it just looks like a gorgeous opal stones, you know, just sort of flashing and moving around the ship as well. All right, so let me just show you a couple other pictures. So here's Dune and Conan, which I talked about. All right, now I'm going to ask you a question. There's Sting in his outfit, and there's me in Sting's outfit way back when I was a skinny mini. And so who wore it better? I don't know. Make your comments. All right, and then here's when I worked on Amazing Stories. They gave us these badges. One of the best times I ever had in my life working on that show, as you can imagine. This is Panther Meadows. And it is so beautiful. That's where I went to meditate. And, you know, in the springtime, you get these gorgeous little springs going through it. And these are the 4 books. So book 2 is Waking Tehran. Book 3 is Tehran's Dossier. And book 4 is the Huroid Revolution and Other Warring Creatures. Now, I'm just going to give you a little insight on the book. I know Phil was talking about duality. These books are really based on duality because we're all trying to rise up and out of duality to become fully conscious so that our heart and mind work as one and we're no longer attached to the ego. So we're to service to humanity, service to universal humanity instead of service to self. And Tehran he was born dualistic. And they explained to me that every 200,000 births in the cosmos, there's a child is born dualistic in a fully conscious society. So this is so that they will maintain what it's like to be in the presence of a dualistic being so that they will have that experience, and for that dualistic being to also see what it's like to be around fully conscious beings as they work towards their Christendom as well. So the books 1 through 3, you go along the ride. I look at the reader as Tehran. You go through his journey on how he becomes fully conscious, and you can learn how to do it yourself as well. So that's what I love about those books. And it is also about the greater universal duality, especially in book 1, there's some mention, and in book 3, between Archangel Michael and Lucifer. And it is some of the most mind-blowing information that anyway you will ever have. All right, now let me just see. Now I think I think what's interesting, hang on, I don't know why that popped up, is the master teachers. I love this one thing that they told me as I was learning my lessons, and some of them were quite hard. They said the harder the lesson, the higher the evolution. So I always kept that in my mind, and I say, look, we all have to get through it. We all have to learn how to get through it. And if we do it in joy and in love, we'll get through it a whole lot quicker. And that was my process in the beginning, and I still do it to this day. Now I'm gonna give you just a little bit of an idea about how the Extraterrestrial Species Almanac came into being. My former book agents became a small publisher as well, and what they did is they married Red Will Wiser Books and MUFON Books. They created the MUFON book title, and what they did is then created an imprint for MUFON. So they called me and told me that they had an idea for a book called the Extraterrestrial Species Almanac, and they knew that I was the right person to write it because, number one, of all the experiences that I've had, but also at age 26, I started studying all the contactee material where they were having face-to-face contact. I mean, from obscure books that are no longer around today. So I did contact those publishers, or if the contactee was alive and asked to, use the information, the publisher just wanted me to do a thumbnail review of each of the races and wanted me to fit in as many as possible. And so I'm a huge fan of Paul Hellyer, who is a former Canadian Minister of Defense. He has now passed away, but he was talking about extraterrestrial life and that they exist way, way before it was cool to do so, right? And he said he knew of 82 races visiting Earth. So I decided to see if I could fit in those 82 races. And I actually did. So that was my homage to him. Now, while the intermediate publisher said, write up a proposal. They sent it to MUFON, Red Will Wiser. They bought it 4 days later. I signed a contract and I was working on it the following week. Now, while I'm working on the book, I got a phone call from a genealogist in Canada, and she explained that she was my 4th or 5th cousin on my mother's father's side and was looking for some information, and I gave it to her. And I said, hey, have you, can you find somebody for me? I said, my mother told me when I was 12 that that my father is my stepfather. By the way, this is my mother way back then, and this is my stepfather, who I consider my father because he's the man that raised me, and I wouldn't trade him for the world. And anyway, I said my biological father's name is Fred Warner Vero, and that's all I know. My mom, something happened way back when. She ended up becoming pregnant, and she raised me with her sister for the first year until she married my stepfather. And anyway, she said, sure, I can find anybody. So long story short, she found him. In 2006, he had passed away, so there was no way I was going to meet him. But she told me where he was buried at Forest Lawn. And I went down there the next morning, talked to the front desk, and they gave me the name of the person that called to pick up his body. I looked the man up online. He lived right around the corner from me. How's that for synchronicity? He was 74 at the time. I wrote him a letter, put my picture in there. 2 days later, I got a call from his son. And his son said, my dad got your letter. And I said, oh, was he friends with Fred? Because he had a different last name. And he said, no, it's actually his half brother. And I said, you're kidding. And I said, so you're my cousin? And he goes, well, I guess so. He said, we find this a bit strange. Fred never mentioned you, anything like that. But, but you look just like him, right? And so here is me when I was young, and there's Fred when he was about the same age. He was in the Air Guard there, I believe. My uncle told me that he really wanted to be in the Air Force, and so their mom, they have the same mom, actually signed papers for him to go in early into the Air Guard. So anyway, I make a dinner date with my newfound cousin and uncle, 3 hours long. I said, just tell me everything about him. And about an hour into the conversation, he says, so, when he turned 18, he went into the Air Force. And he said, oh, and by the way, he was in Project Blue Book. And I mean, my face literally fell. I mean, never in a million years would I have guessed that, right? And my uncle has 3 sons, 2 of which hounded him for UFO information, but they said he just wouldn't talk. My uncle told me he was very secretive. And even when he got married, before he met my mom, he never even told them that he was married. So I found that strange too. But anyway, let's see here. So my cousin over getting together with their family over Christmas gave me his badge that Fred gave him, his patch that he wore on his arm. So he went all the way up to becoming a first sergeant. And I did get all of his military papers. I've had other people high in the military look at it, and they say his numbers don't match normal numbers. There's something highly strange. And I don't think anyone would know unless it was a colonel. And anyway, but it did show, all the places that he was based, which is what my uncle told me. And we know that he was in intelligence as well. So now here's the cool thing is that here, my biological father is working for Project Blue Book, which is the U.S. Air Force study on UFOs that started in 1952 and was decommissioned in January of 1970, which investigated over 11,000 sightings. Its main study was to determine if UFOs were a threat to national security and to scientifically analyze UFO-related data. And now here I am writing books for MUFON, which is a US-based nonprofit comprised of civilian volunteers who study reported UFO sightings. Now, When Fred left the Air Force and came here, he ultimately became the head of construction at Warner Brothers. So I'm thinking to myself, here we both are kind of doing the same work with MUFON and Project Blue Book, only one is in the public and one is secretive. And here he is working in the film business at Warner Brothers, and I'm working as a casting director. Now, I sort of found a few films that I know he worked on way back then. They didn't put credits for construction on IMDb at all. But at one point, we literally were, I was at Universal and he was at Warner Brothers, which are back to back. And also living out here in the Santa Clarita Valley, him and his wife, who he married a few years after him and my mother broke up, they lived around the corner from me in several houses, as well as my uncle living around the corner from me for well over 30 years. So, I mean, it blows me away. Now, here's the other interesting thing is my uncle ran the motion picture home. And during the time that he was there, and Fred was there the last 8 years of his life, living there, my mother and I used to go visit an actress who was one of my favorites and my dear friend, Mabel King. And Mabel starred in Amazing Stories episode, which was one of my favorites, but that's how I met her. But she starred as Evelina in The Wiz on the TV show What's Happening. And so we were there at the motion picture home at the same time they were as well. So again, just all these coincidences and, which I find just fascinating. All right, now, so here we go. So there's Project Blue Book, MUFON. So now we're going to talk about the Extraterrestrial Species Almanac. I'm going to because I know we don't have a lot of time, I'm going to give you guys a little thumbnail review. I will be speaking at the MUFON Symposium in July. And I'm going to be giving an extended speech there. And talking with Alan earlier, I'm hoping to show the Extraterrestrial Species Almanac, the documentary there as well. And so if you know you're going to be there, please do that. And I'm trying to see if I can get into one other place that is around that time as well. So we'll see about that. Now, what's interesting is the Alpha Centaurians know of 1,019,000 civilizations on other worlds. The Urantia book says that Earth's registry number in the universe is 5,342,482,337,666. There's that number, right? Could that number have come from the registry number? I don't know. Anyway, so it kind of just puts the universe into perspective. And so there are 7 super universes, and with each ovum of the 7 super universes, there are 700,000 local universes. So you can imagine that creation in beings and intelligence and everything is so diverse that we couldn't even think about what's out there in the great big universe. Now, I did meet with a man who is very high up in intelligence, and he told me that very fact as well. And he said, if you think something up and you think it's weird, it most likely exists. So they have seen many, many different things. All right. So let's talk about the grays, the Zeta humans, and the positive races. Now, in the realm of grays, how they like it to be told is grays are the negative ones. The Zeta humans, which look similar to them and other possible positive races, they prefer, like the Zeta humans who are from Zeta Reticuli, they prefer to be called Zeta humans. If they're from Orion, they prefer to be called Orion humans. So that's where, you know, we sort of separate it all. All right, now, here we go. So here's some of the positive races here. I'll go over the pictures in a minute. So there's all kinds of grays and other humans that look like them with different agendas. The ones that are benevolent prefer to be called, like I said, Zeta humans. Most of them are from Zeta Reticuli 1 and 2, Orion and Cetus. Zeta humans participate in consciousness raising programs on Earth, as other enlightened races do. The Zetas work with star seeds in the physical and the astral to elevate their consciousness in various ways. Now, star seeds are fully conscious beings that, of their own free will, incarnated into a dualistic body to elevate global consciousness. So they have been given permission, their soul, prior to incarnating, for visits from races of the positive galactic kingdom. Now, because they also too are creating hybrid races. One of those races is called the seventh ray race, and they will be mixed with donor Earth DNA and extraterrestrial DNA, all of human origin. And those children will be brought up and they will learn all about duality. And when the consciousness shifts over, they will then come down and live in all the various cities all over the earth and be teachers, counselors for the people who are living there. And all right, some people have been brought on board crafts, positively, by the way, to interact with subliminal machines that flashes pictures of the earth and what could happen if something isn't done. I'm sure that is resonating with a lot of you listening to this right now. This experience also happened to me. It's happened to many, many, many abductees, contactees that I've spoken with. Now, they can also work on your auric field to raise the body and mind vibration. That was also done with me through all of my experiences. And then, just like I had my astral body done, when that person is at the spiritual equilibrium where they can ignite their light body, then they too can start going and learning from other civilizations. Now, a lot of you know that I've done I was good friends with Dr. Frank Stranges, who wrote Stranger at the Pentagon, the Valiant Thor story, on Victor 1, his craft, which holds 200 people. Teal, one of his vice commanders, she teaches night classes. She brings people up in their astral body and teaches them about the universe. And also, she teaches beings from all over our universe and other universes about Earth, because she's been here for a very, very long time. And she loves learning and teaching about duality, because it is not really that common up there. It's common in the negative races, of course, but not in the most of the fold. All right. Now, okay, so on the darker side, let's get that picture up. There we go. So on the darker side, malevolent grays abduct humans against their will. They rape them for their DNA. Some of these races lost their spirituality, dove more into science, and over time could no longer reproduce. They started cloning themselves, and then after a time began dying out. So they could no longer ascend into the higher realms. So they chose humans because we're DNA royalty, because all of the civilizations that have lived here from the stars left their DNA on the planet. It is all inside all of us, right? And I'm telling you, there's going to be a day that 23andMe and MyHeritage, you're going to be able to do it. And they're going to say, you're from the Pleiades, you're from Sirius, you're from Vega, you're from Lyra, you know, or a combination of all of those things. Anyway, so they need those ascension codes to rebuild their bodies and ascend. The difference is that they are not asking for permission. I mean, there was talk of when a treaty was signed between them, I believe during the Eisenhower administration, that they were allowed to pick up street people and things like that to just, you know, take samples and things like that. And but then that just didn't happen. They totally went against the treaty. And I'm not going to go into the horrors of some of the things that I've been told. All right, now this guy on the right, the tall, skinny one, those are called the Orons. They're a new race that have been abducting people. And, you know, they are interdimensional, and those eyes are actually, they can see interdimensionally as well. So, all right, let's move on. All right, we're going to go to reptilians. All right, so pretty much the reptilians hail from Bellatrix, Orion, Sirius, Lacerta, and the Draconis constellations. The reptilian race is primarily the Draconians. They're master hybridists. So they create a myriad of races from all types of DNAs, especially ones with aggressive behavioral attitudes. And then they train them from children to become military fighters and put them in their military. They train their own children or boys beginning at age 6 because they're going to become the generals in those. And only the strong will survive, right? So anyway, reptilians literally want to rule the universe. They feel they were here first and that the universe is theirs. They're the fiercest tyrannical warriors known to any civilization. They're excellent navigators of universal territories. It is said that they have conquered many planets secretly from the inside. They're master manipulators and puppet masters due to their billions of years of evolution. And they alter lesser evolved civilization gene pools to dumb them down and control them from afar for resources and underground territory, among other things. You get my drift. The population not knowing that they exist or that they control them. Draconians alter the perfection of the human body, including the mind, hence thought patterns become degenerative, and human right to ascend into the grandeur of the universe becomes inactive. They do not look for immediate results. They plan everything out carefully to guarantee success. Time to them is their friend. Now, they also know how to lock human chakras so that you can no longer evolve and create your 5 Christ chakras. And we're not talking about religion, we're talking about the Christed. And because when you start to evolve and you're moving through your duality, your 5 Christ chakras drop down in the body and they move in in between your other ones. And then over time, as you are achieving your Christendom, they actually merge into those other chakras as well. And all 7 merge into the heart chakra. It's really beautiful. All of that is explained, I believe, in Autobiography of an Extraterrestrial, Book 2, with charts and everything. All right. Now, not to worry, the angelic corps actually has their eye on the draconians. They just wait for them to make an infraction, and then they are apprehended, but they are crafty creatures. All right. Now, and here's some positive reptilians. The green lizardian is from Lacerta. Some of them are from, varying things around Lacerta. Some of them are from Orion, etc. Now let's talk about hybrids. All right. There we go. I'll explain who these beings are in a minute. Okay, so hybrids can come into being in many unusual ways. Now, I knew a female hybrid whose father worked for the military, and the military and the extraterrestrials were exchanging DNA between cosmic civilizations that they were in contact with. So this father who worked in the military had his wife's embryo altered with 3 different kinds of extraterrestrial DNA while she was pregnant. And it's not for them to look like those other races. It's more for the intelligence part, just so you know. They had a girl, and she was very unique looking. Her skin was really this sort of translucent white. She had aqua blue eyes, and her hands were shaped just a little bit differently. You wouldn't notice unless you were staring at them, though. And she was completely into all things extraterrestrial. She really, she was a dear friend of mine, and she really did have the kindest benevolence that you'll ever see. When I went to visit her before she passed, she didn't want to go through any more treatments for cancer. She said, I just want to go home. I want to go home, and I can look after everybody from there. And anyway, she really wanted to be with her cosmic family again. I know everybody can identify with that who connects into this. Other hybrids that are out and talking about it are Vivian Chauvet, whose father is Octurian, Jacqueline Smith, who's a Mantis hybrid. She's mentioned in Barbara Lamb's book about hybrids. And both of those women are actually in my upcoming documentary, and they're going to talk about their hybridization as well. Very fascinating. We have a great hybrid section on that. Now, also, hybrids can come into being with the fetus being altered by etDNA or injected into the body when the child is usually around 5 years old, but it can be done at any age, really. They can also, dependent on what the starseed has come here to do, they could also place advanced consciousness into your mental faculties to connect to them, or in your auric field to absorb over time and into your thoughts. So in your mental faculties, you might start to feel that you're becoming more telepathic, you're becoming more aware of the beauty around you. You're now looking into what is out there in the universe, and your thoughts and things change. For the body, it's also to help your body adjust to these new thought forms that are coming in, because I've seen many a starseed go down the alcoholic trail and smoking trail because they couldn't handle all the energy coming in. So, I remember I saved one woman who was actually here. She was married and she had 2 daughters. And at the time, a lot of the starseeds were being shown their children back home. And I remember that distinctly. And she called me up and she was just weeping. And she said, I want to go home. I'm going to commit suicide. And I told her, I said, you can't go home. You can't commit suicide. You have a family here. Think about what that would do to them. But also, if you did that, your contract states that you actually have to come here and do the work. So you would just be put into another reincarnation cycle, therefore delaying your full return home. All right, now let's talk about Nordics. All right, so we all know about Valiant Thor. Most of you should. That's an actual picture of Valiant Thor. And I'm going to capsulize the story into a short paragraph. So Valiant Thor came here on March 16th, 1957, and he departed on March 16th, 1960. He came to mentor President Eisenhower on the ways of the universe, to talk to him about eliminating sickness, disease, how to prolong life, to talk to him about atomics and how it's not only affecting the Earth, but interdimensional realities and everything across our galaxy as well. And now he was not prophesized, but there were beings, there were Nordics that came many years before he was coming, and they told him to tell the president that that a universal emissary was coming. Valiant Thor didn't know when it was, because he, as Dr. Frank told me, he was living on the interior of Venus at the time, waiting for the call. So I'm sure it was the president, even before Eisenhower, that was alerted, that then became alerted to Eisenhower. And anyway, so he lived and worked at NASA, the Pentagon, and he actually helped NASA in its beginning stages. My personal opinion, just so you know, I feel very connected to him and his crew because I did the short film. They were around me a lot. I never met them, but I've had some miracles happen because of them. And so I truly believe that he is still there guiding NASA. Now, some people get terrified thinking that a being is, they're manipulating the Earth with NASA. It's the exact opposite. He is a created being. He doesn't have a belly button. He is an angelic of the seraphim order. That is what I truly believe. Now, I know he's an angelic, and I know that there is a man that works at NASA that actually says, I work for the hammer, and the hammer works for God. So that's pretty cool. All right, so let's just go into some of the things. So we know the Nordic race began in the ancient Lyra system, and when reptilians found their worlds and warred with them, they spread out across the universe, mainly into Vega, the Pleiades, Sirius, Alpha Centauri, Antares, etc. Now, Agarthans living on Earth beneath the surface are ancient races that came in the times of Lemuria and Atlantis, and before that as well, but this is when a large number of them came. Although they are spread out under the earth, their cities are interlinked by these amazing, quick bullet trains that get you there in a fraction of the time. Now, the capital of Agartha is Shambhala the Greater, located beneath the Himalayas. Posid is the Atlantean capital, located beneath the Mato Grosso in Brazil. And Telos, the Lemurian capital, is located beneath Mount Shasta. Now, there are many races that live in harmony and are fully conscious that live in Agartha. And each city has a Melchizedek master, some male, some female, some both, to teach the masses. Now, what is Melchizedek? It's the universe's university that has 490 schooling planets from one end of the galaxy to the other. Planets 22 and 23 are where starseeds are trained before their incarnation missions, in which that is where Tehran is part of that. He teaches classes there for starseeds who are going to come here and just raise personal consciousness, and starseeds who are coming here to raise consciousness for the masses. All right, now, these are Alpha Centaurians. Now, these are actual renditions from the Ricardo Gonzalez case. The artist's name is Ramiro Rossi. He allowed me to use these his renditions, in working with Ricardo. Now, there are many, many people in Brazil who have been contacted by Antaral, who is the male. Ivica is his female counterpart. He is 8 feet tall, and it's fascinating. So in my documentary, I have another contactee who has been on their ships over 100 times. So what he has to say about the Alpha Centaurians is going to blow your mind. Now, they call them in Brazil, they call them Apunians. It's because when they landed first, they landed near the mountain called Apu. And Apu means Lord, Protector, and Spirit of the Mountain. So let's see here. There we go. All right. Now, what's interesting is they have these incredible things called Zendras. And a Zendra is a portal. But this portal is different than what we would think of a portal, is that it is generated, it's like a half circle. And if you were standing on one side and they were on the other side and they were on their ship, if you stepped into the Zendra, you were actually standing in their ship. If they were on their planet, you'd be standing on their planet. It's a very interesting concept of how it's explained from all of these various contactees. Now, I'm going to tell you just a quick little story. One of my dearest friends went to one of Ricardo Gonzalez's meetings, and they were at Sand Flats, was a big open space with a view of Mount Shasta. And Ricardo said that they were going to come and show everybody. They were going to bring the ship in low, and that there were going to be a small number of people that were going to be invited to meet on Taral. And so they were all gathered, towards the end of the day. They all did a beautiful meditation. They got up, they started singing, they started chanting, they started laughing. That is the power of bringing in extraterrestrial beings of a higher nature, right? So after that happened, the ship came in, it went over the pine trees and lit up the forest, my friend said. And then the small group went into the forest, and everyone was told to go back to camp, but my friend stayed literally 100 feet away to watch. And he saw the Zendra open up, and then 20 minutes later, each person came walking out one by one. And he said it was like what must have been like when Moses talked to the burning bush. It affected all of them in so many different ways. Two people freaked out totally. And others were just walked away with this great realization that there are these incredible beings in space that are here to help us, who love us, and they're here in that manner to show us that they're actually real. They're not here to do it for us. They're here to share wisdom if you're open to receiving that wisdom. All right. And what's really beautiful about these Alpha Centaurians is they do go and check in on all the small communities in the outer reaches in Brazil, where they don't have medicine. If it hasn't rained, their crops won't grow. So they do come in and they'll create some rain. They'll heal their sick, and they'll do this, effortlessly, and they come in short intervals just to make sure that they're all okay. So that's another reason too, while there's so many beautiful experiences and people who are so many contactees in Brazil. All right, now we're going to talk about Pleiadians. All right. There it goes. There we go. All right. So, of course, Pleiadians look like blonde Nordics, right? Pleiadians, Andromedans, Sirians, Arcturians are a huge part of the consciousness raising programs on Earth, Vegans as well. Males are extremely tall, anywhere from 6'5" to 8 feet. Females are 5'9" to 6'5" on average. They're one of the races that have seeded the planet with their genetics in our past. And like I said before, they feel a deep connection to us. So they're concerned for our future, knowing that failing fates of many worlds. And they're here to help us to understand duality is a tool to become fully conscious so that we can become conscious and take care of our planet. They're not going to do it for us. Right? This is our home. We have to take care of it. My Tehran books are, like I said before, are a tool for understanding this duality. And so, like I said, by the end of book 3, you will be Tehran. This is a picture of Tehran here with short hair, not long hair. By the end of book 3, you will become conscious along with Tehran as well. So just so you know, the Galactic Kingdom shares all of their technology. If one race comes up with a new idea, it's shared. Now they're telepathic in a very unique way. And they started this telepathy with me when they began waking me up and I began writing. Because when they talk to you in your head or show you pictures in your head, that they actually share their feeling body with you. So if they're telling you a story, you're feeling their emotions right along with it. And what they do is they come in and they just kind of sit inside you. And sometimes it's so beautiful. Again, I just sob and sob and sob and sob because you just can't believe how beautiful they are. They have no secrets from each other. Everything is based on truth, trust, unconditional love. And that is because everyone knows who everyone is from the deepest core of their soul. And that's unbelievably incredible. So the good news is now, are there malevolent human races? Of course there are. There are renegade Pleiadians. There's renegades from all different races as well. Can a fully conscious being be corrupted? Yes, of course. They can be corrupted. Can a created being be corrupted? Well, we know that's true from Lucifer and all of the angels that followed him as well. And there are many other stories about beings that have in the past. So just remember this one simple saying that all the positive races want you to know is to judge the individual, don't judge the race. Okay. All right. Now we're going to move on. Oh, I just want to tell you this really quick. So William Tompkins worked in the think tank at Douglas Aircraft in Santa Monica during the time he became the chief of engineering for the Saturn V moon rocket. And at that time, Nordics came and began working alongside him for 4 years. Now get this. This is an amazing statement that he made. He says that the Nordics came here to help humanity conceive and build starships so that we may join the Nordic Navy battle groups in space to resolve our shared reptilian problem. That's a powerful statement. All right. This is somebody who actually was watching the moon landing as well, and that there were giant reptilian ships that were spotted there as well. All right. So let's go on to the UFO hotspot book. All right. So I'm gonna just give you a little background. So when MUFON Books approached me to write this book, they said, what we want to do is send out a letter to all the MUFON state directors and ask them to nominate their favorite UFO hotspots. So after I compiled everything and I added a few of my own, I began to write the book. So what you get in the book is you get the when, the where, the detailed story behind it, things to do when visiting the site, sources of the places to see, including contact numbers, local guides who will take you to obscure locations, and much more. Now, also at the end, in some of these cases, the sources are from MUFON investigator books. And I worked with a lot of them who investigated things and even currently reopened one like Chris Stiles did on the UFO Harbor incident up in Canada. And then I give you also MUFON and Project Blue Book summation on the cases as well. And I will tell you, you're going to find some of that very interesting. All right. And what's also cool is you're going to get the quadrants to where Adamski met Orthon, where Lonnie Zamora saw the ship and the two alien beings, Travis Walton's abduction site, and where Valiant Thor's starship is parked at Lake Mead. So if you're ever in those areas, you can just punch in the quadrants and you can go visit the areas as well. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to start off with Giant Rock and the Integratron. This is my favorite place. I've heard about the Integratron for so many years and all the incredible stories people have told me when visiting there, seeing craft around there, feeling that beings that were inside there were not from this earth, etc. So George Van Tassel ran this airport. And at the bottom left, that's Frank Kreitzer. He was the first man to run the airport. He dynamited under Giant Rock and built his home. And this was the doors that he built to go down inside. We're going to see inside in the next slide, so not to worry. And then after Frank passed away, George took over the airport. He brought his wife Eva and his two daughters, and they lived under the rock. But George mostly slept outside when it was hot. And so he really wanted to live a spiritual life. That's why he wanted to be in the middle of the desert and just get away from it all. And so he began meditating and suddenly began channeling beings that were not of this earth. I actually have all those channelings. I put some of them in the book. He was the very first man to channel Ashtar, by the way. And so my dear friend Athena, who was then known as Denise, she was there for the very first channelings with George. And so I was able to get all of the information from the horse's mouth, right? Now, Bob Short was also there during those first channelings. His story was interesting. he was connected to space beings, and they kept telling him to go find Big Rock. He didn't know what that was, so he just started driving. They told him to go which direction, and he would stop, and then he eventually found Giant Rock and told George the story. So he was there for those first channelings as well, and he became a channeler. Tell you a little bit more about him in a minute. Now, okay, so George, then in 1953, he was sleeping outdoors and he heard someone approaching, and he woke up and he went to greet the fellow. He was 5'6", short blonde hair in a spacesuit, and introduced himself as Salganda. And George saw his ship not that far away, and he invited him to tour his ship. Now, George had worked for Howard Hughes and McDonnell Douglas, so he was very fascinated with that. He went on the ship. All the other men on the ship were also 5'6", with short hair, in suits. And then Salganda gave him the blueprints to build a building called the Integratron. Now, Howard Hughes gave George $20,000 to start, but George had to raise money to complete the building of this beautiful structure. Now, the structure was just like what Valiant Thor came with the information, was if you walked in when the building is turned on and moving, there's a spin mechanism that raises up and starts these coils and things that used to be on the top of the first floor roof, that you could walk from in one door out the other, and your cells would be totally rejuvenated, and you would no longer have sickness or disease, and it would prolong your life. So George had to figure out ways of raising money. So he started doing UFO conferences in the middle of the desert. So these other two pictures to the right are pictures of all the people that were there listening. The podium on the bottom right, George would speak up there. Interestingly enough, the first time I went there to the Integratron was with Dr. Frank Stranges. And he told me and the sisters that own it, he goes, oh yeah, I used to MC all of the space conventions there. And that was something I didn't know. And so anyway, I thought that was really interesting. Now, let's see. Let's go down below. So here, the bottom two are with Frank Kreitzer, right? So you see where those doors were before. Those are the steps you would walk down. This is here. This is where he had his little kitchen and a table. The top two are from Life magazine. There's many more if you want to look them up on the internet. They came out and did a whole story on the Integratron when George was there. So this is what it looked like. And that was George's book collection. And, you know, as you can see, people could come in and be comfy and sit in a chair, that kind of thing. All right. Now, this is, all right. So Sheriff Ackerman, he did not believe in UFOs or anything, but he was hired in case, you know, anything got out of control, which it didn't. And he actually took this photograph over Giant Rock. And from that day forward, he said that he was a believer. And anyway, it looks like the emulsion around the ship coming through interdimensionally. I've caught many things with plasma and things like that are around things on film as well. All right, let's see if I've forgotten anything. No. Oh, okay. All right, so now let's move on to the Integratron. This is George Van Tassel, upper left. And this is Denise, who is now known as Athena. That's what she looked like back then. And there was never an artist rendering done of Orthon, so I hired an artist to do one. And I listened to everything George had to say. I had access to the Integratron archives, of course, all the information from Athena and Bob Short, who were there from the beginning. Athena is still alive, by the way. Bob just passed away a few years ago. And so I took everything of what he said he looked like and had this artist rendering done so people can see what it's like. So let's see. All right. Now, this is what the Integratron looks like on the outside. This is the second floor, which is a sound chamber. And I will tell you, it is the most unbelievable experience when you're laying there on those beautiful mats and they do the singing bowls. You feel like you're levitating. And if you're standing at one end and somebody else is standing on the other end, if you whisper, hello, on the other side, you'll hear, hello. It's really, really fascinating. I've been there so many times, I can't tell you. I mean, I really feel myself being rejuvenated there, just being in this, under this dome. And, once when I was there, the Gregorian chanters from Italy came to record their album inside the dome. And they wanted to know if they could chant a song for us. And I have to tell you, it was the most unbelievable experience because all of their voices were being thrown all over. It was so multidimensional. It was absolutely beautiful. All right, let's move on to now. This is Bob Short. And we took Bob out there in 2013. He hadn't been there in many, many years to channel for the very first time in a long, long time. And that's him sitting in the chair. And in one photograph, there was a disc above Giant Rock as well. We went over to, you can see me in the background in the top photo there. Bob Short is talking to Daniel Boone. Daniel Boone was George Van Tassel's son-in-law, and that's his son Matthew in the background there in the red shirt. And he told us so much about the day that George met Salganda. From where he was living there, you could see right across the desert, and he saw the ship. And he said he went and talked to George right afterwards and heard everything right from the time. I will tell you, Daniel Boone had the most angelic eyes I've ever seen. They were crystal blue, and he was just an amazing human being. All right, now we're going to go into something a little more. We're going to go into we got a little light, a little dark, a little neutrality for you guys here. All right. So I'm just going to name off the things. Okay, first of all, that's what the Bradshaw Ranch looked like in its heyday, right? And you see the little tree by the house. That's called an alligator tree because its bark looks like an alligator skin. And that says Linda Bradshaw, who is married to Bob Bradshaw. That's why it's called the Bradshaw Ranch. She was his second wife. She said it was an interdimensional portal for positive and negative beings, right? And up here, right above it, you can see the windmill, which is off in the distance. If people were standing or sitting or meditating near the windmill, some people would have missing time, right? So on this ranch, there's stories of reptilians, grays, portals with Linda's son using a video camera with the VHS back in the day, where when you look through the viewfinder, what was in the viewfinder was not what was in front of you with the naked eye. Once he saw a dinosaur, he also saw a telephone pole that wasn't there, and also regular pink pigs roaming around. Now there's no pink pigs in Sedona. There's only javelina. So anyway, that was interesting. Albino Bigfoot as well. In the middle of broad daylight, in the front of the ranch, on the other side of what you're seeing there, is where a ship landed right in front of Bob. And Bob freaked out, went back in the house, and told his wife he wants nothing to do with any of her investigations or anything like that. It just freaked him out too much. So he never participated in any investigations. Now, one of my dear friends actually worked at the Bradshaw Ranch in its working days. And she's the one who told me all these stories about the albino Bigfoot, about the Greys, the reptilians. She told me UFOs. I mean, everything you can think of. She was telling me these stories. And, you know, you have to remember, this sits just outside of Sedona. If you don't know how to get there, you're never going to get there. It is like so remote in the Verde Valley, and you have to drive down a wash for quite some time. And on the sides are nothing but trees and bushes. So when I went there the first time, my friend who worked there took me. We were walking down the wash because we couldn't get the car down there. You have to have a 4-wheel drive. And I could literally feel the dimensions opening up. I've had that ever since I was a child. I could see spirit. I could see it moving. And so I was feeling all these dimensions opening up, and everything told me to turn around and go the other way. But it was broad daylight, and I was like, okay, I'm just going to go for it. And I went, and we walked around the perimeter of the ranch, and you can kind of look in and see everything. And you know, she explained everything to me. So, but then every time I go to Sedona, I go to their bookstores and see if Tom Dongo is a new book out. He's sort of like the big UFO guy there who knows everything. He's been there for years and years. He actually investigated the ranch for 4 years with Linda. So then I hooked up with him to put this into the section of the UFO hotspot. And he was kind enough to give me some of these great photos, including the one you're seeing here now. So I'm going to just give you a few of these little stories, and then we'll move on to some of these other slides. Linda said at night their dogs were barking outside. She went outside and they were barking at something that wasn't there, looking up, and she heard a real heinous hissing. And she said it freaked her out so much she got the dogs in the house. They went out there the next morning and they found reptilian footprints. So evidently it was an interdimensional. I know about these because I photographed one in a case, an abduction case, and it's in the back of the Extraterrestrial Species Almanac book. All right, now Greys, once they landed their ship in the middle of the night, Linda's son, his girlfriend, and the girlfriend's young daughter were staying on one of the homestead houses way out deep in the ranch. And all of a sudden, little Greys were running around and they were watching them through the window, totally freaking out, flipping out. And then after quite some time, they were able to run to the car, get in the car, come up to the big ranch. And he woke his mother up and she came out in the living room. They made coffee and were having coffee, and immediately they looked out the window and a Grey literally was walking across the front of the window. Linda has no fear. She ran out there to see it, but it just vanished, right? So anyway, but I love the story of Big Girl, who is the albino Bigfoot. She had Linda had a mare who was pregnant, and she would find these white hairs on her stomach every day. And then Tom called her and said, you know, really beware, because you have to protect her, because all the other ranches are reporting that greys or reptilians are stealing their mares' fetuses. And so Linda thought, well, maybe this is, she saw Bigfoot prints always, out by the stables. So she decided to put some fruits and vegetables out on a plate and put it up on the ledge and for this Bigfoot. And the next morning, she went out, all the food was gone. And as we know, Bigfoot's gift, she found stones and sticks. And so she continued to feed her. And she really believed that she protected her mare at night from these greys or reptilians who were stealing the fetuses. And the baby was born and everything was fine. Tom told me other times they'd be investigating at night. He took a picture and a man showed up in the picture who wasn't even there, right? Another interdimensional. And anyway, it's such a great, fascinating story. Now, this is what the ranch looks like today, dilapidated. And, that's the backside of the ranch. This is a closer picture of the alligator tree, which is still alive considering it's in the middle of the desert. And when you're around it, you totally feel the energies moving you, and your body will spin like by itself, like this, or you might be rocking and it'll be very heavy. But Linda said she knew when the dark energies came because things on the ranch started going badly. Like one night they heard the trucks jumping in the front. They went out and they saw this energy squeezing the sides of it, and they took pictures, and all of this blue energy was around it. And sometimes she felt negative energies, but she also felt very angelic energies come in as well. So she did feel protected. All right, now this is that's what the front of the ranch looks like now. And right inside those broken windows is where they built a saloon. So the saloon had a bar, a stage for the band, dancing, tables and chairs. So, Bob had created a great thing. You could do horseback riding on the ranch. You could come out for stagecoach shows with real stuntmen. You can come out and, you have a barbecue, have some drinks in the saloon, all kinds of things. My friend who worked there said on the very first night of a new show that right as it started, a giant UFO flew low right over them. And she said it was just amazing. Now, she had seen craft before, so it didn't frighten her, but she said it was amazing to see. All right, now this is the windmill where it was missing time. There was a Japanese journalist who went there, and he was missing for 3 hours, and he didn't even know that he was missing whenever he returned, right? And they're like, you've been gone for 3 hours. And he's like, no, I haven't. So who knows where he went and what happened. These were the little reptilian footprints. This is Linda Bradshaw. This is Tom Dongo. And here's the information about my website. You can get any of my books. The Autobiography of Extraterrestrial Saga, the 4-part book series is on the homepage, and ET Almanac and UFO Hotspots in the tab if you click on other books. As you know, I did the Stranger at the Pentagon story, so I have all of Dr. Frank's out-of-print books. I only have like 6 DVDs left of the short film with extras. So you can order that at strangeratthepentagon.com, where it says buy book and DVD. We got posters of Valiant Thor. You see behind me are the posters, a movie poster, a Starship poster, actually the Victor 1 poster, which is Valiant Thor's craft. His fleet is Victor 1, Victor 2, Victor 3, and it keeps going up like that. And so there's a actual poster that, which is great, that has the blueprints to his Victor 1 craft as well. So, all right. So I'm going to take, let's see. I take that off. Stop. There we go. All right. All right, guys. So that's the end of my presentation. Are you guys going to come back on, or?
Craig, absolutely awesome, everything that you shared. But I've got to say, the synchronicity story about your birth father was absolutely, that was mind-blowing.
Isn't it mind-blowing? And it continues, you know, to blow my mind. Michelle, Tamara.
Hey, love you.
I love you guys so much.
Oh
I
my
love
gosh.
Victor and Neil too. I know. And you know, it keeps on going. I mean, they welcomed me into their family. Like, they were just so happy. And, you know, I had my uncle do his DNA, and he goes, oh, it showed right away, you know, we're connected. Because I told him, I said, you know, we have Spanish blood. And he goes, no, we don't. I go, yes, from your mother. And then he goes, I'll be darned. We got Spanish, Greek, Italian, you know.
So, Craig, are you gonna found alienancestry.com? Are you gonna found
I would love to, because I
yeah.
think that is so good. There is a woman, I'm sure you guys have heard of Lavendar. Lavendar actually does charts, and she can tell if you're a starseed or not by some aspect in a chart, which I find very fascinating.
Very interesting. Are you familiar with Sarah Brexman, Craig?
No.
Okay, so she was taught QHHT, but Julia Cannon, Dolores Cannon's daughter, she pretty much picked up the baton after Dolores Cannon and continued her work in regards to researching starseeds. She wrote a Hypnosis Guide to Atlantis, a Hypnosis Guide to Avalon, and a Hypnosis Guide to the Sphinx. And from her regressions, she's realizing that we have certain traits, even handprints, that specify what star races we're from.
Really?
And so there's the shape on the hand, on our lines on the hands, that you can tell if you were incarnated in Atlantis. Those are the kind of things that she's learning from her regressions, which is, I thought was really interesting.
Are you talking about the A and the M?
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
I have an M.
I have an
I have an M on this hand and an A on this hand.
I don't know what the A means.
Atlantis.
It's what?
Atlantis.
I don't know.
I've got an A and I got an M.
I've got an X.
I feel really good.
What do you have, Victor?
An X.
An X? Yeah. X-Men.
X marks the spot.
Yep.
Yeah.
Craig, it's always so fun to listen to you tell your story over and over again. I always pick up something new, some little new tidbit from it, but I will never forget the bolt of lightning I felt in my heart when I met you at the Integratron. And
oh my God, it was so great.
It was such an epic moment, you know, where we were both being prepared to meet each other. And that is my home, you know, we call it the dome away from home.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. And I literally found the pictures from that day the other day on my phone.
I was searching for him while you were talking. I was looking for him because we have some great pictures.
Yeah, it was so much fun. So much fun.
Yeah.
Craig, I wanted to mention about the short film that you did. It was phenomenal, and you won some awards for it.
Yeah, we got best sci-fi short on it, and then the ET Species Almanac documentary. You know, when that comes out, we'll put it in a bunch of festivals. I do want to call
When's
the
it coming out?
sisters. Probably in spring. In the
That's
springtime.
soon.
I don't
That's
have a
good.
release date yet because we're literally just finishing it. And so I don't have the exact date, but you guys will know for sure, when it's going to come out. I was thinking about calling the sisters and seeing if we do a screening, inside the dome a couple times in one day, like we did with Stranger at the Pentagon. We did that because, that was really the Giant Rock is the birthplace of ufology.
Yes.
Literally. So I thought it was, cool to do it there. And it was jam-packed the whole time. So, well, you remember you were there.
I was there, and it was just epic.
Can you
And
leave
it's
Go ahead.
I'm really looking forward to this. I think in the chat people were asking about you, asking about what the name of the documentary was. So it's ET Species Almanac documentary due out this
It's the Extraterrestrial Species Almanac. Okay, so here's the opening sequence. You'll dig it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Snake Girl, right? Where is she? Snake Girl, right? She comes up, she goes shh, like this onto the screen, and she's moving. And then it comes on the Extraterrestrial Species Almanac, and then it goes the documentary. And when it says the documentary, her tongue goes bloop. It's so great. It's so great. I can't tell you how many CGI people I went through to get that tongue right, but now it's right. It's it's very cool. So it kind of opens that up. It's an hour and a half. It's like you've never seen anything like this before, ever.
Oh, I can't wait.
Yeah, I'm really proud of it. And, it's taken us several years to do it. I mean, we were doing it during COVID and all of that. So it's just a lot of work. People don't realize how much work goes into these things and, all of that. So, like I said, I'm hoping to show it at, the MUFON Symposium, hoping to show it. Hopefully, if I can get Contact in the Desert to show it and let it be a premiere there, And by the way,
Eric and I are doing the Giant Rock tour for Contact in the Desert on Thursday, May 31st.
Oh my God.
Yeah, we do it every year, but this year he's actually doing a workshop at the Integratron on the Monday after. So he'll be doing his intensive after Contact in the Desert at the Integratron.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I would love to see you show it there. My gosh.
Yeah, I know. I'm just waiting till I know that it's locked, and I'm just finalizing all the other details with it.
Well, I encourage all of us here to hold that vision that you will have it locked and ready to go as soon as cosmically possible.
Yes, absolutely. I just want to sit in a screening and like in the front and stare at the audience and watch their faces.
That's gonna be great.
I was going to ask for a teaser, but then when you said Snake Girl with the tongue, I mean, that's pretty good. I can't wait to see that. You said you're going to do something with a bust or a replica, a statue. That's a big surprise too. Remember, you said you're working on something.
A statue?
Don't say no. A little replica of a ET.
No.
Where did I get that? When we were,
I don't know.
Craig was
You
on
must
my
have been
Thinking Heaven channel. Am I making stuff up?
You must have dreamt it.
There's some
Maybe it's a premonition.
She's prophesizing.
You said that you. It's, I'm really not having a senior moment, but I'm really pretty accurate. But I don't know where I got this. You said they're making a replica of Betty.
Right. Yeah. Well, okay. Betty Hill made a replica of Junior, the being
That's it.
that she met. Now, Now there were like little Zetas on the ship, but Junior was different, right? Junior's eyes were a little Asian flared, but the inside of the eyes was like a gecko's eyes. He had a wide nose, mouth, high cheekbones, no hair. Yeah. He had blue silver skin that was kind of like what we would think of as pockmarks from acne, right? But I don't think that he had acne. But so what we did is we had an artist take the bus and make a 3D rendering.
That was it.
And then we created him, in artwork, and then made him 3D.
That's it.
Yeah,
that's the first. That's the first. No one's ever done that. You said, and that. I mean, there's so many details. I'm sure that you put into this, and looking at what you've done in the past, you're very detail oriented. I mean, this is going to be a game changer. And I did think about you. I don't know. I'm gonna throw it out there, but I saw it on the Pluto channel. I guess it's owned by, what is it, the Peacock? But they had a documentary about the dome, and I was like, what? And I was like, what? Yeah, and they got a lot of same pictures. You have similar pictures. And I was like, what is that doing here? But they had it playing, and you could download it instantly because they have documentaries now on Pluto. So whenever you go through your cycle of whatever you're doing, your cycle, and through your runs and your launch, at some point, whenever, you may want to contact them.
I wonder if that was like the cousin guy who was making a film. I remember the sisters telling me, and I remember he had contacted me. So maybe that was him. It was like a cousin or something in the Van Tassel family.
It's a guy who was the shepherd of the dome for a long time till it was rehabilitated, and they went through that process, and he works with the sisters. And I was just surprised to see it. They had the Hurdocks on there. I was like, oh my gosh. And I was so they have a whole little category now called documentaries.
Yeah.
Where did you say that you
it's
saw
on Pluto? It's that free channel, Pluto, but I think it's owned by NBC or whatever.
Yeah, you can just app it on your TV.
Yeah, it's a free app, Pluto.
Yeah.
Huh.
Pluto.
And they had, was it Emil Canning that was on, the guy who owned and sold it to the sisters?
I think so.
He still lives up north.
Yes, and
Emil.
He lives kind of on the land, and he's friends with the sisters. And at one point, someone broke in and trashed the place. He was upset. He was complaining about that. But it was a lot more to it than that. It was old, nothing. But I was surprised to see that.
Yeah.
On a regular channel, which is showing that you're, that's a consciousness expanding thing.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's what you're doing. Thank you. Yay!
Yes, exactly. So, oh my God, I'm so glad to see all of you and see you again, Victor, my new friend, Victor. We're both like those. We're the Pleiadian boys.
Yeah, Pleiadian boys.
That's it.
Beautiful, Craig. Thank you so much, brother.
You're welcome.
Really excited for documentary. We're going to be doing part 2 of the ET Species Almanac presentation on Portal to Ascension this year as well.
Yes.
And I think you're going to combine it with UFO hotspots, right? Like a longer version.
I will. We'll do a longer version, more detailed, and we'll have different artwork and stuff like that. So
beautiful.
That's awesome. This
me,
is a great start to 2024, hearing about the lineup.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Real quick, I just got a little announcement. My husband walked in, and he found the name of that thing for you. It's called Calling All Earthlings.
Yes, that I do now. I remember that.
Okay.
I remember that now. Yeah, but I want to watch it again.
I remember that guy. I can't think of the name of the guy that made it. Can you remember, Craig?
It was the cousin, I think.
Jonathan Berman?
I think it was a cousin of Van Tassel, like maybe one of his daughter's sons or something. Because I know he made one, and I think I think it was that. Let me hang on. Look on. Are you typing it up? Look on IMDb. I bet you it's on there.
Okay.
Then everybody.
Who? Jonathan Berman.
Yes, Jonathan Berman.
Yeah, that's not him.
That's the director.
It came out June 2nd, 2018. And are you thinking of Chad? Chad was one of the cousins, I think. He lives in Mexico now. You're not. I don't know. But I remember when Jonathan Berman came out with that movie.
It says executive producer Alan Steinfeld.
Yeah,
there it is.
Oh, no way!
Really?
Yeah.
Castle.
Of what? Calling All Earthlings?
Calling All Earthlings.
Calling All Earthlings.
Yeah.
Alan's got so many things up his sleeve. You know, it's hard
to he gets around that out.
It's on Prime Video too.
Oh, it is? Okay, good.
Yeah.
Prime and Pluto, and yeah, I'm sure it's different places, but
yeah, and they just put on Amazon Prime Elizabeth Clare's documentary.
Oh.
Who she incarnated here, and her soul twin named Akon started visiting her when she was young, when she was 7. She became pregnant. He took her back to his planet during the pregnancy, so the boy could be born there and live under those aspects. And so, and then brought her back, and she finished out her life to finish her mission, talking about Akon and where he comes from. So it's a real interesting story. Yeah, she's South African.
What's the name of that? I want to look that one up.
What did I just say? Crap.
You just said Elizabeth Clare documentary.
Said the name.
Elizabeth Clare, Klarer.
Is it Elizabeth Clare Prophet?
Yeah, I found it. South African writer?
Yeah.
All right, got it.
Yeah, it's the name of the book.
Beyond the Light Barrier. Yeah.
That's it. Beyond the Light Bearer. Yeah, and there's supposedly supposedly another documentary coming out about her as well. So, hers is just such a fascinating story because the pregnancy and the boy and all that. They do a lot of interviews with her, and they do interview her son here and other people about their belief in it and that kind of thing. So,
nice.
Yeah.
Yay.
Thank you for the recommendations. Always looking for something good to watch.
Yeah, something new.
We have to keep looking. We can't get enough.
Something new.
Craig, thank you so much, brother. Appreciate
You're welcome, you guys. Thank you so much. So lovely to see you all.
Good to see you, Craig. Will we see you at Conscious Life? Will you be at Conscious Life Expo?
When's that? When is it?
February 9th, 10th, something like that.
Oh, I'll probably go. Yeah. I'll probably go for sure.
We'll see you soon.
Okay.
Thank you for such a great presentation.
Yeah.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you, guys.
Hi, love.
There we have it, guys.
Day two.
Oh my gosh, just jam-packed full of information. My head's just wow.
I know. I feel like we did good work today.
A lot of deep work. I mean, I loved everybody. I thought they were great.
Yeah, beautiful. We went a full 9 hours, and this is only the halfway mark, everybody. We're going to be live again tomorrow. I have made a decision today. We did this last year. Michelle, you were a part of it. This was 5 days last year, okay? And it was 11 hours a day last year. We're doing 7 to 8 hours now. Victor was a part of it too, I think. And I'm launching all 5 days after this conference is done on YouTube. So this is gonna actually end up becoming, 9 days of Ultimate Star Beings.
Wow.
So as soon as this is done on Monday, on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, there'll be 10-hour streams on our YouTube of all of that footage because that was a paid event. So I'm gonna release it now, and we'll just keep it going. Just keep the energy up.
What you're doing is so important.
Yeah, I'm excited for it. I'm really excited that Craig is releasing his documentary this year because I had this inkling that this is the year of Galactic Origins, and I really have been looking for and waiting for a documentary to stop like kind of teeter-tottering in the mainstream, but to just go into the information on who these beings are and our connection to them. This is this ET race. This is who they are. This is where they're from. This is their connection to our planet, you know? And so what Craig is doing is completely in alignment with the reason why we're doing this conference.
And I'm hoping that the race called the Sinus Cleansers arrives at my home tonight while I'm sleeping and takes care of
Really? Are you have sinus issues?
Just today. It happened today. It's something just I started
Oh,
sneezing
could
this
be a
morning.
purging. Could be a purging.
Maybe it's a purging. Absolutely.
You know, I know a lot of people that are very intuitive or mediums or work with spiritual arts. They have sinus issues, and I mean, like almost right across the board. But that could be just a cleansing thing.
I'm just hoping. I'm
That's
just hoping
the
that
third eye thing.
Yeah, I was going to say, but hoping my third eye doesn't come out of my nose, but that's another story.
Oh my gosh.
I hear you, brother, on that one. Whew.
All right, guys. So it's been a really long day, so I feel we should close out in a second here. But let's just go around one last time. Any closing words for today? Victor, let's start with you, brother.
You know, I had mentioned about having your brain in your heart, and I pulled out my little poem, and it'll take me 2 minutes to read it to you.
Well, then let's have you go last because I want you to close with your poem. Okay?
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
And we're going to have, just to let everybody know, we're going to finish out with a music video as well. So we'll have Victor do his poem, then we have a music video, and that will be it for today. So, Michelle, how about you? You want to go first?
Well, it was such an incredible day. I loved every bit of our time together, and I was really inspired by Bridget Renee's presentation. I was so inspired by Anastara and you know, getting some really practical tools for us to use. And I know that she kind of slipped in there because we had an opening, and I think, you know, everything happens for a reason, and it felt really important that we get those tools out there. And my gosh, Sandra Walter, when she started us off on that journey, I can't even call it a meditation because it was such a journey. It was so deep and rewarding and rich. And when Phyllis too, Vox Angeles,
always brings it.
I mean, she just brings it. I literally had to go lay down because it was just coming streams and streams of energy. And I know for Tamara, it was very emotional and moving. And I really loved watching the two of you speak back and forth in light language and hearing the resonant tones and frequencies I have goosebumps even now, just thinking about how moved you were, Tamara. I could feel you, and it really was. There were so many moving components, and I have to admit, I did miss Phil Gruber because I had to go walk the dogs. I have 3 dogs, and I was like, I have to walk the dogs. So I did miss him, but I love seeing Phil every time he's with us, and he shares so spectacularly. So another incredible day, and watching everybody in the chat, it's been so uplifting, inspiring, and expansive.
Yes.
Up-leveling our DNA right here, right before your eyes. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. So I guess I'll jump in, and so Victor can, finish with his beautiful poetry or message. You know, we those that are like us, we seek to be of service, right? We just naturally do that. We do it. We need to stop at certain times and do self-care because we love being of service. But today I felt like that I got something back, and it wasn't just the Vox thing. The Vox thing was big. She's a powerful channel. I mean, I've studied with probably 600 mediums and channelers with very famous people, and some of it, and I hate to say this, people don't hear it, some of it's just a natural ability. There's like a guitar or anything else or a musical instrument. And she was a powerful channel, but I felt like I got so much from starting from the beginning when we had Stone. I right from the beginning. And what I enjoyed, especially about the females, is that they also carried a masculine energy too. And I like that. we need to give women permission to be that way as well. And then when Sandra came on, that changed the pace to make it more etheric. And that did feel, I will agree with Michelle, that did feel like a journey because it was powerful and soft at the same time. But all the others that were on, I like the message about the Ascension symptoms, that we talked about that, the things to work through. I enjoyed that. Even though I knew about it, it was nice to hear that from other people and kind of validate that. Phil was phenomenal. He was going lightning speed. And so I was like, whoa, but
that was him slowing down too.
Oh my gosh. But one of the, certain things like I didn't even catch it all. And I'm, pretty smart and read a lot, but I couldn't even get it all. I was going, oh gosh, I got to listen to this again. But it just by listening, my experience listening to him, parts of my memory were waking up and something was shifting in me, and some of it I don't even understand at all. But remember when Vox was on, I said something about the lion and the ancient sands. So to me, that's Egypt. Why would they say, was it the golden lions? The golden is it's like the golden time, right? I think something about that, but is the merging of the ancient ones is what I got. And then when he was talking about our origins, that really filled in a lot, especially about being Syrian celestial, which I am. And he did the pattern of how and I went, oh, that's how we became into material form. So I'm still processing everything. And Craig's great. I love Craig. I met him. Someone referred him to be on the Seek Heaven channel. And I said, you're not human, are you? And he started laughing. He goes, people like you always say that. And I just adore everything that comes out of his mouth. He's such service. So I think everybody was just phenomenal. I can't say enough.
Thanks, Tamara.
Absolutely. And you also mentioned the fact that Phil had that golden lion on his shirt when he was starting his presentation.
Synchronicity, right?
Synchronicity.
Never an accident.
Absolutely. And before I share my poem, I just want to say a little bit about Bridget. Bridget's amazing. If I had my choice of a daughter in this lifetime, and I have a wonderful daughter, but Bridget, man, that's
great.
Powerful. Really, really powerful. Amazing. So we were talking about the brain inside the heart the other day, and this poem came through me a few years ago. And it says, we all know the brain inside our head that's supposed to make us smart, but very few know or have even read about the brain inside our heart. The brain in the heart is very small, but it's much smarter than the other. It's the most sensitive brain of all when we connect with one another. The brain in the heart can feel things in its very own special way. It always knows when truth rings or when we have gone astray. If we learn to listen when it speaks, we can make our lives the best and navigate its valleys and peaks with love and joy and zest. So always listen to your heart and everything that it tells you. You'll know what to do right from the start, and its wisdom will surely bless you.
Oh my gosh, I love that. I love a copy of that.
I love every word. Let's get a copy of that. Yes, Tamara. Yes.
That is just, I'm going to put it on my refrigerator. That's going to be my mantra. That is, that's such a Palladian thing too. You know, they love talking about their hearts, don't they? You did a good job too. Yeah, I told you, I love your stories, Victor. These are great people. Michelle, you're wonderful. You've been a delight.
Oh, thank you. I feel the same about you. And, you know, I just realized that we didn't say anything about what you presented yet, Neil. And your presentation, I had never seen you present that before, just like I had never seen yesterday's dragon presentation. I was sitting here with my phone taking pictures of your slides, Neil, because they really helped me. Really, I feel like I'm in school right now. I'm feeling so expanded from this particular conference, for sure, or not conference, retreat. Yes.
It's a deprogramming of the old ways and the re-education, and ultimately it's a remembrance, right? All we're doing is we're planting seeds and we're saying things that we all know deep down in our cellular memory. That's why we resonate with it. You know, so many times yesterday I had goosebumps, and just like Anastara was saying, like the goosebumps is that feeling of truth. Like there's something that resonates in my soul, you know. And I just feel very blessed to be able to do this. I feel really blessed to be able to do it with you guys and just have a lot of fun, like creating these events, right? And yeah, it's supposed to be. We can have fun as we learn and deprogram and shift our perspective on seeing all the chaos around us to an expanded perspective, realizing that it's happening because we're moving into a new world. And that's why I love presenting what I presented today, because to me, like, there is no doubt in my mind that we're ascending. No doubt in my mind, soul, body, everything. I call myself a hopeless hopeful. I'm hopelessly hopeful, you know.
I'm gonna steal that.
Right? And so, like, you know, we're going through some growing pains. We're going through a lot of growing pains, but there's always light at the end of the tunnel. So, and that's why we keep doing these events, right? To like move us closer towards that light.
And Neil, you are the master of these events, my brother. You are the master of these events.
Yeah, I have a lot of fun.
Thank you for taking us on the journey of how you began.
Mm-hmm.
I felt like we walked back in time together when you took us on that journey, because we've been doing that dance for a while, you know, and then you reminded me of things that I had forgotten about that you did. And you've done such an incredible job of not just bringing us all together, but helping us to grow.
Thank you.
And I love the analogy Victor used yesterday about the tree behind you and the many branches. And
Victor, that was good.
Really feeling that with all the people here, we're all branches of this tree of life behind you. And you giving us the reminder today to be hopeful, to put us in that place. I texted behind the scenes. I'll tell you while you're here that I texted Neil behind the scenes that I really needed this. Part of me was starting to feel beat up and sad about the state of the world. And there have been many days where I've wondered, am I meant to go through this? You know, am I meant to stay on earth in the body while all of this is going on? I've really questioned that during some of this. So you brought me back into my body in the most joyful way to just realize I'm just going to play through it, even when it feels really heavy and dense. And some days it feels really dark. And some days I'm filled with anxiety about what I'm seeing around me. And I don't even watch the news anymore, but just feeling the collective. And today I felt like I could exhale and then take another breath and say, wow, we're going to do this, because look how many of us are here. And
we're doing
in this space saying, we say yes. We say yes to being in this human skin with this heart that just loves this beautiful planet we get the privilege to live upon. I just want to keep experiencing it. And Neil, you seem to walk through fearlessly, and I am inspired by your walk.
Thank you for saying that. And, you know, I want to share a poem now because it's reminding me of what you're saying. And, you know, like, just to be like completely honest and vulnerable, you know, you shared 2023 was hard. I shared it. I really realized that in my, like, I got to do a disclaimer. I realized that there is no such thing as a dark or like a traumatizing year on the grander level, because everything I know works for me. But with that being said, 2023 was the worst year of my life. Like, it's just like, even though like I understand perspective, but it was so hard. I haven't wanted to quit what I was doing since 2016. That was the last time. And I had many times I was like, I'm done. I can't do this anymore. I can't do Portal Ascension. You know, like things happening, hardcore things happening personally. With my ex-wife too, like so much craziness is going on that, you know, I even spoke to Shreya, my good friend, and she said, you know, you don't have to do this forever. And I'm like, I never even thought of not doing this. No one has ever told me that I could do something else. And I never even thought of it. And then I started reflecting, well, am I supposed to do this? and I meditated on it for weeks. I woke up every day thinking about it, and I was just like, I can't stop, I just can't stop. This is like what I'm here to do. But it's been really challenging. And this event, it's a feedback loop, because this event has reinvigorated me. I created this event, did this whole thing. Now I'm here with you guys. I'm hearing from you. I'm spending time with my friends. We're good friends, Michelle, but we hardly ever get to see each other, right? And so it's just like having this is just a reminder now, that everything's okay, and just to keep moving forward. So I feel re-enlivened as well.
I didn't, when I got the schedule, I kept bugging Neil behind the scenes. I couldn't figure out who I was supposed to be introing, and when I was, what time I had committed. And I like to show up and be prepared. And I had so much going on. And I really thought I was only going to come in and do a few intros and then maybe listen a little bit. But then, life was waiting for me. And yesterday I got the the feeling that no, cancel all of your plans and devote 100% to being here.
Right.
I mean, there are a couple times I'm trying to dance around and move my body because, sitting here all day, but I did feel that what was happening for me personally was the kick in the astral that I needed. I needed a kick in the astral because it has been really challenging. 2023 was probably my most challenging year as well. Mm-hmm. And it started with a bang. And I was feeling dread about 2024, and now I feel so reinvigorated and re-inspired and more energy and more, like you said, hope and joy. And I want to share it with everyone now. I want to take this energy that I feel inside of me and bring it to all those around me who have probably felt the heaviness that I've been carrying. Yeah. And a lot of times people look to me to be that Pied Piper of fun because I carry that dolphin energy that, brings people into joy, and I'm very playful most of the time. And sitting here, I was thinking, wow, I haven't been myself. I haven't been as playful as I normally am. I've been more serious. And so now I feel like I'm back in that mode of woohoo, I could be myself again, just I want to ride it out and be with like-minded, like-hearted people and bring more people into the fold, bring more people into joy and connection and knowing that we're enough, and we don't have to give our energy over to all the noise that's filling our head right now.
No.
Neil, you're my hero. This is, if I can be so bold to say, this is bigger than you. And I'm not saying I agree with your friend. You don't have to do this forever, right? But for right now, I mean, you've made probably lifelong friendships, but for now, we need you. We need what you're doing because you have the skills to coordinate and put things together. And the people that you associate with are all very capable, which is good. You pick capable people, but together we are stronger, but we need a platform. And many of us have our own platform, and we're helping and we're sharing one another's resources, but we do need this portal to Ascension. We need all the facets that you're doing, the cruise, the this, the that. We need to not only just meet each other in the etheric, but actually meet each other and give each other a hug. I think the warmest thing that I got, I was like, what's Neil really like? And when you hugged me, you gave me a real hug. It wasn't some little side pat on the back. It was like a real bear hug. And you won my husband over. When you hugged him, he goes, I really like Neil a lot. He's like a really genuine person. And so because that hug, you could feel the heart to heart, like the heart doesn't lie.
Yeah, that was a good connection. I felt that too.
Yeah, he's like instantly like he had this like lifelong friends. He loves Neil. He's like he loves anything that you do because the hug you sold him on the hug and who you are. So don't underestimate, you one thing I notice you do is you pivot and you turn. If something doesn't work, and we should learn from watching you on this, is that you'll go down a road and you go, oh, this isn't making money, this is taking a lot of time, there's a lot of roadblocks on this, and you'll pivot and you'll change, or you'll change a topic that people want, or you'll change the format, and you're not afraid to do that. And I think we need to do that too. We need to be in the business of flux, especially I'm just going to say 2024. I think, I'm doing the whole thing on the star beings, on the Jedi, but the Empire is going down. Okay. It's the old Republic stepping up. It's the spiritual rebels. And, we are all in alignment. Everyone on here is saying the same things. I mean, we're like, yeah. So this is a movement. You're not alone, Neil. We love you. We respect you. And, I love everybody here, because we need that hope. We need hope.
Straight up. And I'm really hopeful. So I'm gonna close out now with a poem. And just because you said getting feedback from the community, pivoting, it's the perfect time for me to let everyone know that we have the annual Portal to Ascension survey that goes out every year for the last 8 years. And this is how we continue to build. This is how we continue to create what people want. And every year the survey gets even better. I only have 300 people that filled it out, and we have like 1,000+ people watching this over the days. You're going to get an email. All the people signed up, 1,700 of you signed up. We're going to send an email with the survey. Please, please, please. It's not just like for me filling it out. You're filling it out so that we can know, because we have people in like Kazakhstan watching. We have a little town in India that gets together every week when there's electricity, once a week, that emails me every now and then saying we get together when we have electricity to watch. We have people in all types of remote towns, countries. We have someone in the Maldives. We have some people in the US. We have people everywhere. So what our survey does is it gives us a good, clear picture of the worldwide conscious community in general, and allows us to create events based on that. So
Neil, one more thing. Can you put the PayPal link back up? And I just want to say to folks out there, if you've gotten something from this today, and I know you've gotten a lot from this today, you got a few bucks, keep this going. Keep this going, please.
Thank you for saying that, Victor. That's important. Support this in other ways. Physically, I think it's important to flow out.
Yeah. All right. So I'm gonna do this poem, and then we're gonna play the video. Do you want to introduce
Pretty weird. Do you want me to set up the video before we go into it?
You mean
Pretty Weird Blonde is a beautiful starseed whose name is Sophia Rose, and she created the video. It's her art. She did the whole thing, soup to nuts, as my husband would say. Her music, her verbiage, all of her production skills. And I invite everybody to check her out on her YouTube channel, Pretty Weird Blonde, and watch soon, because I know Neil is going to be addicted to her as well and want to bring her onto these conferences in the future. So that's what we'll play as we go out. And Neil, I cannot wait to hear this poem, and I can't wait to get your book that I bought today.
I bought it too. I bought it today.
Now.
Someone just asked about my book, poetry book. So yes, it's in the chat now. So this song, you've actually heard this once, Michelle. It's called Cocoon, this poem. And I wrote this, it's weird. Whenever I'm on a plane flying, that's when the best poems come to me. Maybe because I'm closer to heaven, I don't know. So I wrote this one on a plane and staring at the clouds. As I enter my cocoon, emotions flood my eyes as I tear up inside. Expressed in love from my heart that has been wounded so much. Is that why we are here? To be aware of the cycles of time, the intensity, the ability to reach a level of consciousness that has presented itself on this beautiful planet countless times. This planet is so beautiful. The story of how we became. Thousands of years where humanity and time coexisted instead of being authoritative and controlled by the ages that will come and will go and will continue to come again. Each eon presents an opportunity for liberation. As I sit in my cocoon, eyes closed, safe now from the faces, the hatred, the pain. It hurts me often. Knowing the cycles is not a form of implementation, integration of the construct of the highest order when we do not follow leaders but our own sovereign leaders of our own right. A facilitator of energy. Why are we here? Who are we? The philosophy of humanity, what makes us unique, but also what connects us to the plants, animals, and what lies beneath our skin, the vehicle to transport our essence. This time has come before. I cannot judge the transition of one construct into another, one system into another. Who can judge me? The frequencies were designed to provide a depth of experience. Duality came from an infinite singularity until the infinite potential burst into countless possibilities. A fractal, a water drop, a black hole, where I can go and hide. The vibration of love is sometimes buried deep inside. Why am I here? I often wonder, who am I? Why do I exist? Why do I know what I know? I cry often for the beauty of what it means to be human, for the uniqueness of our position as the galactic position of the Earth shifts to better assist in my mission. My mission? My mission? What if I gave it up? Does life continue, and is the energy enough? I gave up my mission multiple times as I could not deal with the depression and the self-hatred inside. I grew up having to lie. Fears, insecurity can lead to a demise or a way to rise. I experienced both. I love the earth so much. I love the earth so much that sometimes the love makes it hard to communicate with words. My hope for humanity has been tested over and over. I lost hope, but then a silly joke or just by people watching, my faith is restored. We are beautiful. We are so beautiful. I wish we all knew. I have experienced hate for myself that altered my health, but now I realize only I can help me. Only I can help me. Only I can help me.
Oh, you did it again. Wow. Is that in the book?
No, it's not.
Oh, dang.
Oh, it
I
should
love
be.
that poem.
That was
That was
intense.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was intensely good.
Yeah.
I don't know when the last time I had someone make me cry like that. Oh yeah, it was earlier today. Oh my gosh, this day has been so cleansing. Oh, that was so true what you said, and it just you could just feel it within me emoting the same thing. But you know, it's tough not to go to those lower points and get off path. It's sometimes tempting because it's easier, but we didn't pick the easy way, did we? None of us did we? No, we're the hard-headed ones. We had to pick a path a little bit more difficult.
Yeah. And you know, everybody tuning in right now, like I say often, that this is the beginning. Every 2,000 years is a new zodiac. Every zodiac is a new covenant, right? This is like historical record. There's a new scripture on the earth. There's a new covenant. There's a new agreement. Pisces, Jesus, the 2,000 years before that, another one. 2,000 years before that, another one. We're at the cusp of a new zodiac. Just like how there were apostles and their followers 2,000 years ago, we're at the next level. This right here is that group of people. And what we're all doing is like, we're listening to it, but there's going to be a time, like somebody said in the room, Crystal, I think, said there's no holding back. You think that you're just listening to this and you're into this information? This is going to be the mainstream industry in the whole entire planet. The people that are into this right now are literally learning what they're going to be teaching in the near future, right? Because more and more people are going to wake up. They don't call, everybody here a way shower for nothing. You're here to show the way when the time comes. And so we're just all here walking this path back home together.
And I'm grateful to walk this path with you, my brother, and you, my sisters. I am so grateful.
Ditto.
Yeah. Love you guys.
Beautiful.
All right, so let's get into the video, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. Love you guys. See you all tomorrow. We'll play the video. We'll close out.
Enjoy this video and look up Pretty Weird Blonde, Sophia Rose.
Hope your sinuses are better, Victor.
Beautiful.
And
Yes.
just to let everybody know, tomorrow we start at 9 o'clock again, and then on Monday we actually start at 10 a.m. So just to let you
Okay.
guys know, and so see you
Thank
tomorrow
you.
morning, 9 a.m. Pacific. Okay, here we go. Here's the video.
Love you. Love you.
Alien being human. One of the only reasons I agreed to do this was love. I wanted to feel love in the universe when the earth became one. But now that I'm here, it's clear everybody only loves to fear themselves, and thus they fear everything else. If I would report to the mothership, I'd say humanity has lost its balance, masculine at war with the feminine. But God got His words never separate. If I would report to the mothership, I'd say humanity is looking for enlightenment. But every time they see the light devices come and ruin it, you know it's hard with these human bad habits. Yeah, it's hard being an alien, being a human. It's hard being an alien, being a human. But remember who you are, you're from the stars. And the only way to activate is through the heart. Yeah, remember who you are, you're from the stars. And the only way to activate is through the heart. It's hard being an alien, being a human. The only way to activate is through the heart. It's hard being an alien, being a human. The only way to activate is through the heart. It's hard being an alien, being a human. The only way to activate is through the heart. It's hard being an alien, being a human. But remember who you are, you're from the stars. And the only way to activate is through the heart. I've been a legend in my own mind pretty much my whole life. I've been building better paradigms while everybody sleeps at night. Chances are you're gonna call me crazy, baby, that's alright. I'm a star seed on a different frequency, and you still see in black and white. I may be way too much for some, but I didn't come to earth for your approval, that's dumb. I'm here on a mission, I'm gonna see it through. So how about I do me, you do you, and we just be cool? Can we all just be cool? I'm a star seed, I'm a star seed. You can judge me, but you're exactly like me. We all come from a unified energy. I'm a star seed, I'm a star seed. We're all star seeds. We're all star seeds. I've been mapping out the timelines, trying to decide when to align with the highest vibe. Kind of feeling like I figured out the secret, and you're just jealous cause you think I'm gonna keep it. But don't you know that what's mine is yours? There's plenty happiness to go around and more. I may be way too much for some, but I didn't come to earth for your approval, that's dumb. I'm here on a mission, I'm gonna see it through. So how about I do me, you do you, and we just be cool? Can we all just be cool? I'm a star seed, I'm a star seed. You can judge me, but you're exactly like me. We all come from a unified energy. I'm a star seed, I'm a star seed. We're all star seeds. We're all star seeds. We're all star seeds. We're all star seeds. This is a letter to my higher self, and my child self, and my shadow self, and all my other selves. Every day I think I have it figured out. I fly high, but then I fall down, and I'm scared to ask for help. I guess that's how this earth thing goes. You're good until you're bad. You're happy till you're sad. I guess duality will always get the best of me. Why do I only want what I can't have? I know I'm made of light, but I still feel darkness sometimes. I know that I'm divine, but I still get caught up in my mind. I know my heart is stardust, but I'm still human, and I fuck up. Sorry, please forgive me. Thank you. I love you. This is a lesson for my cosmic soul. Ain't it funny how I try to control the way the 3D goes? I know, just go with the flow. As above, so below. But it's hard to uphold that when you're here home. Yeah, it's hard to uphold that when you're human. I guess that's how this earth thing goes. You're good until you're bad. You're happy till you're sad. I guess duality will always get the best of me. Why do I only want what I can't have? I know I'm made of light, but I still feel darkness sometimes. I know that I'm divine, but I still get caught up in my mind. I know my heart is stardust, but I'm still human, and I fuck up. I know I'm made of light, but I still feel darkness sometimes. I know that I'm divine, but I still get caught up in my mind. I know my heart is stardust, but I'm still human, and I want love, I want love, I want love. To be loved, to give love, I am love, we are love. I want love. I am love, we are love, we are love. Right foot, left foot, pull me out of bed. Come back into my body, come back into my head. I had some weird dreams and I need a moment, like, and a deep breath. It's getting heavy just to be alive, but I'm grateful I woke up today. I'm grateful for the sunshine. I'm not always gonna see the bright side, but at least I get more time in this thing called life. thing called life. It's getting heavy, getting heavy, getting heavy just to be alive. Yeah, the world is crazy and I've lost my mind. Take a deep breath, focus on what's next. Getting through the day, yeah, one day at a time. Why is being human feeling so hard? I got love in my heart, yeah, I'm divine, but I lose my mind. Yeah, I lose my mind. I know it gets better than this. I get so caught up in the physical shit. Maybe I should just quit my bad habits. Maybe I should just meditate for a bit. It's getting heavy just to be alive, but I'm grateful I woke up today. I'm grateful for the sunshine. I'm not always gonna see the bright side, but at least I get more time in this thing called life. This thing called life. It's getting heavy just to be alive, but I'm grateful I woke up today. I'm grateful for the sunshine. I'm not always gonna see the bright side, but at least I get more time in this thing called life. This thing called life. Can we just meet in the middle? I wanna feel you close to me. Can we just meet in the middle? It's alright if we don't agree. I'm a human being and so are you. So let's come together, we can share our truths and it'll be okay. I believe that we can coexist with grace. It's either gonna be fear or love that wins. I really hope you open up and let the love in. It's the only way we're gonna make it. Can we just meet in the middle? I love you, you love me, it's that simple. Can we just meet in the middle? Feeling through unity, it's that simple. Come on, people. Hey, hey, human beings, do you think that we can recalibrate our frequencies? Do you think that we can live in peace? Do you think that we can be the change we want to see? 'Cause I do. I believe in me and you. I believe that if we love each other, we can make it through. Can we just meet in the middle, please? My fellow humanity. Can we just meet in the middle, please? It's either gonna be fear or love that wins. I really hope you open up and let the love in. It's the only way we're gonna make it.
Hey, I see you there, so I thought I'd bring you back on for a second. You're muted though, but that was incredible.
Oh, I love that music.
You're muted, Michelle.
Oh, I love the music.
It's so hard to sit here. Like I'm so in love with Sophia Rose. She's
She's
hug
hip.
her. She's just the real deal. And I've been, I didn't want to hound you too much, Neil, because I knew you had your program and I know we always go over a little bit, but
Yeah.
it was too perfect to keep my mouth shut because it fits the theme of this whole retreat.
Yes.
We just,
I mean, no, it was like next level, like music that you would see even on the mainstream, but way better,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
But with all of the things that we're into, it's just so perfect. I added her on Instagram. She just added me back. So we're going to be in contact for sure.
That's so awesome. And I put you two together on text. And I do say, I'm on an FM radio station that has lots of different types of channels. We have 66 volunteer DJs on KXFM. And Meet in the Middle, I think, is such a perfect song to play in mainstream. I want it to go viral. That song is what I feel is the microcosm of the macrocosm. I'm
curious what she's doing with her music. Is she performing it or?
Her name on YouTube, they're asking, I think, is Pretty Weird Blonde. And up above, I put the link to her website. She's changed, she's grown so much and shifted a little bit in her music that she might be shifting to Sophia Rose, which is her name. But right now it's Pretty Weird Blonde. And she has just, dedicated herself to really wanting to do more of her music. And so she did perform at Stairway to the Stars in the Red Velvet Lounge. And we were all completely, dancing to her music, and she really commands the audience. Her energy is just off the charts, and she's just so beautiful inside and out. So
I think she's listening right now, right? She's watching.
Yeah, I think she is. I think she's watching on YouTube.
Sophia Rose.
Bridget says, I love her and thank you for sharing with us. And I think she'll work with Bridget as well. She works with Elizabeth April. She just did the music. Elizabeth on December 21st did an online event, and Sophia was her talent.
Interesting. I would love to make some music with her, some hip hop songs too.
She's game.
She's talented. She's very hip.
She's there. She's on.
I love the lyrics, but she's catchy.
In the room. Yeah.
We came. My husband was on Capitol Records for a year. He just got inaugurated in the North Carolina Music Hall of Fame, and it's a big museum. I mean, you would think it was a big museum. A lot of famous people have been in Chic. Anyway, our whole life has been music, and I think it's important when you're, these topics we're talking about can be kind of heavy, and sometimes it's better to express them through the poetry or through the music or through whatever it is, and I think or art. And I think that's a form of self-expression. And I've tried to do that when I've had, like, on my Seeking Heaven channel, I've had like even near-death experiences. They have this art talent. And I'm like, come on, show your art. So they'll show their art and they'll play their music with it. Like, they could play music before. Now it's like amazing. And so I've tried to have, who was the lady that Washayla knows? Oh gosh, she's so good. I can't think of her name right now. I'm so tired. Crazy outfits, and she goes, rah, rah, rah. I had her on my show for a New Year's thing. We did a whole music thing, and I had a pink wig on. Everybody went crazy. So I think it's important.
Dominatrix?
Yes. Yes, I love her. And we had a blast. I had my fuzzy stuff. I had my pink wig on, and we were just dancing. And I just think it's important and people always think, oh, that's Tamara's crack. I'm like, I don't care. But we had so much fun, and I think it's good as a celebration or to mix things up, to have the music and have these things, because if we have joy, we need to show joy, right?
Right.
Yeah. We need to dance it out. And
We
move
need
our
to dance it out. We need to work that out with some dance.
Hey, yeah, straight up. That's what I'm getting into lately. I've like my new hobby this year is to dance. So I'm gonna start
Right.
it.
Well,
Yeah, I went to actually. I was in
yeah,
Tulum
same
Beach
thing.
for New Year's Eve, and the artist was Parangi. New Year's Eve in Tulum over here, ecstatic dance. That was pretty fun.
I love dancing to Porangi. I'm really excited that he's going to be at Disclosure Fest again this year in June. And
yeah, he's so good.
And
so,
if you do, you know Dea Dova as well? Do you know of her work?
Yeah, I do.
Total
What's her name
grid
again?
worker.
I'll look her up. What's her
Dea,
name?
Deeya, Dova, Dova. She's very powerful from Australia. She's a grid worker. Her music is amazing as well.
Oh wow, we need more of this.
You see what Dana's writing? Dana wrote, Sophia Rose, I was there right in front of you, appreciating your music at Stairway to the Stars in my alien outfit. Be nice to me. I'm only visiting this planet, remember? And she said, yes, they remembered her. So yeah.
All right. So okay.
All right.
I think we're gonna close out now. And so thank you again to everybody tuning in. All the speakers, Sophia Rose, really so happy that you're in the room and that we're connected because I mean we do over 100 events a year online and in person. And she just said in the chat that she just quit her job to do this full time. And we got some placements, we have a lot of places. And Michelle texted me about this, but I'm gonna say it here now that we're doing a cruise at the end of the year and we need some conscious entertainers.
Whoa.
So if you want to come on, I want Michelle to be there. Tamara, if you want to come too.
Oh man, I would love it so much.
I'll send you some info on it. But I think it would be great to have Sophia Rose in there because that's what I want. I want to have a whole conscious musical component to that cruise.
Yeah,
it's so needed. I mean, lately I've just really love. I've been into not really rave music. Well, quarter rave music, different things that come in, but some of it's a conscious group and they do their own little jam. But I like how they do it on the fly, kind of like your poetry. I like that. I like being in the moment, like channeling, being in that moment.
Yeah, I'm really feeling this cruise. And that's why I texted you, Neil. I texted you and said, I think Sophia would be a great addition to the cruise. And then you invited me on the cruise. And I'm like, I hope we can all go. Tamara, I would love it. And Bridget, oh my gosh, I would love to be able to hug Bridget.
Oh my gosh. It would be, it would be a love fest and dancing. And I love to dance. So
7 days at sea together.
And I want I want to plant the seed. I want to let you go, Neil, because I know you're 3 hours ahead, I think. But I want to plant the seed that this cruise in December is on a body of water, and water is a conductor of energy.
Big time.
Yes.
So when we're raising our frequency in the waters of our own bodies and making the intention to create this cohesive container of divine love, it's a game changer with all of us together on the water. It's my dream.
What about CE5 on the main? Like,
oh no, that's happening. That's happening.
Like,
here's a flyer. So no, that's happening.
Yeah, call them in. I mean, seriously, that's what I want to do. I've always had a vision of being on the water in a boat with people like us and calling them in, and we just have a big light show.
Yeah. I think it's funny that we're on the celebrity equinox and it ends on the solstice.
Oh, that's awesome.
Love it.
All right,
Neil, so, Michelle, love you guys.
Love you.
Have a good night.
Thanks to everybody.
Bye, everybody. Thanks for watching. Bye.
Yeah, and I'm just going to play a couple of PTA trailers as we close out and as everybody leaves slowly. We'll just play a couple upcoming things at Portals Ascension. So see you all tomorrow. We're going to start out in the morning with Joan of Angels, Athea Light Codes, Zoe Davenport, Akuda Melchizedek, Raquel Spring, Ben Carroll, Alan and myself and Joan are going to talk about some upcoming events, and then Emily Gosh. So a whole day tomorrow. Get some good rest, everybody. Connect with your guides, connect with the star beings, set some intentions, and then step into that dream world. Love you all. See you soon.
Om Bhurbhava Swaha Tatsarvitarvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo Yona Prachodayat Intavoakatia Noa Iamona Watena Kiamupa Ufania Katia Noantena Okampala Kia Kumpalaya Inamuatena Kaniam Watatsao Iakatuatiana Iamakatu Inze Awakala Kumpali Atara Kumpala
The road goes on for generations. The travelers will disperse their light amongst all the willingly incarnated souls. But what of the ones that didn't know? Amnesia of the internal endowment to reserve a place in the fifth dimension for themselves, the ego to control, and a better life they shall never know. I welcome you, Dark One, into the lap of luxury full of my pain and woes. We all sold our souls to the devil, but the devil exists not. Negative energy we dub as evil creates the demons of whom we are fearful. Take the D from the demon, put it in front of the word evil, and now you have a personified devil. Our thoughts and experiences creates a creature only exists in the mind. Our desires are one creates a full feature ego that keeps the loyal self faith in the divine. Intellect. On the perfect understanding we will have of one another, I welcome you, my brother, my sister, my lover, to become one, to help me become one, before reality tears you from duality back in ether's imagination. I'm the ghost of lives past. Generations have descended just to gain these experiences. And I pray the human situation is critical, mind analytical, won't let me forget the fall of angels and demons into this third dimensional world. Is this planet yours? May I hide amongst the lost souls? Hide out for a bit, drink some liquor, smoke some weed, and step outside for a cigarette? Yeah, sure. Here's a social security card, you may live. Reincarnated to a kid and live, give it back to the society. And I'm locked in borders, I smolder through the ash comes a horde of abstract thought. Who is not a ghost, a spirit, but just is. An enlightened individual, equality minus elitist political goals, the cynical flow, and pain and woes of shamanistic pagan rituals. We will resurrect the Messiah in all of us. It's time to trust our brothers and sisters. Unity of mind, consciousness, awareness on the rise. The yin-yang intertwined, masculine, feminine lovers intertwined. Spit worse than the chocolate points in my spine. Relentless but still find inner peace, so down the pace of my corrupted mind. Chemtrails, aspartame, fluoride, getting drunk and high. About the consequence, know why am I really here? But now I know is to help humanity steer into the right direction. For every single one of you, I feel affection. We're in the same situation, so erase the awkward moments, trying to walk around and get that bonus. You remember the Arcturians will be one of the group of interdimensional beings in the near future. The mass landings will help us souls really breathe. So raise your frequency if this is what you want to see. And don't try to break free from the shackles of captivity that we formed in our own mentality, because you and I, we are, we've always been.
Ya muakini azina waha Inakni umana dialoa Itam wakatina tsamuma kia Ufana ianiaka Inza uakini anzin Uma vaya niaka Ualeando andekia Uanamiani